Timar glared at Murakan with contempt in his eyes. Am I destroying this month? Paidler's kingdom? Could it be that you used such nonsense as a justification for killing your colleagues and family knights? Murakan pulled out the barasada stuck in his chest. Timar tried to retrieve the blade Murakan was holding, but the blade did not budge. Bullshit. Yeah, I hope it's bullshit too. I so desperately hoped that this was all just a crappy dream. 1,000 years ago, black tears were flowing down Murakan's cheeks. What Murakan was seeing beyond his blurred vision was not the Timar in front of him. Murakan was facing the truth about the teenage knights. He had no choice but to kill himself. The reason Murakan annihilated Draenax and Camalga was because they eventually collapsed due to Jeep's manipulation of history. Draenax versus, why are you doing this? What was the reason for massacring them? Moreover, it was said that not long ago they even attacked and exterminated their ally Pyrrhus Vil Regan. When Murakan said that, Draenax narrowed his eyes as if he didn't understand what was happening. What are you talking about? When did I say that? What? Outside Draenax's camp, the blood of the civilians they killed formed a river. Murakan had confirmed the site just a few minutes ago and hastily descended to the campsite. Even the massacres did not just occur near the campsite. Most of the villages and cities we saw on the way had been turned into ruins of death. These were all Draenax's movement routes. Damn it! You don't remember what you just did? Oh, let go. This bastard is already having a hard time beating down those Zippel bastards, so why does he suddenly come over and start talking bullshit, damn it? Are you having a hard time these days? So, are you out of your mind? Please don't do this, Draenax. You can't do this. Come to your senses. You've been able to overcome the manipulation of history well so far, right? What kind of manipulation of history is manipulation of history? What is that? Normal conversation was impossible. Draenax was completely engulfed by Jeep's manipulation of history. He and Camalga continued to commit massacres without any awareness or recollection of what they were doing. When killing people, members of Draenax and Kamal turned into monsters. Its body turned purple and its facial features were erased as it ruthlessly tore people apart. Even children have become such monsters. Even children who could not hold a sword turned into monsters and roamed the city when the time of massacre came. And once the transformation is over, you won't remember anything. Even the fact that there is such a thing as manipulation of history. Rokia described the condition as ghostification. Even the witches said that there was no way for those who became the ghosts of Murakan's history manipulation. The situation will continue to get worse. Slaughter and massacre will become more and more intense, and if there is no one to kill around, people will end up harming each other. If even that is not possible, I harm myself. Lokia has already completed several experiments by capturing those who have been encroached upon by ghost form. I even said that I would ask for any kind of sacrifice and offer it to the witch, but they said that unless some god we don't know is resurrected, it is absolutely impossible to break the ghost form. The other guys, damn it, I don't know about the others, but Timar is a human being who has transcended fate. Even he said there was no way to come back? As the head of the family is Changxiang, there may be variables that even a witch cannot predict. However, the head of the family has not only become a ghost but has also progressed to demonization. Even if they all come back as before, the people they already killed won't come back to life. I have to admit it, Murakan. We lost. Shut up, Lokia. Fadler became a vengeful demon due to the shock of the family's destruction of Idol, and Draenax Violo Fry became a ghost of history manipulation. Most of my remaining colleagues are also in danger. Where on earth is their hope? The war must be stopped if we want to save the remaining people. Shut up. Now that the head of the house has become a monster, you are the only one who can persuade the head deacon and the remaining colleagues. Think carefully about what is the right thing to do. While you are ignoring reality, the head of the family and our colleagues continue to slaughter. With our own hands, we are destroying the land we were trying to protect, the people we were trying to protect. Murakan did not listen to Lokia any longer. Couldn't hear it. Even if Lokia didn't tell him, Murakan himself knew better than anyone else that there is no more hope. 10 days later, Murakan visited Draenax again. During those 10 days Drainax and Camalga were constantly getting blood on their hands that should not have been on their hands. Murakan felt a sense of guilt that he could not shake off both for them and for those they killed. I'm sorry, Drainax. For me, I can only do this. Everyone in Murakan suspected you of being a traitor, but I trusted you. Even when my younger brother and his relatives said they couldn't trust you anymore, I was so angry that I almost beat them all up. But in the end I got stabbed like this. Murakan thought it would be better for Drainax to meet his end with resentment towards him. That would certainly be better than dying while remembering the massacres and horrors that were committed without one's knowledge. Above all, Murakan thought that he deserved to be resented and cursed. Even with such great power, he couldn't prevent his comrades from turning into ghosts. Because the only thing he can do is kill his comrades. Drainax, do not forgive me. Even if I close my eyes or open them, I can't forget those hateful eyes. They must have really felt like I betrayed them just like you do now. Timar continued to gather strength to retrieve the sword. The aura and spiritual energy concentrated on the blade exploded several times and pierced Murakan's hand, but Murakan did not move. Violo Runkendal. When he came to seek revenge on Drainax, Murakan was burying the dead at the hands of Violo. Violo didn't react even after seeing the corpses scattered everywhere. They acted as if the corpses didn't even exist. No, you forget about us. Anyway, we can't forget you even if we die. I don't want to be remembered by you. Even if I become a ghost, I will curse you again and again. The future that Sodaret wanted will eventually come to a dark end, drenched in curses and blood. Murakan's heart was breaking. Even while Violo was pouring out harsh words, Murakan quietly dug the ground and buried the bodies for a while. After Violo's life was taken, I couldn't bear to bury him there together. Murakan flew to an island very far away and buried Violo. The previously created tombs of Drainax and Camalga had already been found by Jeep and destroyed without leaving a trace. Violo's tomb was also soon like that. Murakan had no strength left to protect the tombs where his comrades were buried. Wow! Eventually Barasada's sword came out of Murakan's grasp. Timar widened the distance and prepared his spiritual sword again while Murakan muttered to himself. Yes, as you said, what I did is not justified. Whatever the reason, I couldn't protect my colleagues. I abandoned those who believed in me and depended on me. The reason why no one lived near the Murakan Mountains. That was because Timar and the teenage knights, the ghosts of history manipulation, were committing massacres. Refugees were coming one after another, not only from the Murakan Mountains but also from all over the Hupister Union. And Fry was guiding them every day. I was so busy directing the battlefield so that the refugees wouldn't get hurt due to Zippel's attacks coming from all over that I couldn't sleep for even a moment. When night falls, refugees who believed in Fry and followed her died at the hands of her who turned into a ghost. When the ghost form was lifted, Fry thought that all the corpses scattered around had been killed by Murakan. Like Drainax and Violo, she was driven by a sense of duty to somehow save more innocent people than by resentment toward Murakan. Therefore, when Murakan came looking for him, he fought and then somehow escaped, to save at least one more person from Murakan, without knowing that he was actually the one responsible for the massacre. Murakan was able to kill as many of the fleeing Freys as possible. Every time Murakan failed to pursue her until the end. I couldn't bear to chase after and trample on the desperate desire to save the person in her eyes. Even though I knew that if I lost her, more people would end up dying, my already broken heart was lost. What I'm going through right now is everything. Zippel's manipulation. You say so? Frey, that's right. All of this is manipulation. I'm crazy about Zippel's manipulation of history, and you saved so many people from me. So now rest. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have liked you. If I had known I would hate you this much. The black smoke that escaped from Murakan was once again slashed by Timar's spiritual sword. Murakan from 1,000 years ago no longer felt pain. It was because there was no more heart left to suffer. The mind already devastated was thinking of only one thing. Duty. It was a sense of duty to give Timar and his colleagues rest. Only the sense of duty to stop their slaughter and protect the remaining people was what motivated Murakan. It was making them fight. You are the last Timar. I hope you are the last. And I have already visited you more than 10 times. I believe that you will be able to overcome this terrible fate once again. I really did enough. Still, there's nothing I can do about it. Today I will definitely kill you and end the war. We will be completely erased from history. Murakan changed into his true form and spread 2 pairs of wings. All the black smoke that had been absorbed into the spirit sword quickly disappeared into the darkness of the spirit sword. There have already been several painful choices. Among them, what remains is the most terrible choice, and Murakan has made up his mind. Stop Timar today and tell yourself that you too will be forgotten in this world along with everything you loved. The spiritual energy emanating from the 2 pairs of wings was forming a huge storm. The arrival of true darkness, the heyday of Murakan's final, will covered everything in his and Timar's sight with darkness. Timar could barely suppress his boiling anger. He had no idea that it was because he would never be able to defeat Murakan the moment he fell into demonization, but in fact he had no idea that he had already become a monster. Timar's sword is not as sharp as it was when it was fully created, and its will is stained with the manipulation of history and the resulting side effects. No, you are the only one erased from history. As always, I will protect my family and people this time too. I will correct what has gone wrong and destroy traitors like you and all enemies. I am the head of Runkendal. Timar's eyes were shining brightly. Runkendal magic sword. Sun rays. Aura and magic aura wrapped around Barasada in a spiral. The spiral soon seeped into the blade, turning it black, then turning bright white and burning brightly. The ultimate point of the sword that a man named Timar Runkendal finally reached. As the blade began to move, the darkness formed by the true darkness cleared away. Light was filling the place of darkness as if a turbid current had turned into a clear stream. If Timar had been intact, Murakan would never have tried to take the sun cleave head-on. A sword that, if not avoided, would kill even Murakan in his prime with a single blow. However, the current division of the sun by Timar is only half. Rather, the soul cutting that had been used so far was much more threatening. Murakan filled the erased area of darkness again with spiritual energy and rushed towards Timar. The shining sword and the black spirit shaped like a huge blade were clashing. Timar was confident that his sword would cut both Reiki and Murakan in an instant. It was only surprising that Murakan did not even think about dodging the blow that he had risked everything on. Murakan would know better than anyone else. What did Sodaret call this sword? Sodaret said that the Sun Sunder was a sword that could kill even himself if it touched it. However, at the moment of clash, Timar had to face the sun splitting away as Murakan's aura was scattered in vain. The aura and magical energy gathered around the blade were being loosely undone as if the thread had been cut. On the other hand, the huge black blade that fell from Murakan's wing was not damaged at all. On the contrary, it was attacking Timar more sharply and fiercely than before the collision. Timar tried to dodge by quickly turning his body, but Murakan's blade was faster. The blade cut through Timar's left arm. Tuck! Timar's left arm fell beneath the darkness of the coming of darkness. The left arm disappeared as it was buried in the darkness, and Timar quickly used his magic power to freeze the affected part. I couldn't believe the results. Even Sodaret could not accept the fact that the sword that could cut was broken by Murakan. I didn't know what was lacking or what mistakes were made. In that moment when Timar's inner self was shaken, Murakan was able to stab him and take his life. Having lived for over 2,000 years, I have countless memories of harming someone. I can't count the memories of killing someone or maiming someone. However, they were all enemies or people who opposed him first. Murakan never once hurt anyone he loved. That was making Murakan hesitate. My breathing became difficult and my mind was pounded by the horrible and unfamiliar feeling that I had cut my friend. Drainax Violo Fry. In fact, the guilt that had been building up ever since I killed them, and when I decided to kill them, was disturbing me as if it would explode at any moment. Timar. I couldn't protect them, and not only that, I couldn't bear to personally kill them. Murakan descended without realizing it and tried to find Timar's left arm. The darkness of the coming of darkness, which I had always been proud of, felt unfamiliar and dirty for the first time. Meanwhile, Timar was calming the backflow that had begun in the aftermath of the sun cleavage being broken. Now are you going to humiliate us further like this, Murakan? What are you doing during the fight? That's not it. Fight properly. You can fight even if you lose all your limbs, not just one arm. Even if I am defeated by you today and my life ends, I will be reborn and will definitely come back to you. Skunk dash. Timar's blow cut off one of Murakan's wings. Murakan kept thinking about Timar's left arm, without even thinking about regenerating it with spiritual energy. Even though I made such a cruel decision, I didn't have the confidence to kill Timar. The voices of the dead teenage knights were constantly ringing in my mind. In the end, a voice full of resentment asks if you are going to mercilessly murder the head of the family with your own hands. Barasada then cut Murakan next to his heart and stabbed him in the abdomen and neck. Murakan couldn't even feel the pain. I felt like it would be better for me to die right here. I wanted to end this nightmare. I felt like I could give up on life 1,000 times if I could just end it with death. Just as it was about to completely collapse. No. Timar. Murakan faced the sight of Timar turning into a purple monster. The fabrication of historical manipulation is progressing. Even demonic fire was spreading. Therefore, unlike the previous teenage knights, Timar's facial features did not completely disappear. The grotesquely open mouth was full of irregular sharp teeth, and the eyes were black and empty. The sword he was swinging at random had no trace of a spear left, and now every time Timar closed the distance, he bit off Murakan's entire body like an animal. When the situation reached that point, Murakan's mind eventually collapsed and he was unable to fight properly. All I could do was reflexively push Timar away and do my best to deny his monstrous appearance. My heart, which had been injured by the soul cutting earlier, was twisting. In the midst of the dimness, only the eerie pain that radiated from my heart at times made me realize the reality. I had them check the appearance of the contractor's friend who had become a ghost. Primitive violence continued, with people randomly clawing and biting each other. To say it was a fight, Murakan was just struggling. Tamarman viciously attacked Murakan. Murakan was thinking. This wasn't the first time he decided to kill Timar. That day when he went crazy with demonic fire, killed his allies, and hid in a tower in the Black Sea. I thought that if I had made it to the end, I would have collapsed like I did now. Orgel helped at the time, but even without him it seemed like it would have eventually stopped. It would have been the same for Sarah and Paidler, who went together. But he had to be different. Guardian Dragon, a being that protects contractors. Protecting is not just about life. Letting him go when he was no longer him and there was no way to turn back was also protecting him. Timar, who was weakened by ghost transformation and demonic transformation, could not even properly withstand Murakan's struggles. Even with Murakan's clumsy swing of his front foot, Timar let out a scream as his entire body was torn apart. Timar's sharp fangs broke while digging into Murakan's scales, and the right arm holding Barasada was unable to overcome the recoil and was bent arbitrarily. Timar was falling apart. Murakan finally opened his eyes and looked directly at him. Even as his entire body was twisted, he stared at Timar, who was constantly running towards him. Do you hate me so much and feel so unfair that you are going crazy? Me too, Timar. I can't forgive myself, so I feel like my head will explode from the injustice of the past days when I fought so fiercely. Now it was time to protect Timar. The gray landscape of the month of destruction was revealed as the spiritual energy that had brought about the true darkness was instantly returned to Murakan. Murakan transformed into a human and landed on the ground. Timar limped towards Murakan. Before protecting him, Murakan wanted to confirm one last thing. I wanted to find hope just once. Just as he and his colleagues cherished him more than their own lives. Even though Timar was consumed by the manipulation of history and his demonic nature, his love for his friends and colleagues might still remain somewhere in his monstrous form. Murakan did not hesitate any longer. She stood as still as a tree and waited for him to reach her with unsteady steps. If you give up your heart with the readiness to have it stabbed. Just for one moment she hoped he would return to the person he and his colleagues knew. Even if it was only for a few seconds, I wanted to see it like that. Everything couldn't be forgotten and disappeared like this. No matter how egregious the manipulation of history was, all those times could not disappear. Plod trudge. Deeply. In the end, Timar stabbed Murakan in the heart, who did not resist. Murakan ignored the barasada stuck in his chest and made eye contact with Timar. "Are you done now? Are you really not going to come to my senses even for a moment if you stab my heart?" Unless Timar shows the slightest sign of distress. Now, when he takes his last breath and I myself pass away, everything will end. Even with his heart destroyed, he could easily kill Timar, who had become a monster. There was no answer for a while. However, Murakan was finally able to see the purple color covering Timar's body, and his grotesque face changing back to how it used to be. Timar barely moved his trembling lips to give Murakan an answer. "You should have killed me like Murakan, and prepared for the future. I had to save at least one more of my colleagues. You did this because you thought my life meant something now." "Ah. This guy finally says something like you would say. Nice to meet you. I'm so happy I'm crying. I will soon become a monster again, Murakan. Not even Sadaret can stop it. So don't make such reckless choices again and save your family. And your future. We can't all be forgotten like this. All of that must not disappear. Someone has to stay. Sorry." "I'm sorry, Murakan." Soon Murakan had no choice but to fall. I could hear my broken heart rattling in my chest. While his consciousness was fading away, Murakan looked at the back of Timar running away. Timar was trying his best to escape to a place where he could not be seen before he lost his senses and went crazy again and killed the injured Murakan. That was the end of Murakan and Timar. Murakan was able to open his eyes in the Garden of Swords only after a month had passed. Murakan is showing signs of waking up. "Murakan, can you hear me?" It was Diana who rescued him when he fell. If she had not arrived in time, Murakan would have died. "Murakan!" Diana hurriedly entered the hospital room. Diana screamed in horror at the sight of Murakan struggling to get up as soon as he regained consciousness. "What are you doing? Stay still. To save you, I brought you to King Song with the help of the royal queen." "Timar, we need to stop Timar. He briefly came to his senses at the last moment, but I was weak and missed it. They said I would definitely become a monster again, so it was inevitable. Stop moving and your wounds will open." No. The guy came back completely. "Yes, I definitely came to my senses. Where is Timar?" "Murakan." "Where is it?" "Ugh." Murakan let out cloudy spiritual energy and bowed. Diana carefully laid him down again. "The matriarch is currently in Storm Castle with Master Sadaret." "Oh, of course. Is it true that the damn thing is okay?" "Okay, so take it easy and relax. King Song and Princess Big said that if you take even 5 steps you will surely die." Murakan did not receive any essential treatment. No matter how great the Holy King's divine power was, it was impossible to repair the destroyed heart of the Black Dragon. King Song and his wife took only the minimum measures to prevent the heart from further decomposing. The only means of recovery were through Sadaret's direct healing or self-regeneration. However, Sadaret does not have much power, and it is unknown how many years natural healing will take. The Holy King said that Murakan's own will is the most important thing in self-regeneration. But will Murakan really have the will to live? It was true that Timar was in Sadaret and Storm Castle. However, Timar immediately went crazy after getting far away from Murakan, and Sadaret was putting up a barrier around the entire Storm Castle area, risking extinction. Diana recalled the words Murakan had unconsciously uttered while wandering the crossroads of life and death. These were all screams stained with guilt about the teenage knights who had become monsters in Timar. Among his colleagues, there is no one who does not know how much Murakan cared for and loved them. Diana was barely able to bear her grief. "I will soon become a ghost of manipulation like those who left before me. I am holding on because not much is known to them yet, but I will not be able to avoid it in the end. Before that happens, I had to carry out the last command left by the matriarch before she went crazy. I had to leave hope in the world by leaving the spark of my family behind. We had to prevent the world from falling completely into Jeep's hands." While Diana thought for a moment, Murakan fell into a sleep as if struggling. "When I regained consciousness, another week had passed. My whole body was as hot as a fireball, and every time I breathed there was a harsh metallic sound. I couldn't even open my eyes due to confusion and delirium. He could faintly hear the voices of those who were guarding his side. Diana and first-class butler Kin. My mouth didn't open. I had almost no feeling in my whole body. Kin. Kin was Runkindle's first-class butler. Speak, Lord Diana. Doesn't the head deacon have any? Yes. No way Jeep was at the meeting, attacking the head of the house. Probably not. Even if Lord Sarah and Lord Vale escape is possible. Because my hearing was poor, I could not fully hear the conversation. Still, it was something that was usually understandable, but even that was too much for Murakan. Anna. Murakan. Close your eyes and rest more. Dr. Violo. Is. It looks like everyone is on a mission. I came to see you a few days ago. I came to see you. Murakan smiled at those words without realizing it. When I thought of their faces, my heart ached for a moment, but I felt much more missed and glad than that. Murakan smiled and fell back to sleep. Another month passed. Is His Highness Murakan improving at all? From what I heard Ayula's response, he said he had no will to live. He said he was just imagining what he was seeing while in a coma. This is a terrible thing. He had to let go of the people he cared for more than anyone else with his own hands. I pray that he will find rest someday. Every time I regain consciousness. Murakan could not clearly distinguish between Diana's lies and his own imaginary reality. Diana had no choice but to keep lying to him. I couldn't bear to emphasize the truth to someone who was about to let go of the faint ties of life. Timar is also safe. Every time I heard Murakan's voice, my mind became confused. There wasn't much time left for me now. Diana confirmed that Murakan was asleep again and went to Storm Castle. The dark, spread-out barrier of Sodaret surrounded the Storm Castle. Even though Zippel knew that Sodaret was not in perfect condition, he had never attacked the Storm Castle since he struck the barrier. As Diana approached, a barrier opened for a moment. Inside the castle, Siltherae and the knights greeted her. Diana. How are you feeling, Lord of Siltherae? It's the same. He became a ghost, then returned to his original form for a moment and then lost consciousness. This was the reason why Siltherae and the knights were waiting at the Storm Castle. When Timar goes on a rampage, people are needed to subdue him without killing him. Siltherae has already defeated Timar dozens of times. He too was barely enduring his inner devastation. What about Murakan? The Holy King received a response from Ayula about Murakan, and it is not good. I see. Currently Runkindle was waiting for a response to Leet's intention to surrender that he had delivered to Zippel last time. Did the matriarch leave behind any special words when she returned to her normal self? These are the last words you left when you first came to Storm Castle. I see. Diana. What happens to us if Jeep refuses to surrender? I will have to die fighting. It wasn't scary at all. What I was afraid of was being manipulated and becoming their puppet without even being able to fight. Like his colleagues who died at Murakan, he was killing people without realizing it. Dying while fighting was just a wishful thinking. Honestly, I don't understand. There's no reason for them to accept surrender. It is better to fight with all your might and disappear while at least one person is of sound mind. You shouldn't be so servile. As Siltherae said, there seemed to be no particular reason for Ziffel to surrender. In the war, Runkindle suffered irreparable damage, while Ziffel survived with Ilona Ziffel alive and well, and even brought the means of manipulating history closer to completion. If we just waited like this, Runkindle would soon be destroyed. Either become a ghost of history manipulation or be brutally murdered at the hands of wizards. Siltherae thought that the reason Ziffel was not attacking the Storm Castle and the Garden of Swords right now was because they judged that there was no need to waste power. In the history of Ziffel, which has ruled the world for over 2,000 years, Runkindle was the only rival. There is no reason for Jeep to leave Runkindle's flame like that behind. When it comes to Runkindle, Jeep's method was to rid the world of even small stones. Diana didn't answer but headed towards Timar's hospital bed, and I sat quietly for hours and watched him. Meanwhile Timar was seen slowly standing up and turning purple. Under. Diana and Siltherae were able to subdue the runaway Timar without difficulty. Just as Murikan's heart was broken, Timar was also weakened by the fight with him. As soon as Timar was subdued, he returned to his original form and lost consciousness. Diana went outside to smoke a cigarette to cool off, and Siltherae cried on Timar's hospital bed. Everyone wants to be the head of the house. Damn it! Sodaret, you traitorous bastard. Is this what you meant by keeping your promises? Come out and show yourself, you damn! As Siltherae cried out, a group of knights outside hurriedly entered the hospital room. They tried to stop Siltherae, but they were unable to withstand his might. Lord Siltherae, if even the Lord is like this, what are you going to do with the other family members? Fix it, please. The guardian spirit didn't make you like this, right? Please lower your voice, Lord Siltherae. Who else but Sodaret made the matriarch like this? Where on earth was that incompetent god doing when the head of the family was attacked? What kind of nonsense are you talking to your guardian god, Siltherae? Diana returned to the hospital bed and grabbed Siltherae's shoulder. Reckless. Didn't you hear the matriarch's last command? Never blame your guardian spirit and fulfill the promise you made with your guardian spirit. He asked me several times, even while I was losing consciousness. Promise. The promise Sodaret and Runkindle made was survival. The message was to survive and prepare for 1,000 years from now. Diana, you still believe in Sodaret after seeing the matriarch like this? It's not important whether I believe it or not. Look at this, you don't trust Sodaret anymore. You feel the same way, Diana. Do I not know you? My feelings are also not important. Siltherae, the important thing is, that is, the name of the head of the family. The command of the head of the family is absolute. We are the ones who created the laws of Runkindle. If you keep showing your ugly side, I won't let you go no matter how much you are. Under. Follow the orders of the head of the family. It is the only duty and hope left to us. What kind of hope is this? Waiting for someone to surrender. 1,000 years? Everything we've ever done was for a contractor 1,000 years from now. Sodaret knew this would happen from the beginning. He just took advantage of the family head and us. Diana hugged Siltherae, who was upset for a long time. It wasn't that she didn't agree with Siltherae's words. However, the orders of the head of the family are absolute, so they are followed. Even if it is late, we must follow it if it is the only way to overcome our enemies someday. Sodaret said he would use our souls to create guardians. Are you trying to use those guardians so that we can protect Runkindle even if we become monsters? But even if that guardian had exactly the same power as us, he wouldn't be able to stop Ilona and Ziffel. Suddenly urgent footsteps were heard in the hallway. Lord Diana, Lord Siltherae, I have received a reply from Jeep. Zippel's reply stated that it would accept surrender. However, that was not a proper answer but a joke. Give me the head of the family? These bastards! Siltherae trembled and screamed. Deliver Timar's body to Ziffel, and all the 10 knights and guardian knights be beheaded in the land of Ziffel. If we do that, we will save the lives of those who are not even a threat as fingernails and use them as slaves. That was the condition presented by Jeep. I knew it would be like this, Diana. It was crazy to say that I would surrender to them in the first place. Do those bastards have any reason to keep us alive? By showing our intention to surrender, we ultimately showed them that there was nothing left for us. Even as Diana, she could no longer stop Siltherae. She too could barely suppress her boiling anger. How much time do you have left? He was asking how long he could endure becoming a ghost. I don't know. Could suddenly collapse at any time. It will only be a couple of months at most. And when I'm crazy, I won't even know I'm crazy. Like those who went before me, I'm still confused as to whether I'm going crazy. I'm similar. What we have to do is decided. Until we go crazy, we will somehow protect the Storm Castle and the Garden of Swords. Diana decided that it was also a way to keep her promise to Sodaret. In any case, accepting all of Jeep's conditions could not be considered surrender. The only thing that could be done was to be trampled without resistance. That's not keeping a promise. It was not an action for survival, nor could it be a choice for the future. Yes, I was worried that you would ask me to accept these conditions, so my stomach was twisted. You're definitely not crazy yet either. But I don't know what happens after rejection. This is all we can do. Unless a miracle occurs, the family will be destroyed. We need to make a miracle happen. Just like the matriarch has always been. You keep waiting at the storm castle. If we refuse, the attack is likely to begin immediately. What if they don't attack and only focus on accelerating the manipulation of history? Our side strikes first. Before you turn into a monster, you have to fight while you still have some reason left and make at least a dent in it. The good news is that Ilona Ziffel seems to be unable to move at the moment. If Ilona had been fine, there would have been no reason for Zippel, who had won so clearly, to remain silent. Excluding Timar and Mirakin, the only member of Runkendal who could battle Ilona was Sarah. However, Sarah is devastated both physically and mentally by the successive battles and manipulation of history. Even Sarah wouldn't be able to stand up to Ilona now. Even in the times when it was possible to fight back, it only meant that a fight like a fight was possible, but victory was absolutely impossible. Even if all the teenage knights gathered together, they would not be able to defeat Ilona. Zippel also knew that fact well. However, the reason they were not sending Ilona away could only be because there was a problem with her. The manipulation of history that is turning Timar and the teenage knights into ghosts. The key was of course Ilona, and she was exhausted just as Diana had expected. I will return to the Garden of Swords immediately and inform the members of this. I will soon look for someone to replace you and suppress the family's rampage. You've become much weaker, so there's no need for you to take care of the head of the family yourself. Okay, Diana. Diana immediately returned to the Garden of Swords. I also prepared a response to send to Zippel on the way back. You guys have no intention of accepting those bullshit conditions, so let's just stick together until we die. Kin, was there any news from the deacon while I was away? There was none. Where on earth have you gone? You should be safe. I think Leet ran away? It was Lokia's voice. As soon as she emerged from the dark hallway, Diana narrowed her eyes. Be careful what you say, Lokia. Not only did you call the head of the house in vain, but you even said that I ran away? Oh, it's tight again. Why are you running away? If you want to keep your promise to Soderette, it might be best for Leet to run away, right? Unlike us, they are a species that can live for what seems like eternity. Even if the family has become weak, it does not mean that even the laws have collapsed. This is your final warning to stop talking nonsense. Yes, I'm scared. I'm scared. But I'm not wrong, right? The head deacon may have judged that way. Then that is the deacon's will, and it will definitely be the right choice, so there is no need for us to try to figure it all out. We just have to do our thing. Well, it's not like the head deacon is someone who would betray us. If I was planning on betraying myself, there were already too many better opportunities. How many sweet suggestions have you made to the butler and fairies at Jeep? The head deacon never even thought about it. Why did you say something annoying when you knew that well? Diana, do you think this world is fair? What? That's right. In this world, if we have to be honest, we are the ones who pursue justice and liberation, but we are bound to suffer more than Jeep, who manipulates history and engages in all kinds of evil to become the ruler of the world. Is this really the right thing to do? No one forced us to fight Jeep. We are going. I just couldn't stand by and watch what they were doing, so I stood up to fight. It's bound to be painful because I didn't expect anything in return. You're so good, Diana. Not just you, but other guys too. Oh, I guess I'll have to take out 1 or 2 people. Guys like Bale don't have that great of a heart. I hope you aren't among those 1 or 2, Lokia. I have no intention of betraying or running away. Rather, if Jeeple had accepted our surrender cleanly this time, we would have had to run away. As you know, I tortured the purebloods so much that I built up a lot of resentment against them. Even if Runkendal and Zippel become one family, there will be no room for me. Then I'm glad. Diana then made a plan with Lokia on how to start the final fight against Ziffel. Of course, no great move could be made to turn the situation around. I just have to think about how I can face the end with a little more pride. Then I guess I'll have to go see Paidler. Paidler? After the fall of Idle became a vengeful spirit and was threatening Runkendal. Although he did not attack the weak soldiers or ordinary knights, all of the remaining teenage knights were his targets. Even Sarah. Fadler was coming to the realization that Timar had not destroyed this month alone. He thought that his family had betrayed him first and that Timar and the 10 knights had destroyed this month together. He too was becoming a ghost of historical manipulation. Okay, it's the last fight, and if Padler is there, you're bound to suffer a lot of damage before you even fight. Just as Murakan sent his comrades, we must do the same. If we die anyway, we'll all meet somewhere, so I won't be as sad as Murakan. This is also for the Padler. Whoa! I'll be there right away. Sodaret, if that damned god shows up, tell me. Even though my colleagues have reached a point where they have no choice but to kill them, why are they so busy preparing that they can't help? If you have the power to create a barrier for the head of the family, you would rather protect the remaining people. Thus Runkendal began his final resistance. It was a struggle that started without much hope, and the days continued with results that did not exceed expectations. It was only because Ilona was unable to step forward that they achieved a very small victory, but there was no change at all in the already tilted battlefield. Murakan opened his eyes once again while the war continued. This time I woke up again after a month. Next to him was Diana lying in the hospital bed with him. Diana, why are you so hurt? For fighting with Jeep. Fortunately, everything is treatable. Ah, I see. I'm so dizzy and don't know what to say. Murakan immediately fell asleep again, and when he woke up this time he saw no one. The silence instantly brought out Murakan's painful memories. As Murakan clutched his head and screamed, servants passing by in the hallway rushed to the hospital room. In Murakan's eyes they looked like the comrades he had killed. His broken mind could not afford to accept reality. However, after that day Murakan remained awake for several days and a month without falling into sleep. All they had to do was sit on a chair and stare into space with blank eyes, but that alone was a great comfort to the members of Runkendal. There was also a reason why unexpected hope arose in the war just yesterday. Murakan, how are you feeling today? Sildurai said as he sat down next to Murakan. Iced coffee. You haven't completely forgotten how to speak, have you? I heard from the servants that he says something rude once in a while. I've never heard of it in person because I've been busy killing jeepers these days. Right? We found out yesterday that the situation in Ilona Ziffel is much worse than we expected. So if you come back, we have a chance of winning. What if? If Sodaret can fix your heart and bring you back to your senses, we might really be able to turn things around. Murakan did not understand Sildurai's words and just stared into space. Silthuray was not disappointed and put her arm around his shoulder. If Ilona doesn't come forward, we will be able to buy quite a bit of time. These days I can definitely feel that the ghosts of me and others have become weaker. The biggest reason why Crazy Guy's Jeeple was able to win against us was Ilona. Now that the war is over, they are rejecting Ilona out of fear. Ah! Anyway, I brought you some of your favorite fruits today. The chefs will soon make you a pie, so eat and cheer up. Silduray. Suddenly I heard Diana's voice. It was an urgent but bright voice. Silduray locked eyes with her, sensing good news. Diana, what's going on? I received a call from Storm Castle. The matriarch regained consciousness for a moment and left behind an order. The head of the family gave an order? Yes, you said you were playing Ilona Ziffel. Silduray's eyes widened. Zippel was now in a situation where internal strife broke out as they ostracized Ilona. On the other hand, Runkendal lost most of its forces, including the 10 knights, but still maintained a strong bond. Because of Zippel's reply to the surrender, the allies were also more determined to fight than before. In this situation, if Timar with the same power as before entered the war, he would be able to turn the situation around in an instant. Are you saying that the matriarch Diana has improved that much? Just 3 days. He said he could fight for 3 days. At that time you were planning to capture Ilona and end the war. It was Sodaret who gave Timar 3 days. It was a 3-day period that he and Asmil, the god of time and the god of Ulta's eyes, worked together to make it happen. After those 3 days, the head of the family will enter eternal sleep. This was the reason why I had not been able to contact the deacon until now. I was building the matriarch's tomb with Mr. Soderette. Timar's death was still a foregone conclusion. Sildare was distressed by that fact, but it was still a better situation than before. To Runkendal and to Timar. Did you hear about Murakan? It's only for 3 days, but the head of the family returns to the person we knew. Ah! So before that, cheer up a little bit. It may be difficult to fight together because of the heart, but we must watch the matriarch's last flame. Murakan did not respond, but his eyes narrowed. From that day on, Timar's final orders were delivered throughout Hupister. All of Hufester's knights were preparing for the final battle. Also, something surprising happened. Oh, you really have a heart, right? It can't be because of the Holy King's prayers. It seems Soderette did something. These were the words of the second Queen Mother of the Snow, who came to inspect Murakan. Really? Maybe? Diana, you won't know the exact truth unless you hear it directly from Soderette or Murakan. Or maybe Timar is regenerating on his own after hearing that he can come back and fight for a few days. Anyway, it's a good thing. If I continue to recover at this rate, I think I will be able to participate in the decisive battle. As soon as the matriarch tries to move, miracles begin to occur one after another. Thank you for coming to check on me, Lady Bigung. That's all I have to be thankful for. Anyway, I am also in a position where I desperately wish for Murakan to participate in the war. Now that Timar can fight is the only chance to catch Alona. It would be perfect if we could fight all the way to Murakan. Since giving the order, Timar has never been seen outside the storm castle. Sometimes the roar of Timar, who broke through the barrier and became a monster, could be heard. However, Runkendal and his allies firmly believed that he would definitely appear on the day of battle. That belief soon became fact. November 20th, 799. The final battle between the Hufester Federation and the Lutheran Magic Federation has begun. Hupister deployed his troops at all of Lutero's major magic towers, led by each of his teenage knights, and Lutero also deployed wizards and dragons against him. Naturally, the enemy area that Timar decided to take on was the heart of the story's top Zippel. He looked up at the Tower of Story with an unharmed appearance, with no traces of demonic fire or ghost fire. The only personnel on Hufester's side assigned to the Tower of Stories were Timar and Diana Sildare. As for Luther, only Ilona Ziffel was guarding the Tower of Stories. What about Murakan? I couldn't come go. Bigungju said that his heart has recovered enough to fight, but he has serious mental problems. It will have to be that way. It would have been really reassuring if that guy was there. Then what we can expect from now on is to show up like a hero when we are pushed back. Do you think you will be pushed out? The current head of the family is stronger than I have ever seen. But Ilona is devastated by years of torture and manipulation. Nevertheless, Ilona came out to the Tower of Stories alone to fight again for Jeep. Will and determination were added to the monster that was just crazy strong. It would have been less burdensome if I had been stronger. I don't understand. From Ziffel's perspective, Ilona must be the greatest war hero, so why does she keep fighting with us even after being treated like that? That's what blindness is. Isn't it the same for you too? You have lost more than you have gained since coming to Runkendal, but you have come here to fight the enemy with me. That too. It's the only thing I can do for my family before going to the grave. Let's make a decision within 3 days. At the same time that Timar and the teenage knights began the battle with Ilona, other knights stationed in Rutero were also beginning their final battle. Park Bing. The beginning of the battle was literally a close race. The entire area of the Magic Tower, including the Tower of Story, continued to fight on equal terms. Even after a full 24 hours, there was not a single battlefield where the fighting stopped even for a moment. Everyone was just rushing to kill each other with bloodshot red eyes. Ilona was not showing as much destruction as before. Of course, the firepower itself was superior to Timar and the teenage knights, but it was clearly stronger than Ilona before the internal strife broke out. The Tower of Story also seemed unable to exert as powerful a power as it did when it turned Timar and the knights into ghosts. This was because the members of Jeep who were afraid of Ilona cut off several connections between her and the tower. This is the first time I've seen that monster look so tired. It's not the same as before perhaps because we can't properly leverage the power of the tower. On the second day Timar and the teenage knights were able to see that Ilona was breathing heavily. The teenage knights thought victory was just around the corner, but Timar was seeing an element they could not see. The tower will be operational soon. Yes. The Tower of Stories is assimilating with Ilona little by little. This is unexpected. There must be Murakan. Speak to the Sildarai Archpriest and bring Murakan to him. All right. Bigung was putting up a barrier around the magic tower of the story. The moment Timar and the teenage knights fatally wounded Ilona, the entire royal palace was scheduled to enter a great sealing stance. And Timar's final role was to suffocate the sealed Ilona. Without Timar and Murakan, even the sealed Ilona cannot be killed. Now, if I go to pick up Murakan now, there will be a gap in the barrier. I'm not even sure that Murakan is ready for battle. I was sure that the family would soon start losing ground unless Murakan helped. Then I have no choice. In any case, if we don't finish it here, our royal palace will also be doomed to destruction. I'll call Mort and I'll go. Murakan was looking out the window with blank eyes. Even after Siltharay and the Queen of the Queen arrived at the Garden of Swords, Murakan did not even glance at them. The head of the Murakan family needs you. To be exact, Murakan was completely unaware of the fact that Sildarai and Bigungju had come next to him. He was only awake, unable to distinguish between his inner self and reality. Murakan, please, come to your senses. Seeing Murakan's lack of response, Sildarai remembered what Timar had told him before finding him. Even if Murakan can't come, don't blame him. This guy has already done more than he should have done. However, Sildarai was not convinced. If this is the case, what meaning does a miraculously restored heart have? Sildarai grabbed Murakan by the collar and screamed, "Wake up! Are you really going to let the matriarch's last days end in vain like this? If you come with us, you can win. We can end this terrible war and return to normal life." Enough, Siltharay. I guess I made a mistake. Even if the heart was attached in the first place, it is never at a level where it can produce the same strength as before. Timar also knew this from me, so maybe he just wanted to rely on Murakan. He is a human too. Murakan. I can't kill Timar. You should kill Ilona, not the matriarch. Murakan barely opened his mouth and only repeated the same words. In the end, the two had no choice but to return to the battlefield, leaving Murakan behind. Murakan continued to say the same thing even after they left. Timar says he can no longer kill his comrades. The 3 promised days have passed. The war ended with Runkendal's defeat. Murakan was left in the storm castle without knowing the outcome. He was alone in the long dark autumn. One day in December, when a sharp frozen storm poured down in the storm, Murakan fell unconscious. My heart, which had been held together for a while, fell into pieces again in my chest. Those who desperately wanted Murakan to participate in the final battle did not know. In fact, Murakan was constantly struggling to get out of his inner self. He just needed more time. The time it takes to overcome the sadness and return to reality before being able to start again for those who have gone before. The fact that his heart was temporarily attached was actually the result of him being eaten deeper inside. The forced heart was actually hastening Murakan's complete disappearance. The desire to disappear and the desire to rise again continued to fight within Murakan. The fact that the heart was scattered again meant that the will to return to the side of the remaining comrades was stronger. Even if I couldn't be with them when they needed it most, even if I couldn't fight right away. Ha ha ha. Murakan opened his eyes again and looked at the dark ceiling. While I was suffering from a high fever and my vision was blurry, I felt someone approaching my bed. Diana? Murakan, it's all over now. She did not blame Murakan. Not because it was Timar's order, but because he understood the situation he was in. He and his remaining companions will soon disappear from the world. This was because Murakan knew that he would have to lead his battered body and mind and continue a lonely fight that could never end. Because I knew he was the kind of person who could do that. Fortunately, Gaju's last fight caused a miracle. It means we were able to avoid destruction. We decided to sign a pact with Jeep. Ha ha ha. Murakan, please forgive us who have no choice but to entrust our entire future to you. Don't go, Diana. I'll come back. It's soon time to have a meeting with Jeep. Rest, Murakan. I lose consciousness and wake up several times a day. Those days continued. From time to time Diana and other colleagues visited the hospital, but Murakan could hardly communicate with them. January 1st, 800. Runkendal and Jeep officially announced the end of the war to the world. People in the world assumed that the reason why Jeep, which had an overwhelming advantage, suddenly ended the war was because of Timar's return. It is said that the end of the war was possible because he sacrificed his life to kill Ilona Ziffel. However, the names of Timar and Ilona were quickly forgotten in the people's memories. The Tower of Stories was easily changing the perception of ordinary people who had no power of existence and no resistance to manipulation. However, the members of Runkendal and Zippel remembered the two people. It's just a fake end to the war. Murakan Ziffel is still trying desperately to find the head of the family. Even when they humiliate us by offering conditions for acceptance of surrender, they are strangely obsessed with the head of the family. When Rokia said that, Murakan barely opened his eyes and looked at her. Lokia. They keep raiding areas that are supposed to be the mausoleums of the matriarchs. Actually, we don't know where the head of the family is buried. So we're always moving behind them. Murakan did not answer for a while, thinking about Timar's death. I was finally accepting the fact that he was dead. But the reality that Murakan had to accept did not end there. Diana is. He's dead. Yesterday I was guarding the matriarch's grave. It wasn't exactly meant to guard the tomb. As I just said, we don't even know where the grave is. However, after checking the movement of Zippel's troops, a battle broke out. A guy who wasn't even physically fit overexerted himself. Lokia spoke in a calm voice. Now I see that she also has significant injuries all over her body. The ones who survived are you and... who else is there? It is difficult to confirm whether he is alive or dead. The one with the highest probability is Lucy. Ha! Rokia generated magical power in her palm and wiped away the cloudy aura that flowed from the corner of Murakan's mouth. It's not long before I can use magical power like this. Ziffel and his gods have placed a curse on Runkendal. We can no longer use magic power. I am concerned that this may be too much of a shock to Lord Rokia, Lord Murakan. I'll let you know later. Okay, Kin? It's a shock. Not bad, because Murakan pays the price. Lord Lokia. If only this guy had come to his senses and fought together during the last fight of the family, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. The remnants of the defeated soldiers fight to protect the body of the head of the family even after the curse of the illusory end-of-war pledge is scattered. I'm so sick of it I can't stand it. Murakan, there is nothing wrong. The reason we lost was because of the manipulation of history, not anyone's fault. You may still be blind, but I don't think so. Now that the whereabouts of the chief butler and the 10 knights are uncertain, it is Lord Lokia who must lead the family. Okay, I guess it's up to me now. But I will leave the clan and retire as soon as Lucy or any other living creature returns. What do you mean by that? Are you going to abandon your family? Now there is nothing left of my ideal in this family. Hey Kin, we lost a lot fighting for Runkendal. Are you still going to tell me to fight more? What right do you have? Kin couldn't answer. Be thankful you're not leaving right away. I'm just postponing my retirement because I don't want to see my family disappear without a trace. Lokia left. Murakan fell asleep again, wrapped in a new shell of sadness. But even if I escape into sleep every time, the moment when he had no choice but to kill his colleagues was so vivid that it gave him goosebumps. Even though Timar created a miracle, the miserable reality of Runkendal did not disappear. Eventually Murakan began to exhibit strange behavior. One day he suddenly got up from his bed, as if he was sleepwalking, and started wandering around the area of Stormsing Castle. There were times when I walked down the hallway in human form, and there were times when I flew in my true form. No one could stop him. I tried to stop him once, but he reacted violently. Half a year passed like that. Lokia left the family, and the invisible war between Runkendal and Ziffel continued. Murakan's strange behavior continued. He kept going farther and farther and coming back. If it's short, it's a few hours, or if it's long, it's a few days. I don't know if Murakin is really okay. I'm going crazy because I'm worried about what might happen if I get attacked by Jeep's assassins like this. Kin, we are like that too. There is no reason for Jipple to leave Murakin alone. On the day when they enter the anti-aircraft network, I heard that they are only able to fly now and in fact have almost no combat capabilities. Now I can't ask for help because I won't have the strength to do it. Is there no choice but to wait like this? As Kin and his family's worries grew, Murakin's return finally took more than a month for the first time. Didn't you come back today? What is the atmosphere like on the Zippel side? There still hasn't been any news that Mr. Murakin has been seen in the Lutheran Federation. Has anyone seen it on our side or in the Empire? Yes. There was no tip coming from anywhere. It was no different from the fact that no one had ever heard of Murakin being seen anywhere in the world. Black Sea. At that time Murakin was walking on the Black Sea. From the time he first got out of his hospital bed and started moving, his unconscious mind was focused solely on the Black Sea. And finally Murakin was able to meet a person somewhere in the Black Sea. Murakin, you managed to reach this place alive. Which Hilurum? She looked down at Murakin from a tower rising over the Black Sea. Your body will never be able to handle the monsters and debris that are here. Hilurum looked back and forth several times at Murakin and the depths of the Black Sea that stretched out behind him, as if he was truly amazed by this fact. I even tried to estimate what the chances were that Murakin would be able to safely enter the Black Sea and meet me with his heart destroyed. It was something that was extremely close to impossible. Whether it was someone's blessing or your will was that transcendent. It's something worth getting paid for. So what made you so desperate that you came to see me? Memory. Memory? Erase my memories, so that I don't give up. As Murakin continued talking like that, the witch widened her eyes in surprise and then smiled. I am asking you to erase the memories you have already forgotten. Wouldn't it be a waste to ask me? Murakin nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll listen. When I opened my eyes again after hearing Hilurum's voice, I found myself in a stormy hospital bed. As Murakin watched Kin and his family hurriedly entering the hospital room, he remembered what he had to do. I reminded myself that I had to somehow recover my heart as much as possible until the 1,000-year contractor appeared. Phew! Suddenly spiritual energy was scattering like ashes, and the scene from 1,000 years ago was coming to an end. Jean couldn't say anything for a while, so he just stared at Murakin and the teenage knights. Murakin was out of his mind, sobbing and stretching his hands in the air. What he was trying to catch were the teenage knights he killed back then. Drainax and Violo Fry from 1,000 years ago filled Murakin's field of vision. However, one cannot hold on to the illusion caused by delirium. His arms were just fluttering in the air. I was wrong, please forgive me. At Murakin's hoarse voice, the teenage knights, who were made to be guardians, lowered their heads for a moment. The time of extinction is imminent. Their bodies disappeared little by little and spiritual energy particles were flying around. Mr. Why does this bastard make people cry like this? Damn it, damn it. Now that it's disappearing, should I go ahead and do it? Ugh, huh. Well, I don't like this kind of thing. Ugh, huh. As Drainax and Violo spoke, Fry hugged Warwick Murakin from behind. Drainax and Violo also burst into tears, hugging Fry and Murakin. Murakin. Fry? Freya. Yes, it's me. Fry. Frey, please forgive me. Forgiveness is something we must ask for. You protected us like that, but we didn't know it and blamed you. What kind of forgiveness is this? You bastard. Yes, you bastard. Drainax. Violo. Murakin soon turned around to see the two people crying and Fry smiling brightly. That bright smile made me forget my headache. The sight of my friends crying, clinging to me, felt like a dream, so I closed my eyes several times. Murakin also hugged them. Their voices trembled, their hearts beat, and their body temperature pounded my whole body. The chain that had tormented Murakin for 1,000 years was breaking off piece by piece. I was finally able to face them face to face. But I couldn't just get drunk on joy. Guys, don't go. Where are you going? The extinction of the teenage knights was accelerating. Each time a spiritual energy particle escaped their bodies became noticeably blurred. We are not disappearing, we are going into your memories. Don't do that, just stay. Murakan tried to answer, but his throat was so tight that no words came out. Murakan, these words sound a bit strange. From now on we will all watch and fight together in your memory. It was us then who lost, not you and Runkendal now. Hey Jean, please take care of this guy. I don't know about the 1,000-year contract or anything, but I really like you. If it's you, I can put my mind at ease. Murakan felt the presence of his friends who had touched his body fading away. And Fry brushed Murakan's hair, who was trying to somehow deny the breakup, and lightly kissed his lips. I'm proud to love you. Murakan, you protected us with great difficulty and found us with great difficulty. So live bravely without falling into sadness again. Please nod your head once. I think that way I can remember you with peace of mind. Murakan nodded. It was because if I couldn't nod my head now, I would never be able to do so in the future. He also smiled. Because if you can't show your smile now, you won't be able to show it in the future. Hello, Murakan. Kadam's painting ended with Frey's voice. Kadam's contaminated masterpiece has been restored to its original appearance. And as promised, Katam created a collection of spring paintings for Murakan and sent them to the Garden of Swords. This is something. It has great scarcity value in that it is a collection of spring paintings drawn by God himself, but it is not obscene at all. Damn, even though I'm naked, my heart becomes pious just looking at it. Is that so? Well, anyway, I like the portraits of those guys you sent me as compensation for what you asked for. You drew it right. Drainax, Violo, Fry, Sildare, Diana, Sarah, Paidler, Bale. Jean asked Katam for portraits of the teenage knights as compensation for restoring the painting. As soon as Jean and Murakan came out of the picture, Katam was able to clearly recall their faces. With this incident, Zippel's manipulation of history has weakened once again. Jean hung all the portraits except Paidler's in the main house of the Sword Garden. We deliberately chose a highly visible location rather than a corridor used for the ceremony or a mausoleum that is generally infrequently visited. This is because I believe that now all members of the family should remember their history. There was no reason to keep it to yourself and keep it a secret like when you were a prospective jockey. Since the oath had been broken, there was no reason to worry about Jeep. As soon as Jean returned, he shared with the family members everything he had experienced in Kadam's painting. I deliberately did not entrust the portrait of the first Timar family head. The day we end the war and retrieve all of our family's lost history, I will hang his portrait in the Garden of Swords. So far Jin has found 7 of Timar's tombs. The history of 1,000 years ago, which was cloudy and distant, had been confirmed, and there were probably only a few tombs left. This is probably a tomb related to the last teenage knight named Lucy, who has never appeared in any of the previous tombs. The ones who survived are you, and who else is there? It is difficult to confirm whether he is alive or dead. The one with the highest probability is Lucy. The conversation between Murakan and Lokia in the picture. Given the circumstances, Lucy would have been the last surviving teenage knight along with Lokia even after the war ended 1,000 years ago. That's my opinion too, Sagaju. Lucy. Nothing comes to mind except the fact that it was a woman. In the past, when I forgot about other colleagues, I somehow missed them and my heart ached even though I couldn't remember them. I can't think of anything about her. Me too, Leet. That Lucy must have been the biggest threat to Jeep since she survived until the end. So it must have been subject to particularly strong manipulation of history. Jiffel at that time lost Alona in the final fight with Timar, so it could be possible if Lucy was as strong as Sarah or had special abilities. There were currently no clues about the 8th tomb or Lucy. In order to find the next tomb or the traces of a teenage knight named Lucy, the head deacon will have to fully retrieve her memories through Valeria. According to the history in the picture, the head deacon built Timar's tomb with Sadaret at that time. Confirmation of the information that Barasada was the key to somewhere also depended on Leet's memory. It was somewhat uncomfortable to just say that it was fake information caused by contamination. Yes, or finding Lokia's whereabouts might be another way. As Paidler said, Lokia's appearance in the 7th tomb gave the impression of being a traitor. However, there were also points that coincided with Lokia's current actions. Diana, do you think this world is fair? What? That's right. In this world, if we have to be honest, we are the ones who pursue justice and liberation, but we are bound to suffer more than Jeep, who manipulates history and engages in all kinds of evil to become the ruler of the world. Is this really reasonable? What do you mean by that? Are you going to abandon your family? Now there is nothing left of my ideal in this family. Hey kin, we lost a lot fighting for Runkendal. Are you still going to tell me to fight more? What right do you have? The conversations Lokia had with Diana Keene in the picture. To Jean, Lokia seemed to be pursuing a proper world. And that was in line with what those who called for the resurrection of the sun god wanted. Sun goddess believed that when the sun god returns, the world will become perfect. By the way, it is presumed that it was Lokia or a witch who contaminated the painting. I don't know why. Whatever the reason for polluting the painting, Sagaju eventually erased the fake history created by the pollution and faced the truth, so his purpose would have been a failure. Isn't the reason obvious? The person who polluted the picture was targeting me. The goal must have been to break my spirit through fake history and make me run wild. It's probably because I feel burdened when I come back with my strength back. Oh, you know how to say such sensible things, Mirakan. And if I'm feeling burdened, it's most likely Lokia and not the witch. It is true that I am great, but there is nothing scary about witches. Afterwards, Mirakan and Leet continued their conversation, immersed in memories of their old colleagues. Mirakan shed so many tears in the painting that he never had to cry again, and that sadness still remains in his heart. I knew very well that for their sake I had to stand up and move forward. Jean and his new colleagues never intended to spend time like that. Jean stepped away and looked at the reports. Not much has changed in the war between Jeep and the enemy tribe. The time spent in the painting was only about 3 days, so it was only natural. Even with the addition of Alona, is the overall picture a close match? If Alona hadn't been there, the enemy tribe would have been in a good mood from the beginning. There have been no reports yet that Jeepel appears to have found the enemy tribe's stronghold. Jiffel must be aware that their headquarters is somewhere underground. However, it is fortunate that they do not wantonly destroy the world with Alona at the forefront. It would be a burden for our union to do something like that. Likewise, the Jiakmyong people kept their declaration of war. The war continues while absolutely excluding the casualties of the general public. Jean felt a little proud of that fact. If it weren't for the Bamul alliance, the world would have turned into hell due to their war. Whoa! Suddenly, the communication device placed in the office made a heavy resonant sound. It was a communication request from Tychon. Confucius Jean. Please speak, King. Amaris just said that it looks like Zephyrin has woken up from unconsciousness. Amaris assumed that Zephyrin was one of her heads. Therefore, as soon as Amaris woke up, Zephyrin and Orgel lost consciousness together. In fact, the moment they lost consciousness and Amaris woke up coincided perfectly. Then I guess I'll have to go get them a fair price for my last deal. Not long ago, Kinzalo asked Jean to protect him from the enemy clan for a while. Instead of accepting the request, Jean decided to receive a large amount of steel and a way for Kinzalo to bypass the demon wall and bring the demons. I'm still receiving steel, but I haven't heard anything about demons yet. This is because Orgel and Zephyrin, the subjects who brought the demons to Kinzalo, were unconscious. Are you going right now? Yes, I will return to Tychon, not the Garden of Swords. I understand, Confucius. Please travel carefully. Kinjalo new headquarters. This time Bouvard and Anas were sitting in front of the front door watching the ants while playing, and when they saw the red owl appear they jumped up. Hey me! Those crazy people are breaking into someone else's front yard like this again. Jean Runkendal has attacked again. Jean ignored them and passed by, but not Mirakan. Wow! He had to change his human form to his real face to scare them. Ugh! If you hit me, it will reach my sister. Quick, get out. Bouvard and Anas were distraught and disappeared through the front door. Jean and Mirakan also slowly followed them towards the main gate. I came to receive something from your leader, so get out of the way. Report to your superiors for a moment. Jean waited for the gatekeepers for a while. If I ignored the gatekeepers and entered Orgel might react as extremely as last time. Of course now that Mirakin is with him, he won't be able to do that no matter how bad Orgel's mood is. Go in. Hey, are you brave? I spoke informally to this Mr. Mirakin. The gatekeeper trembled, unable to even look at Mirakin. As I entered I felt the demon's hostile gaze just like last time. However, there were no demons who tried to attack him as clumsily as then. Rather, they just looked like animals baring their teeth for no reason because they were afraid. Will I be able to get an answer today as to how on earth they are brought in? Of course your feelings are different when you enter the bathroom and when you leave it. Kingelo could have argued that he had already paid enough for the last deal. But if Orgel and Zephyrin have any thoughts, they won't know that now is the time to cooperate with me. There is no law that says the Red Myong tribe will only continue to fight with Jipal. Kingelo was the opposite of the Jiakmyong clan in many ways. The beastmen were unable to resist at all, and the combat power of the demons that Jean had confirmed so far could not handle the key figures and technology of the enemy tribe. Jean Runkendal, we haven't said yet that we're ready to pay for our last deal. How did you come to see me and my master awake like ghosts? It's been a while, Zephyrin. Shall I guess? It looks like the big snake Amaris is with you. Jean smiled at Zephyrin, who suddenly said Amaris' name. So you were also one of Amaris' heads? Zephyrin did not completely deny that statement. It's one of the heads. It depends on who you think the body of the big snake belongs to. There were 9 heads to begin with. Hey, demon dragon. In that case it's simple. The head that owns the body now is the owner. You didn't fall off like a bunch of grapes because you were weaker than Mr. Amaris. Well, it might seem that way right now. Anyway, here you are again being rude. My master must have given Lord Jean ample warning last time. It's already been a while since I made a deal with Vishkal. It's your fault for being late in paying the price, so I hope you don't say nonsense like you're going to settle the matter with me again. I feel it every time we meet, but Jean Kyung is so hateful. At most I have already received a large amount of compensation for stopping a couple of enemy scoundrels. Because a promise is a promise. Can you tell us how we are bringing in demons for royalties? By bypassing the Bangma wall guarded by a large snake. Surprisingly, Zephyrin got straight to the point. While she was unconscious due to Amaris, she regained some of her ancient memories. Oh, how refreshing. I didn't know you would bring up the story about Bangma wall first. It's not such a big secret anymore. Since all information about the underworld has already been revealed to the general public, it will only be a matter of time before the identity of the Bangma wall and those living beneath it are revealed. There is usually only one case where the opponent solves the trick information first. When he also wants something. Although he was said to be the price of a deal, Zephyrin could engage in conversation passively as much as he wanted. The Bangma wall has already been partially destroyed, Sir Jean. Amaris probably doesn't remember this, so I would have asked you to find out how we control demons. Part of it has already been destroyed? It was destroyed by the ancient Ming royal family, the Qing Ming tribe and the Red Ming tribe. At that time Amaris urgently repaired the demon wall. But at that time some of the demons living underground had already escaped to the middle world. Between above ground and underground. Then the demons that Kingelo is controlling now are not completely underground but demons that lived in the middle? Yes, so Amaris had no choice but to not know. Because we didn't bring those under the Bangma wall in the first place. The same goes for the Jiakmyong tribe. They were able to come out because they did not live under the Bangma wall. Middle world. That's how Zephyrin expressed the space between above ground and underground. What about the battle of the guardians of the Holy Kingdom? At that time, the demons of the middle world and the peak demon wall were mixed. Unlike our master, which Hilurum is a person who can directly summon demons under the demon wall. The more I listened, the more my questions about the underground and demons grew. What I was most curious about was why Zephyrin was so cooperative in solving the information. It's not like he just wants to boast about having his memories back. Finding out Zephyrin's intentions was simple. I see. Okay, let's just get up. As soon as Jean stood up as if to turn around, Zephyrin blinked. Isn't there more to hear? Oh, is there more? I thought it was over because they kept talking so much. It was a sufficient explanation as to how you Kinzalo brought the demons. In any case, you guys don't have much interaction with the demons under the Bangma wall. It looks like Orgel is not here right now. Zephyrin suppressed his irritation and glared at Jean and Murakan for a moment. What are you looking at? Let's have a fight. As Murakan frowned, Zephyrin sighed. I'm so sick of it. Since when did this happen? Since when did we Kinzalo start to get swayed by you guys? Why is it always like this? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Does it hurt? Okay, please sit down again. I will share most of what we know about the underground. Jean smiled. You should have said this a long time ago, Zephyrin. Looking at your attitude, it seems like you're in a position where you have to say something disappointing to us again. That's the way it is. But I'm sure we're not the only ones who are disappointed, Jean Kyung. The Bangma wall has been collapsing recently. Bangma wall? I've never heard anything like that from Amaris. The Great Snake originally had 9 heads. But now only Amaris owns the body. There is bound to be a big difference between Amaris' abilities before she fell asleep and Amaris' abilities now. The Bangma wall is the border that divides the entire above-ground and underground parts of the world. Zephyrin added that the current Amaris cannot perfectly detect the entire area. What is the basis for the Bangma wall collapsing? Demon King Jito. He is regaining his strength. Jito? Zephyrin winked and Bianca brought a steel box. Inside was a huge ring. What is this? This is the seal of Ring Demon King Jito. It appears to be quite large. A person could use it as a belt. Look here where the seal is engraved. It has a light purple glow, right? As he said, the complex seal pattern had a purple glow. The light of this seal appears when Jito gives orders throughout the demon world. And this is the first time something like this has happened in all the time we've kept this seal. Jito is giving orders to the demons of the underworld. Then that means he's already woken up. Songguk is storing his most important body, so although he has awakened, he has not fully regained his strength. The light formed on the seal is also very faint. We are assuming that he may have just regained consciousness. One thing I can tell you for sure is that I cannot control the problems that occur with Zito's body. Even if it were possible to control it, I don't think I would. No matter what I say, it may be hard to believe, but it would be very burdensome for me to see him waking up right now. I remembered a conversation I had with Orgel when we were temporary allies with Kinjalo. At that time Orgel also said that Jito was a disgrace to the demons, but he was like a teacher to him. So Orgel is not here now and you came instead? As soon as your master regained consciousness, he went to negotiate with the demons under the Bangma wall. It sounds like the demons under the Bangma wall are already in a situation where they can come out. For now, only special demons can stay in the middle world for a while. However, with just a little time you will soon be able to cross the middle world and come up to the ground. Maybe all demons. A shadow spread across Zephyr's face. It didn't seem like he was acting. If Kinjalo had a friendly relationship with Zito in the first place, he should have continued to aim for his eyes in the Holy Kingdom. Because Orgel knew that Jito's eyes were in the Holy Kingdom. Jito was an immortal who wanted to become a new order. Did he try to rule the world through pain? He could almost be said to be a crazy person who shouldn't be associated with him. He was a monster that even his 9-headed body could not guarantee victory over. I don't remember how he died. Also, according to Amaris, Jito was a being far from the resurrection of the sun god. It was inevitable that he would be at the opposite end of the spectrum from Orgel, who wanted the resurrection of the sun god. What are the negotiations Orgel wants to make with the underground demons? Near the collapsed Bangma wall in the middle world. Orgel suppressed his anxiety and walked towards the crack in the Bangma wall. Kinzalo's future would vary depending on which of the underground demon kings was the first to come to the middle world. Someone who opposed Zito had to appear first. Even though Zito had just opened his eyes, if the force following him was larger, there was a high possibility that Kinjalo's great cause would become distant once again. Orgel, is that you? Paolito, it's been a while. Paolito, he was the demon who fought against Jito most fiercely in Orgel's memories. Orgel sighed in relief and walked up to him and held out his hand. It's been a long time since I came out of the true demon realm. I also like the fact that I met you as soon as I came out. Paolito held Orgel's hand. You have ruled the demons who fell into the middle world for a long time. That's how it happened. But who did you hear about that? Hilurum, the witch who was your lover. Since the great snake fell asleep, who else could have conveyed your news to the Jinma realm? Well, it's a shame. What is the situation under the Bangma wall? We are always the same. Even though so many years have passed, everyone still dreams of living on Earth. Now that the Bangma wall has begun to fall, it may be time for that long-held dream to come true. Paolito took a long breath. It was no different from the underworld, but the fact that the air was closer to the ground gave him satisfaction. But this is probably not the answer you want to hear, Orgel. You may be wondering who the Jinma world is currently ruling over. I thought it was you. Since you were the first to break through the crack in the demon wall, aren't you the strongest in the demon world now? Please describe it accurately as the true magic world. Isn't the middle world currently called the demon world, an area where eliminated demons like you live? Orgel did not answer but looked at Paolito carefully again. A soft purple glow was coming from the ring on his finger. It matched perfectly with the light flowing from Jito's seal. That meant Paolito was following Zito's orders. In the past and now, the only king who rules the Jinma realm is Jito Orgel. I thought you were also called by Jito to visit the rift. Wasn't that right? Orgel did not answer but stared at Paolito. Orgel, why are you so surprised? I understand that Jito gave you the best seal. I can't help but be surprised because you are the person who resisted Jito most fiercely in the past. There was a time like that, but I realized it while fighting with Jito. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a fight, but I was able to survive thanks to Jito-sama's kindness to me. What do you mean you realized? The truth is that the order of the sun god is not that attractive. A perfect world where everything is predetermined. Looking back, isn't it a very boring world? That's probably why the sun god also met death. What we had to do was not to resurrect him, but to create a new order. Orgel knew better than anyone else what the new order Zito wanted. Violence and pain. Jito was a person who perfectly matched the image that humans commonly talked about as a demon king, demon god, and ruler of hell. They believed that only violence and pain can maintain order and balance in the world and even provide entertainment. Naturally, most demons at the time did not agree with Jito's ideas. However, Jito showed off his overwhelming power and quickly slaughtered those who resisted him, increasing his power. At that time, the leader of the anti-territorial forces was Paolito, who was right in front of me. Orgel could not help but be quite shocked by his betrayal. If Paolito has fallen to Zito, it means that there are almost no people in the underground who can stand up to Zito now. It was also a part that gave us an idea of why Jito woke up so suddenly. If the entire demon world was following Jito, a lot of manpower would have been invested to awaken his consciousness. But why was Zito's influence so high? When he and Amaris fell asleep, there was definitely peace in the underground. Most of those who followed Jito must have fallen, so why is this happening? Could it be that Paolito rallied the remaining followers and took action? Paolito smiled as if he had penetrated Orgel's intentions. I don't seem to understand why Jito was able to be resurrected. And that fact doesn't seem to be very welcome. Orgel came to his senses. It's a shame. Jito loves you more than anyone else. But you are rejecting Jito. I didn't know you had a taste for pain. I just think the world needs a new order. What does the ground look like as you see it? It's probably not much different from the underground. Isn't it full of all kinds of absurd things and lowly beings that escape their fate? We're just trying to purify them and make the world go right. Paolito defected and the underground was almost certainly ruled by Jito. Orgel could only hope that the anti-earthly forces remaining underground were at a significant level. I understand what you mean, so it wasn't a wasted step. I'll be leaving now, Paolito. As we go along, there will be a day when we meet again soon. Stop climbing. I have never allowed you to leave yet. Srung. A huge long sword was formed in Paolito's hand. The condensed purple magic energy blazed and instantly drove away the darkness. Leave. Orgel also slowly drew his sword. Because you are rejecting Jito's wishes, you have just been defined as my enemy. Are you really going to kick away the opportunity to follow in Jito's footsteps and become the king of the Jinma world someday? Jito still wants you. If I wanted that kind of movie and power, I wouldn't have stood up to Zito with you back then. I still can't let go of my vain dream of becoming a sun god. Shut up, Paelito. It is the only way for the world to become whole. Violence and fear? There were many monarchs in royalty who pursued such a simple method. I've never been successful. This is because it is a fundamentally imperfect means. A lowly human and the king of the true demon world cannot be the same Orgel. Now I see that you were the one who put Jito to sleep. If it weren't for you, we would have created paradise on earth by now. Paelito, there is only one thing I want to ask for. Request. It's not a very appropriate expression, but let's listen. What is it? Inviolability. Those who lived underground live only underground, and those who lived above ground live only above ground. If you do not accept this natural condition, it is war. Ha ha! Paelito burst out laughing so hard that his back broke. Then he immediately erased his expression and swung his sword. You need to feel the pain first, until your head becomes clear. Swak dash. Paelito's sword grazed Orgel's cheek. Orgel also reacted at that moment and left a stab wound on Paelito's shoulder. Is it the magic sword Vascula? Vascula, a forgotten memory came to mind. That was once Orgel's sword. In the past, Jito had the ability to seal an opponent's special abilities with a sword he made himself through the power of the sun god. For example, it blocks abilities such as the power of God or super regeneration through contracts. Orgel felt that the wound on his cheek was not healing. Vascula, the sword Jito made for you. I feel truly sad that I am cutting you down with this. The fact that you have Vascula means that Zito has chosen a new successor. Well, that's how I want it to be. Jito told me to help you hold this sword again. As long as it's just a gift, it's fine. The jokes have increased. Orgel did not actively respond to Paelito's attack, because now was not the right time to fight him. If he suffers a serious injury, now the threat of royalties will become burdensome even before Zito's return begins in earnest. Wow, you've grown up a lot. How dare you think you can handle this, Paelito, with that attitude? Have you really achieved that much on Earth? Sword Demon. It was a nickname that called Paelito in the basement. When it comes to swords, there is no demon who can surpass Paelito. Compared to you back then, it's unbelievable. I see that you can handle the speed with ease. There must have been enough to lead the eliminated demons. As for the attack itself, Orgel's momentum had not yet lost much ground. The problem was that the power of the Vascula demon sword was suppressing Orgel's abilities. Orgel's wound never recovered, while Paelito's wound was healing even before the blood began to flow. Other abilities, including the power of steel, were also blocked by Vascula's suppressing power. The only means that Orgel could use against Paelito was pure swordsmanship. Although that too is at a transcendental level. In Paelito's eyes, it was nothing more than an unfinished sword. Well, let me praise you anyway. The reason Jito chose you as his successor in the first place was not because of force. It's definitely surprising that you, who were just a low-level demon, have become so strong. This is an area that can only be achieved if you overcome fate several times. Surprisingly dash. Paelito's sword left an ugly mark on the floor. If I hadn't avoided it, my body would have been torn into several pieces. However, Orgel thought about the crack in the Bangma wall more than his own body. It seemed like every time his and Paelito's swords clashed, it had a little effect on the cracks in the Bangma wall. Don't worry about the Bangma wall. If I could destroy it to this extent, you wouldn't have come all the way here. This is a good story to hear for the first time. But my patience is slowly reaching its limit. You've lost a lot of sense because you've been dealing with only beggars, Orgel. I am an opponent you cannot defeat even if you do your best. Out of respect for the past, this is the end of giving the sword some extra time. Paelito's eyes glowed purple. And the moment Orgel made eye contact with him, he had to feel the pain of his own eyes being cut. It was Paelito's will, not Vascula's, that cut out his eyes. The eyes! Because super regeneration does not occur, vision cannot return. Orgel had to fight the rest of the battle using only his senses. The state of the mind's eye and the mind sword had passed a long time ago, so his combat power would not have decreased as drastically as if his abilities had been sealed, but Orgel was already feeling the gap. He realized that he could never defeat Paolito in this state. Who? It's a red sword. You're surprising me more and more. I can't believe it has such precious power. Paolito said as he checked the red aura on Orgel's sword. It was a similar type of aura to the red moon Luna used in the past when she cut down Andre. Paolito showed caution for the first time and carefully pressured Orgel. No. I think it was because of this sword that you were able to put Jito to sleep. Was he hiding his power even then? Orgel did not respond but parried the attacks of Paolito. I didn't even have the energy to answer at all. Vascula's suppressing power was stronger than before, so much so that it was difficult for Orgel to even breathe. This was because if all of his abilities were blocked, he would have no choice but to face death, even if he did not receive any other fatal injuries. Orgel seems to be over now. In the end, Paolito dodged all of Orgel's last red blades and pierced his abdomen with his hand. Ugh! If he had been stabbed by Vascula instead of by hand, he would have died instantly. Orgel barely regained consciousness and glared at Paolito. There was not a single means of resistance left. Damn this! Our cause is so meaningless. Will the vice-captain be able to follow in my footsteps against monsters above and below ground? But Paolito had no intention of killing Orgel now. If this is enough, you will be able to reflect on your arrogance for daring to talk about war against the demon realm. Orgel, don't you dare go against Jito when even I can't handle it. It means to become Jito's successor again and contribute to establishing a new order. Paolito threw Orgel to the ground. Jito's mercy is vast, but it is not eternal. I hope you make the right choice as soon as possible before Jito's mercy turns into anger. Paolito looked down at the fallen Orgel and shrugged his shoulders. I almost died. He was speaking to himself, not to Orgel. If he had just killed Orgel, Paolito would have been executed by Zito. I never would have guessed that Orgel was already dead. What kind of power does he have to deny death? Seeing that it is blocked by Vascula, it doesn't seem to be the power of the sun god or a witch. For some reason I felt uncomfortable. The Orgel that Paolito remembers has always been like that since ancient times. The size of his force or authority was not very great, but there was always something that made the opponent feel uncomfortable. He's still a mysterious person, not least because he uses red power. However, if Jito finds out that he is already dead, there may be a change in the succession structure. Paolito slowly walked towards the crack in the Bangma wall. From earlier, the unpleasant sensation of the energy of the Bangma wall pressing on and pulling him continued. But now it's not long before this terrible feeling ends. The underground demons are finally preparing to ascend to the surface and dominate the surface. Paolito threw himself onto the cliff below the crack. After the fall continued for quite a long time, a blinding light spread into his eyes. My whole body felt hot as if it was burning. This was because in order to climb the crack in the Bangma wall, one had to pass by the artificial sun. Now only those who could handle the terrible heat of the artificial sun could cross the crack in the Bangma wall. Soon, once the curse on the Bangma wall was lifted, it would be possible to cross the middle world and ascend to the ground. As the heat of the artificial sun began to fade, the familiar scenery of the underworld came into view. Paolito landed on a plane in the true demon world and headed straight to the Sword Demon Castle. Are you here, Paolito? Is Sakil Zito awake now? You have just entered recovery. I think it would be better to postpone the report until later. I guess so. I met Orgel in the middle world. Was he carrying on Jito's wishes? No, it's just as the witch said. They still want the resurrection of the sun god. They even threatened war if we invaded the ground. You're still cocky. He is also someone who deserves it. Have you heard any other information about the surface? Does not exist. I think it would be better to find out about that by making a deal with the witch before completing the transfer. Since we have already secured the approximate power structure and the situations of important people, I wonder if it is right to take the risk of making a deal with the witch. That is also ultimately a matter for Jito to decide. Anyway, I'd like to cross swords with the Royal Soren Runkendal. A man that even witches would admire. This is unimaginable if it were the royalties we knew. That kind of person is born. Shiren Runkendal is now wandering through the witch's realm, so he can't go back to royalties, right? Because he is a person who transcends fate, it is an unknown area. Part of the witch's territory is connected to the underground, so you may be able to see it here even if you don't need royalties. Because these are all areas where transfer is impossible. Transition. The demons of the true demon world were preparing to send most of the underworld to the surface. The intention is to bring all the land, excluding some areas overlapping with the witch's territory, to the surface. They had no plans to operate based in the middle world like the Jiakmyong tribe. Maybe so, but it's strange. Why is someone who has no interest in the resurrection of the sun god so obsessed with the realm of witches? Well, it may simply be a struggle to become stronger, or there may be other information the witch is not telling us. Either way, it's a pity that I won't be able to meet him right away when I get to the surface. Still, there are some people who can satisfy Paelito's thirst, so don't be too disappointed. They will be less affected by Vascula, so they won't be as bland as Orgel. No, I should consider fighting without Vascula in the first place. If it ends in vain like this, you'll just want to kill everyone. Paelito and Sakiel climbed the walls of the Sword Demon Castle. I could see the cityscape shining pale in the light of the artificial sun. When Sakiel imagined the real sun shining on them, his heart sank for a moment and he wiped away tears. Paelito chuckled and gave him a handkerchief. I'm sorry for being ugly. That could be true. Have you heard any news from the Jiakmyong tribe beggars yet? Yes, it looks like you haven't noticed the crack yet. It's probably because they're busy fighting a war with Jeep. You will realize it soon. If they come near the crack, let me know immediately. Although they are ruined and buried, they will still possess the core technologies and abilities that can resurrect the sun god. By the way, those bastards shouldn't cause the sun god to wake up. I understand, Paelito. The moment the two people talked to that point, a demon urgently looked for Paelito. Master Paelito, what's going on? Bassett's army is currently raiding Dylus Castle. A request for support has been sent. It looks like Bassett has already recovered from the wounds he inflicted on me last time. Open the door, I will leave immediately. It's inviolable, Zephyrin? What is it, demon dragon? Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Suddenly Zephyrin began to break into a cold sweat and tremble. Jean sensed that something was wrong with Orgel. It looks like something happened to Orgel. Zephyrin took a moment to catch his breath and honestly told the truth. That's right, Jean Kyung. It looks like the negotiations went awry. Beyond that, wasn't Orgel attacked? Looking at your condition, it looks like you've suffered quite a blow. You almost died. What? Orgel? Jean and Murakin currently do not know Orgel's exact combat power. However, it was clear that he was currently at the top of the royal list. Since he even possessed various powers, it was not easy to imagine Orgel falling into the danger of death. Are the demons of the demon dragon underground that strong? In general, it's similar to royalties. Just as not all royalties are like that, some special underground ones are very strong. Of course, the individual demons in the underground are not at a level comparable to ordinary humans. Their technological prowess is also superior to that on the ground, like the Jiakmyong tribe. You're spitting out all the information. Do you want to form a temporary alliance with us like before because of underground forces? That's not up to me to decide. And whether or not a temporary alliance is formed. If the underground demons move in earnest, the Bamul alliance will eventually be burdened. And when we look back, we usually just spilled information to Jean. That's what makes me angry. I heard from Amaris that the ancient losers were the Jiakmyong tribe and the Chongmying tribe. But are the underground demons more dangerous than the enemy tribe? The reason Jean Lord was able to scare the Red Ming tribe was because they were not as strong as they were back then. The current Jiakmyong tribe has no fighting spirit, and their manpower and resources are nothing compared to those of those days. But they are not underground demons. The underground demons are completely alive and well. They have never been sealed and buried like other demons who escaped the Red Ming or Qing Ming clan true demon worlds, and have always lived in the world under the demon wall. Or you could say that I survived. During that long period of time, there was constant war in the Jinma world. It was only recently that Jito regained consciousness and unification was nearing its end, but not all forces resisting Jito disappeared. Zephyrin didn't know all of that either, because I only recently found ancient memories. However, it was immediately possible to guess that unification under Jito was not far off. Orgel almost died when he went to negotiate. The fact that the master was on the verge of death means that the demons that have come out of the crack are most likely Jito's minions. If I were a demon who wanted the resurrection of the sun god, there would be no reason to have a conflict with my master. It means that Jito is currently holding the hegemony of the underworld. Then, the first thing to do when those underground demons are active is decided. Zephyr nodded at Jin's words. Yes, I'm sure Songguk will try to retrieve Jito's eyes that he keeps. That means that a second battle of the Holy Kingdom may take place in the world soon. Jin was lost in thought for a moment. I guess the key is how powerful Jito and the demons of the underworld are. However, no matter how strong they are, it is difficult for the great powers of the earth to form a temporary alliance like during the Battle of the Beasts. Jiffel is already at war with the enemy tribe. For some reason Jin had the feeling that there would be a higher chance that Zippel would join hands with the demons or enemy clans of the underworld. In that case, what's left is the Bamul Alliance and Kinzalo. Zephyrin is continuing the conversation as if he already has an alliance in mind. Otherwise, there was no reason to spit out information like this. Even if it wasn't an alliance, it was almost certain that Kinjalo would have to receive help from the Bamul Alliance. Anyway, it is true that if the demon called Jito is really a madman who tries to rule the world through pain, he is a public enemy. Even if it's not a temporary alliance, it would be good for us to prepare by using Kinzalo appropriately. While I was thinking, a commotion came from outside. Orgel has just returned to the new headquarters. When I went outside, I saw a crushed steel door and Orgel being supported by members. Jean Runkendal. Orgel, I only heard about Zephyr's story until now. It looks like you were completely broken by the demons of the underworld. The compatibility was not good. Oh really? But Orgel, it seems to me that you didn't run away on your own, but that you were able to come back alive thanks to some mercy. Could it be that you made some kind of deal with the underworld? Jean just threw this out, but Orgel didn't think for a moment and obediently told him the truth. Jito, he is trying to make me his successor. That's why I was able to live. A successor? Let's go in first. After entering the conference room again, Orgel took a long time to catch his breath. He seemed to have no intention of hiding his defeat and injury from Jean and Mirakan. Jito has wanted me to succeed him for a long time. From what I heard from Ameri's, Jito is a person who wants to rule the world through violence and pain. Okay. He once unified the underground in that way in ancient times. The basement of those days, which I personally experienced. It was a hell that had never been unleashed before. There have been many tyrants and massacres on the surface, but they are cute compared to when he unified the underground. Why is such a crazy person trying to make you his successor? It's not normal for you, Kinzalo, to talk about purification, but it seems like the routes are clearly different, right? I don't know that either. Strangely enough, he was always kind to me, even though I have never agreed with his ideology. Maybe it's because he saw something in me, or maybe there's no reason at all. There may be no reason. Orgel truly thought so. As far as he knew, Zito was a good enough person. Do you have any idea why Zito woke up? There may be many reasons. Some underground forces constantly attempted to awaken Jito. 500 years ago, during the Battle of the Guardians of the Holy Kingdom, they made a deal with a witch to get Jito's eyes back. In the end, they probably succeeded. Lokia Ganesto may be involved. Before killing me, Lokia said her goal was the resurrection of the sun god. That's why he killed all his colleagues and left only Bale alive. They said they would completely erase the current world and restore a normal world. It was said to be the original form of the world, and Lokia used everything for that purpose. The family, the witch, and even the jeep. They there is a high possibility that even the creation of the evil spirit this time was influenced by Lokia. Jean suddenly remembered what Paidler said just before he disappeared. The evil spirit and the demon called Jito have something in common. If Lokia really wants to erase and rebuild the world, Zito is one of the most suitable cards. Even if Lokia did not have a direct influence on Zito's resurrection, Zito's actions of pursuing violence and pain would ultimately help her achieve her goals. And now, I can't even describe it as a certain force. Even the demons who were the leaders of the anti-Jito forces are following him. Oh, you were broken by that demon? As Murakin sneered, Orgel shrugged his shoulders. This is a person named Pialeto Belgasium. In the demon world he is called the Sword Demon, and the sword he uses, Vascula, has the ability to block powers. I was beaten without even being able to use my hands properly. Still, a demon of your size could turn into a blood clot so easily just because he lost some of his powers? Are you a little weaker than I thought? Think whatever you want. You haven't found any news about Lokia yet, right? The person most needed to find Lokia has not yet arrived. I guess we'll have to talk again after he starts work. He refers to the head illusionist of the Bakmag family in the 3 demon realms of the middle world. As soon as Orgel regained his memories of Losha, he had Shagal Bakma summon him. But it's a little strange that the demon king named Jito wants a successor. What? If you are in perfect health, there is no reason to seek a successor in advance, right? Of course, he may be a divine being who can kill you at any time, but for now he is only in the stage of regaining his strength, so it is strange that he kept the spark alive. That was something Orgel had never thought about. I see. Furthermore, there is something strange about the assumption that Rokia was involved in Zito's resurrection. Lokia's goal is completely different from what Jito pursues. The resurrection of the sun god. However, if Jito was revived, wouldn't that mean that Lokia has the means to control Jito? After the world has been destroyed to the extent necessary, Jito will have to be abandoned. The same assumption can be applied to past evil spirits. That is also true. I don't know what kind of world that damn bug wants to achieve through the resurrection of the sun god. Whatever it was far from Kinjalo's ideal. Kinzel Sana's sun god is a member of the Jiakmyong tribe Lokia. They all want the resurrection of the sun god, but the results they seek to achieve through him are different. I don't even know what the basis is for believing that Jito can be controlled. For now, it's all just speculation. Do you have any idea as to the approximate time when one side of the Bangma wall completely collapsed and the underground demons came up? It is not surprising even if demons come to the ground within a few days. That much? When I went down to negotiate, honestly, I never imagined that I would lose. This is because I was convinced that even if I were to become the best person in the demon world, I would have to expend a tremendous amount of strength to get through the crack in the demon wall and ascend to the middle world. However, Pialeto was not very tired after crossing the rift. That meant that the crack in the Bangma wall was much larger than Orgel expected. If he had been exhausted, even taking Vascula into account, I would not have suffered this much. Of course, asking for a few days is assuming the worst-case scenario. I don't know the exact time. We just have to hope that the Earth can prepare for at least one more day. Can we repair the Bangma wall even now? It is impossible. With the power that the big snake has now, it is difficult to even prevent the cracks in the Bangma wall from getting bigger. Amaris was not even aware that a crack had appeared in a part of the Bangma wall. But wouldn't it be a good idea to give it a try? It's dangerous. If you go back and tell the big snake, you'll probably get a similar reaction. Cracks in the Bangma wall will tend to repair themselves when they get close to a large snake, and if the large snake's strength is insufficient at that time, side effects will occur. As Orgel said, it was only a matter of time before the demons of the true demon world came to Earth. There is only so much we can hope for. Jean Runkendal. The first is that the Bangma wall lasts much longer than we expected. Second, as you said, there is a reason why Zito is obsessed with a successor. The reason is that it is scheduled to disappear soon. Thirdly, even if the underground forces fully awaken, will the ground be able to handle it? Okay. For example, Jito is a being who has a high possibility of becoming a public enemy like an evil spirit. However, the situation is not appropriate to form a temporary alliance like then. Jipal was already in the midst of a war with the enemy clan, and unlike during the time of the Hung Shin, the power of the underground forces had not even been properly revealed yet. There is no reason to hastily form a temporary alliance. Jean also did not want to join hands one more time with enemies that he would eventually have to eliminate someday. Above all, I came here after confirming the truth from 1,000 years ago. Ziffel and Runkendal were destined to never exist in the same sky. Even putting aside the Red Horse War, Murakan would never tolerate an alliance with Jeep. The same was true for Jean, the head of the family's small household. However, since they are a public enemy, unless Zippel joins hands with Jiha, they will naturally have to fight against them as well. From the perspective of the Bamul alliance, it would be best if the main forces of Zippel, including Ilona Ziffel and the underground, were destroyed in the process. I have no intention of doing that. There is only one case where the three powers form a temporary alliance again. When Jito brings a greater danger than during the time of the evil god, we have no choice but to choose between the destruction of the world and an alliance. I think so too. Just Jean Runkendal. We Kinselo would like to make one promise to you. Promise? Even if we do not form a temporary alliance, we will spare no effort in providing all kinds of support if necessary when the Bamul alliance fights the underground. Without anything in return? Yes. Whether it's information about the underground or military history, we will support everything. Are you trying to blow your nose without using your hands? General Pitcha, aren't you also waiting for us to find Lokia with the same mindset? The idea is to use each other when we need to use each other. Jean shrugged his shoulders and nodded. Well, there's no reason to throw it away when they say they'll help you for free. Personally, I'm a bit used to getting things for free from Kinjalo. Hearing those words makes me want to take back what I just said. My great-grandfather said that a number of days is not returned and a number of days is not returned. Let's look forward to Kinjalo's unlimited support without compensation. Also information about Lokia Ganesto. Although it may be obnoxious, it was fortunate for Orgel that Jean decided to accept support. Even if it is not, an alliance connection is clearly necessary. I guess I should go back now. Take care of yourself, Orgel. Tower of Stories. Baradin was drinking tea with Ilona when he suddenly saw her startled. Why are you doing this? Ilona. Something powerful has awakened. Something mighty has awakened? Are you sure they are from the Jiakmyong tribe? I also thought that the power that awoke from underground would be the Jiakmyong tribe, but no. It's a completely different kind of energy than the energy you usually feel from them. It's similar to the demon race. It's a demon. You said it was underground for a while. Could it be that the energy Ilona is feeling right now is not the same? Ilona pointed with her finger to a distant place outside the window. I can feel an indescribably huge force over there. And this power is clearly human. Baradin stared at where her finger was pointing. The open plain of Thea was visible. And suddenly Baradin remembered an area reached after passing through the plains of Thea, several kingdoms and unprotected areas. The appearance of a human known to be there. Black Sea. At those words, Ilona slowly nodded. The power she felt was clearly coming from a person in the Black Sea. Gleek Kjals Nurgan Morganil. 5 kings of the Black Sea. Soren's expedition team was finally engaged in battle with S following Kyle. It was the king of the Black Sea whom we met almost 4 years after the last battle with Kyle. The reason that there has not been a single death in the expedition so far was only because of the existence of a man named Soren Runkendal. And Soren had no intention of letting his daughter and the knights die this time either. By the way, the legendary monster Ozdak is now officially a member of Runkendal. Vanessa, you should sneak out and get Ozdak. From now on he won't be able to withstand the aftermath. It had already been 2 days since the battle with Su began. Ozdak left the battlefield as soon as he encountered Su and fell far into the rear, but Soren expected that the shock of the battle would now be felt there. I understand, let's go. Luna, can you hold out any longer? I'm still fine, father. You've grown. Because we are enduring some of the worst areas on Earth. Even though he continues to fight for his life. Soren's expedition party had a very different atmosphere than before. The eyes of the knights who were dying from exposure to chaos were full of vitality and fighting spirit as before entering the Black Sea, and Soren's passion for enjoying the fight was evident. For example, it wasn't as dark and miserable as before. It is a completely different atmosphere from the time when they thought that the only future given to them was to die while exploring the Black Sea or become a monster. Behind it all was the awakening of poetry. Soren was freed from his demonic powers just before the fight with Sue began. As Vanessa left the battlefield, Luna and the Black Knights regrouped behind Soren. Poetry, how is it possible to be so fine? After killing my brother Kyle, he must have suffered from demonic powers. I couldn't understand. The 5 kings of the Black Sea were all convinced that Soren would eventually become like them. Soren will cut down the will of the gods who brought down the 5 kings of the Black Sea, and the kings of the Black Sea will finally be reborn as perfect beings. The power he possessed was something a human should never have. I suffered for a long time. I can't count the moments when I almost ended up being just like you. You mean you overcame all those moments? What on earth made you like that? The will to transcend fate is like a consumable. Permanent transcendence is impossible for both immortals and mortals. You must have already used all the will you have. I don't know yet about permanent transcendence. My lifespan is not infinite, so when it runs out, won't my will also fall asleep? But you won't have to watch that happen. You disappear from me here today. Soren grinned and continued talking. There was no trace of marriage anywhere in that proud and dignified appearance. The only thing that can stop me is death. But there is no being left in the world who can kill me. Chiron, you bastard! He could only feel indignant. This was because when faced with Chiron, it was impossible not to believe it. He had no choice but to admit the arrogance of saying that now nothing could kill him. Was watching. The sword that the first mortal to overcome demonic nature aimed at himself. Just by looking at it, my whole body felt torn and cut, and my insides were being violated. Even when Kyle was murdered. The kings of the Black Sea judged that Soren had taken one more step toward uniting them. Kyle's disappearance is painful, but Soren has simply absorbed all the chaos he had. In the end, Chiron will bear all of Kyle's chaos and become a being like them. How on earth did this happen? Brothers, now Soren Runkendal is not a being who will bring us back together, but has become a being who destroys us. He was accepting the fact that it was a misjudgment. From the beginning, Soren was not an imperfect being divided into 5 like them, but a monster that stood alone. The moment Barasada moved, Sue released a huge amount of soul energy and tried to block Soren's approach. It was shaped like a dog with one eye, and its huge body instantly disappeared into the soul. The Sentai Black Knights and Luna were unable to follow Sue's movements. No matter how big a whale is, its location cannot be known if it swims in the deep sea. However, Soren immediately erased the spirit that had attacked him and the Luna Knights and captured the space where Sue was trying to hide. You said you would disappear on this spot today. Poetries will soon become words, and those words become an unavoidable sentence. Barasada was poking exactly at the center of Sue's eye. The pupil healed immediately, but Sue shuddered at the fact that nearly 10% of the soul energy that formed him had already disappeared. No matter how transcendent the power of Changseong is, he cannot extinguish the soul energy of the 5 kings of the Black Sea at such a rapid rate. As far as he knew, there were only 3 people who could do something like this. The god who created the witch Hilurim gods, and their largest sculpture Morganil. Changseong, does this mean there is a realm beyond that? My sword is the same as before. It's just that the demonic nature has disappeared, so I can wield it with a clear mind. Swak dash. Sue's head fell to the floor. Luna and the Black Knights of the squadron assisted Soren by cutting down the spirit that was trying to reconnect his neck and torso. Among the expedition members, Soren was still the only one capable of dealing a fundamental and fatal blow to the kings of the Black Sea. However, Luna's heart sword Jiaquil was also able to produce power similar to Changseong's power. Save your red sword energy, Luna. There is a limited number of times you can use that sword before you reach the same level as me. Luna understood Soren's words to mean preparing for other Black Sea kings to come in the future. Now was not a situation where he had to help his father by using the red moon excessively. I understand, father. Every time Soren swung his sword, the dark area he was forming was being cut off like Hanji. If Vanessa had not been sent in advance, Ozdak would not have been able to handle the aftermath and would have died. Even as Soren began to conclude a settlement with Sue, he suddenly remembered Ozdak's foolish appearance and smiled. By now the guy must have been shouting Egmina and clinging to Vanessa. The youngest guy sent me treasure, Ozdak. If it weren't for his unique, frivolous, and petty personality, I would have completely lost my humanity before I met him. The battle continued like that. Sue just put up a meaningless and harsh resistance while Soren slowly but one-sidedly and surely put pressure on Sue. Sometimes large or small wounds appeared on Soren's body. However, like in Kyle's soul, energy did not seep into the wounds like poison. The skin is torn and red blood flows. It is no different from being injured by an ordinary weapon from an ordinary being. Even then, there were no deep wounds that resulted in broken bones or damaged muscles or organs. Chiron was literally overwhelming Sue. Luna and the previous Black Knights only got a few scratches, but that was because they were so cornered that they couldn't even care about anyone else except Suga Chiron. Quaduk dash. Soon Soren struck Barasada once more into the fallen Kyle's eye. Sue, who was so huge now, seemed to be similar in size to Soren. More than 90% of the souls who had achieved maturity perished in Barasada. How on earth? How can this be? What made you overcome your devilishness? Poetry. At those words Soren was lost in thought for a moment. If I had to choose one. Are you choosing? Does this mean that you yourself don't know the reason? As Sue said, Soren did not know exactly why his demonic nature suddenly disappeared. A few hypotheses vaguely came to mind. Maybe it's because I want to see my youngest grow up, and I'm a little curious about the other children I couldn't give affection to. I wonder what the family looks like now. This is crazy. How can something like that be a reason to explain who you are now? Just things like that. Haha, it must be that or something else. Sarun. After the last cry of resentment, Sue's voice was no longer heard. Soren clicked his tongue as he looked down at the figure disintegrating into particles and disappearing. It was a weaker piece than Kyle. Now the only ones left are Nergand and Morganil. Everyone worked hard. Luna and the Black Knights of the squadron bowed their heads. Soren took a moment to admire the scenery of the Black Sea, which had become brighter than before as soon as Sue died. Then he turned around, baring his teeth as if something fun had happened. It was on the side where Vanessa and Ozdak were. Father. Who? It looks like the potential and fighting spirit I was hoping for when I was young has finally come to fruition. The guy who wandered around the lowlands of the sword for a long time. I don't know what you're talking about, matriarch. A nice guy came to visit me. Luna and the previous Black Knights could not understand those words for a while. Who on earth could come to this deepest and most terrible land in the world? Nice guy. Of course that didn't mean Vanessa and Ozdak. Soren was feeling the energy of a Runkendal who had just met Vanessa and Ozdak. Could it be? The youngest has come? Soren did not respond but maintained his gaze. Luna and the squadron Black Knights also quietly watched Soren's direction. The nice guy that Soren was talking about was now running towards Soren like crazy. Soren didn't care to move closer or call his name for him because he was tired. This was because it was an action that undermined his struggle to overcome this place alone. Finally he managed to trudge to the front of Soren and got down on one knee. Luna and the Black Knights of the Sentai were unable to close their mouths in amazement from the moment they began to see him. I see you, the head of the family. Soren bent down and personally raised him up and answered as follows. You worked hard to get here, Zed. How dare you impress me for once? Jed Runkendal, the only surviving one of Soren's brothers. He left the Garden of Swords as soon as Rosa went crazy and headed for the Black Sea. This was because it was judged that Soren's return was the only way to restore the family from chaos. That was already 4 years ago. For 4 years he sailed alone through the Black Sea without even a map. The expedition team currently facing Zed knew better than anyone else how great this was. It was something that was extremely close to impossible. In the first place, Zed's strength was only 8 stars. Since he had Runkendal's blessed body, He could be considered a 10-star skilled person, but it was impossible for him to reach the depths of the Black Sea. This is something that even real 10 stars cannot do. However, Zed was now facing Soren. Luna shed tears as she recalled the many hardships and absurd things he had experienced, and the former Black Knights who had been close to Zed for a long time also felt emotional. Only Chiron and Zed were calmly looking into each other's eyes. It's been a while since we met. What is the head of the family? I thought that if I started calling him Hyungnim, he might get angry and complain that I didn't address him properly. You did that often when you were young. Soren smiled, recalling the time when he scolded Zed as a child. After overcoming his demonic nature, Chiron started laughing like that more often. And Zed looked at that and immediately recognized the change in Chiron. I should have scolded you less then. I see you worrying about that even at moments like this. You've changed, brother. For the better. That's how it happened. Zed chuckled for a while and then made a dark expression. Brother, what I came to see was embrace. It must be because of Rosa. How did you know? I met the youngest in my world. And I also know that he finally cut down his chest. There was a hint of bitterness in Soren's voice. Zed also recognized that there was sadness buried in that bitterness. Soren, who has overcome his demonic nature, has human sensibilities unlike before. Of course, even excluding his demonic nature, he was clearly feeling the sadness of losing his wife, although it was not a normal emotion since he had lived intoxicated with swords and blood for such a long time. However, as the head of the family, he could not grieve because he was away from the family then and now due to Rosa's sin. You cut off the chest? For Zed, that was inevitably more shocking than the fact that Soren was sad. The reason he risked his life in the first place was to come to the Black Sea. You must have been wandering around the Black Sea the whole time, so you don't know anything about the outside world. No, my brother has been in the Black Sea much longer than me. You will know when you reach the same level as me. Zed was speechless for a moment but then nodded. Ha! First, please tell me in detail. Did the youngest really cut himself in the chest? So what happened to the family? I didn't need to come here? It is true that the youngest was cut in the chest. I don't know what happened to the family after that. However, if he is the youngest, he will definitely be leading the team well. And it's a good thing you came to see me. Why is that so? Have you not become stronger? Even if a powerful enemy like the evil spirit threatens the family again, many people in the family will now rely on you and lean on you. Even if there is no hope, I will look at you and think of you. If it's Zed Runkendal, he might be able to turn things around. It wasn't just a compliment about the miraculous passage through the Black Sea. Soren was sincerely confident that Zed had achieved such an accomplishment. And in this world, there is no one who can more accurately recognize an opponent's skills than Chiron. Zed has finally entered the realm of transcendence. In Chiron's view, it was not the beginning but the middle. Ozdak. Yes, old man. Set the table appropriately. I guess I should at least have a meal with my younger brother, whom I haven't seen in a while. Okay. Hi indeed. Earlier when Vanessa and I bumped into each other, we just kept walking in silence, so someone did something, and it turned out to be the older woman's younger sister. Nice to meet you. I am the monster Ozdak. You can see me as the expedition's food manager and jokester. Ozdak said hello and quickly carved a rock out of the Black Sea and set the table. Zed was able to guess how the meals in the Black Sea were made from Ozdak's familiar movements. The dishes that came to the table a little while later were even more serious. When Soren purified the chaos and remnants of the monsters that Ozdak had collected, a bunch of shabby lumps were created. Ozdak skillfully distributed the chunks on the table. That's outrageous. Are you saying that everyone lived off of these things? While Zed was shocked, the rest of the expedition team greeted him. Uncle, I feel so good to see you at such an unexpected moment. Luna, you have become stronger too. Looking at you, I feel like there's still a long way to go. I feel the same way when I look at my father. Yes. That is truly comforting. Zed, you may be the first to enter this Black Sea alone. I was only able to do this because you and the expedition team paved the way in advance, Vanessa. Even so, what you have accomplished is a feat that will remain in the family for a long time. Thank you, Tuben. It reminds me of when I was young and was making a fuss about defeating you. The same goes for Heijin sitting over there. While welcoming words were exchanged, meal preparations were completed. Just as Soren was about to pick up a lump and put it in his mouth, Zed took something out of his arms. Oh. Zed, what is that? Uncle. This is... It was food. A few handfuls of dried grains and elixirs that I saved until the end. For an expedition team that had only eaten purified chaos and monsters over the past few years, it was truly the first healthy food they had seen in a long time. If the expedition had not dealt with the kings of the Black Sea such as Kyle and Sue and the monsters that ruled each region of the Black Sea in advance, all of the food would have rotted. Zed clicked his tongue in pity as he watched the expedition team's eyes sparkle in front of the food. Soren was the first to touch the food. He picked only one grain of each type and only a very small root or piece of leaf for the elixir. This is all I need, so you can share the rest equally and eat it. I'll leave too, brother. I ate a lot on the way. I guess so. Aluna, you two get out. Yes, father, yes? Me? Why am I? Now that he's talking back to me, this father must be funny. Ha, I understand. Vanessa. Yes, matriarch. Oh no way, me too? That's right. And Tuben. All right. Hey Jean. You too. Yes, let's go. Zed, Luna, Vanessa, Tuben, Hazin. Ozdak distributed the food except for 5. It was a perfect distribution down to every grain of grain. It's been a while since I started eating like a human being. Those who did not receive food were eating the same meal as usual. Mumbling. The sounds of chewing and swallowing food continued for a while. To the expedition team, the dry taste of the grain and the bitter taste of the elixir only felt as sweet as sugar. Why do you think I excluded you 5? I don't know, father. Like you, I was a strong person from birth, so I didn't have a lot of time to understand other people's true intentions, but you are a bit harsh. When you go back, make sure your youngest learns what it means to be smart, Luna. Yes, I understand. Huh? Did you say you were going back? The eyes of Luna and the Black Knights of the squadron widened. Ozdak was so shocked that he was almost embarrassed. Cough knock. Oh, I feel like the bitter taste of the elixir has become richer since I drank it. Haha. By the way, are you coming back? Lady Luna and the other knights? Are you leaving the Black Sea now? Soren nodded. Those who received the order to return looked at him, calming their shocked hearts. You will eat better food when you return, so it is right for Zed to give everything he brought to others. Father, I cannot leave this heavy burden on my father and others. I told you not to talk back, but to be more tactful. But father... When Luna stood up and shouted, the other knights were shocked. No matter how Luna was, it would not be acceptable for Soren to show herself like this. However, Soren gestured that it was okay to the knights who were trying to stop Luna. You must be worried about me and the other knights, Luna. No matter how much my father overcame his demonic nature, everyone here saw it. Even if you are our father, it is too dangerous without us. So please reconsider your command, father. Luna. If you thought that I was making plans for the future in case the expedition team was annihilated, you were wrong. Also, I have no intention of annihilating the remaining kings of the Black Sea here. I will kill all the kings of the Black Sea and return to my family. Soren spoke back and made eye contact with Luna. If I had thought the same way as you, I would have entrusted you with Farasada right now. Go tell it to your youngest. But I keep taking Barasada with me, because I have no plans to die in the Black Sea. To be honest, I didn't have that feeling before, but now I don't at all. Then there is no reason for us to go back, is there? The one who disposes of all the kings of the Black Sea a little faster and returns together. This is not the case right now because the youngest is in a more dangerous situation. The youngest one's royalties are more dangerous than here? You can say that, relatively speaking. There is no one in the family right now. The powerful enemies of royalties are awakening. It seems that an incomprehensibly strong wizard has already appeared in Jeep and not on the ground. Even somewhere I've never been, unknown beings are manifesting their power. can't be something made up. The sense of poetry that the expedition team had seen so far had now reached a level where it would be enough to call him a god rather than a demigod. So you go back and help the youngest. Also, as of this time, I officially appoint him as my successor. Those who received the order to return bowed their heads all at once. After we finish eating, I will open a path for you to make it easier for you to return. It will take some time as I need to release all my energy throughout the Black Sea for a while. Until then, we can share some of the stories that have been delayed. I understand, Father. I will go back and help my youngest and wait for you. Zed. Please speak, brother. Soren raised his head for a moment, looked at the dark sky over the Black Sea, and continued talking like this. When you go back, tell this to your youngest. I'm sorry for making you not me cut off your chest. November 20th, 1803. Amaris accepted the fact that the Bangma wall was collapsing. Yes, the only entrance to the underworld is the one guarded by this body in the old Ethereum, but it didn't matter if it wasn't a specific entrance. The entrance is just an area that can be opened and closed by my will, and if it gets hit, it can break through anywhere. After Jean and Murakan came to meet Kingelo, Amaris frequently complained of headaches and was ruminating on lost memories. The Bangma wall has already been partially destroyed, Jean Kyung. Amaris probably doesn't remember this, so I would have asked you to find out how we control demons. Part of it has already been destroyed. It was destroyed by the ancient Ming kings, the Qing Ming tribe and the Red Ming tribe. At that time, Amaris urgently repaired the demon wall. But at that time, some of the demons living underground had already escaped to the middle world, between above ground and underground. As in the conversation with Zephyrin at Kinzelo's new headquarters, Amaris had completely forgotten that the Bangma wall had been destroyed. At that time, the ancient Ming dynasty destroyed part of the Bangma wall. And now, as Jito regains its power, is the collapse accelerating? Besides, I finally remember that Pialito demon. Sword demon, true demon, world's best sword. According to Amaris, there were many demons with transcendental power in the true demon world, not just Pialito. Among them, Jito was a dangerous being on a different level from the others. Amaris was feeling self-destructive. This was due to the fact that the sun god died and he was unable to fulfill the only destiny given to him. It is dangerous for this body to go to repair the seal even now. As Orgel said, if I try to repair the seal through my power, it will collapse even further. It's sad that it lost its prime strength. I know that feeling. Don't be too upset, Mr. Amaris. Who knows if you can recover and become stronger like me again. Many of the beings that were my head have already disappeared, so I can't find them even if I want to. Murakan. Then you should train and become stronger. If you need anything, let me know and I will help you. The training is over, but for some reason I feel like I want to beat you up without mercy. I received a call from Songguk the day before yesterday. It is said that Ayula gave a revelation to the Holy King. There will soon be a cataclysm in the world, so keep the Advent festival always. Advent is a festival commemorating the day when Ayula first descended on the Holy Kingdom of Bangkila, and the Holy King's consecration ceremony was originally the biggest event. But this time the Advent ritual that Ayula requested from Rani was different. He wanted all the subjects of the Holy Kingdom to pray so that he could actually appear. Transition. That was the revelation the Holy King heard, right? Yes, it was about the Jinma realm being transferred to the earth in the near future. This was the reason why Ayula wanted to descend directly to the Holy Kingdom, even if only for a moment. I heard from Murakan that this immortal named Ayula was famous for purging other immortals who interfered too much with the earth. Do you intend to participate in the destruction of the land? They say it's difficult and it's to protect the castle. It was said that measures were taken to prevent the land of the true demon realm from spreading to the Holy Kingdom, and furthermore a barrier was set up throughout the Holy Kingdom that most demons could not invade. It's a bit disappointing, but that alone would be a big help. As Ayula said, it will mean that there is no need to keep some of our main troops on standby in the Holy Kingdom after the cataclysm begins. Ayula, if that guy steps forward in such a hurry, it's virtually certain that the demons will come quickly. Orgel also said that it wouldn't be surprising if demons showed up within a few days. The Jiakmyong people will also be regaining their old strength gene. The proof is that even though Ilona Ziffel appeared, the Red Horse War did not immediately turn towards Ziffel. For example, royalties were like a powder keg in front of an oil patch that could explode at any time. Even if the enemy clan restores main power including Tushen, it will be a problem, and even if Zippel completes the Demon Stone and puts Ilona at the forefront, it will be fatal, and Jito and the demons of the true demon world are preparing to transfer to turn the world into hell. In addition, the existence of the imperial family, the Sun God Church and Sana, whose whereabouts and exact history are difficult to determine, and even Lokia Ganesto, who is believed to be the biggest dark side of all of this. Even though I have become this strong and the Bamul Alliance has become this large, there are still many daunting tasks. Now that Soren is absent, Jean is the person closest to King Sealjam. Still, there weren't many things Jean could solve alone. This is because it is not a selfish fight for survival alone. Such a fight did not suit Jin's purpose or will. For now, all that can be expected is that any of the scattered problems will be resolved late, and that the geniuses led by Dr. Quall will achieve their dream of forming a union as soon as possible. Yellow Parasol and completion of the Golden Fleet liberation of La Perosa. Parasol production is something that is sure to happen if time is given. However, for the liberation of the Golden Fleet and La Perosa, we have no choice but to rely on the variable called Paytel. Yes, Thunder Dragon Coulter. When he wakes up, I plan on trying to communicate with the storm god Paytel. Paytel's power is like a thunderbolt, and he is fundamentally as powerful as a god. I think it might be the answer. That timid and frivolous god. I don't know if it will help. It might help. When you were a prospective jockey, I heard that Paytel begged Mirakan for his life. There must have been bad feelings left. So if you refuse to cooperate, Mirakan will beat you again. What would happen then? Jean smiled bitterly, recalling the conversation he had with Valeria not long ago. The Golden Fleet and La Perosa Liberation Project were in such a tight state that even the calm and rational Valeria had no choice but to say that. Z. Hey me. Have you heard anything from Julian or the dedicated healers that the Thunder Dragon Coulter will wake up at some point? Yes, Nari. Things are going very well for the dragon named Coulter these days. I was told that I would be able to fully regain consciousness within a week at the earliest, and within a month at the latest, so just wait a little longer. I understand. Even though a week and a month wasn't that long, it felt very far away. The way the world is going is putting so much pressure on Jean. It is fortunate that this time Orgel promised to provide unlimited support without compensation for the affairs of the Jinma world. However, that promise could be reversed at any time if Kinzelo's situation becomes advantageous for some reason. Soon Jean sighed and said this. It would be nice if powerful reinforcements suddenly appeared from somewhere like magic. Of course, Jean had no idea that Luna and the Black Knights of Zed Squadron were returning from the Black Sea. Hung kid. How long has it been since Mirakan came back? I'm sorry. Are you saying I'm not enough? Well, strangely enough, it's a bit lacking. This bastard. Among the great powers, we are the only ones who care so much about the peace of ordinary mortals and royalties, so we can't help it. As I continued to think about this, and that a resonant sound came from the communication device placed on the table. It was a communication from the Empire. Jean. Jean immediately recognized the urgency in his friend's voice. Dante, what's going on? Could you come here now? We have received a report that an abnormal phenomenon has occurred in the Empire of Meltador. Anomaly? Do you remember the city of Romp in Meltador? I remember. This is where I met Kiddard Hall. They said there was a strange crack there that seemed to be a portal. I was thinking of checking it first and then contacting you, but I was concerned about what you said about it a while ago. I don't think it has anything to do with it. Whoa, has it already started? Good communication, Dante. I will go to Hylon's second castle immediately, so just wait a moment. Thank you, I understand. After finishing the communication, Jean unconsciously sighed once more. It's not the time to be frustrated. Yes, ultra-long-range communication device. Thanks to acquiring this technology in advance, if a problem arises, we can respond immediately like we do now. Let's go, Mirakan. It would be better for Amaris to go with us this time. That's right. Even though I have lost my memory, no one knows the energy of the true demon realm better than me. What should we do about Nari Kinzalo? Should I ask Cirrus to let you know that a rift has occurred? No, there is no need to share all information with Orgel. We will check first and meet with Orgel if we need any more information. I understand. As soon as he arrived at Romp on the Red Owl, Jean narrowed his brows as he remembered the past events with Kiddard Hall. If the realm that people commonly call Hell exists in the Jinma realm, I wonder if he would be suffering there right now. The Romp was the same scene as when Jean was a reserve jockey. Even though there were the Temple of the Sword Emperor and the Temple of the Evil God which colored the entire world with chaos, this small port city on the outskirts was a quiet landscape with little change. However, the fears of ordinary people are hidden in the quiet scenery. There was not a single fishing boat in the port, and it was difficult to find anyone on the streets. It was because of a crack that suddenly formed in the middle of the city. That's the crack. It's clear that it's continuing to grow little by little as written in the report. As soon as Amaris saw the crack, she shook her head and said, I'm sure. That is the energy of the true demon realm. It seems to be a form of summoning magic. Are they trying to transfer the city of the true demon realm this way? This land will soon be invaded by underground demons. While the party was checking for cracks, reports with the same content continued to be written throughout the Empire, the Bemul Federation, and the Lutero Federation. Cracks similar to those seen in Romp are sprouting all over the ground like tumors. Amaris, is there a way to close the rift? Look closely at the middle of the crack, Jean. It's cloudy, so it doesn't really stand out, but I can see something like a purple pattern. It is a pattern that symbolizes the purple thorn flower of the Jinma world and symbolizes Jito. In other words, this is a magic performed by Zito himself. There are not many beings or means that can break his magic. At those words, Jean pulled out Bradamanti and wrapped his spirit around it. Are you planning on cutting that thing down with a spirit sword? Yes, Amaris. But as soon as I decided to cut through the crack, an unexplainable feeling of discomfort arose. I felt it instinctively. It's probably possible to cut through the crack with your spiritual sword. But you will be dealt a huge blow. It is very dangerous for the entire Bemul Alliance for you to be in a state where you need nursing and treatment. Jean withdrew his energy and shrugged his shoulders. As Amaris said, Jin's health was directly related to the defense capabilities of the Bemul Alliance. As I tried to cut through the crack, I felt as if Jito's will was trying to entangle me like a thorn bush. It may be possible to break it, but as Amaris said, it would have taken a considerable amount of damage. Since this level of danger could be felt just by the act of trying to break the crack, the power that Zito himself possessed was almost impossible to estimate. Only if you have the full power of creation or the power of the same level, you will be able to destroy the rift without much difficulty. Hung this Murakan, then at least take a breath. No Murakan. If you irritate the crack for no reason, you could also get hurt. Although you have almost regained your old strength, you are not as perfect as you were back then. Oh, you just stabbed me where it hurts. It was Dante who felt the greatest sense of helplessness. It's getting bitter. Even if I try hard, I don't think I'll be able to close the crack like you or Murakan. I think you can do it too, Jiamwang. But he'll be a little more hurt than me or the little guy. Besides, this is Imperial territory. Are you saying it's best to just leave it alone? In the eyes of this body, you are already good enough. No, he is a great leader. Leaving it alone means not taking any action. From now on, aren't you going to evacuate your people living here and give them new homes and jobs? That's right, Amaris. Even if the Alliance's most important forces like you and Murakan Jean take risks, the cracks that need to be cut should only be places where more lives and values are at stake. Areas where the damage cannot be minimized by simply evacuating residents like now. From now on, countless cracks like this will appear throughout the world. Maybe new reports have already been posted. What if the party used their power to eliminate the crack in Romp out of resentment, and an even bigger crack appeared in Tychon or the old capital of the empire? The problem of such lands could never be solved by evacuating people. Relocate all of Romp's people to the old capital. Dante said to the agent who came with him. I understand, let's go. Be sure to tell them that you are sorry for not being able to protect your home. Jinma World, Jipal Kinzalo. After all wars are over, I will definitely create an empire where my people will never have to leave their land behind. Amaris gritted his teeth and patted Dante's shoulder as he glared at the crack. Don't blame yourself too much, Wang. Although the 4 people who left Romp lost their land, no one died. It's thanks to you moving quickly. If we had arrived here after something had jumped out of the crack, no one would have been alive. Or it would be the same even if we didn't take appropriate measures like we do now. The inhabitants of Romp immediately began migrating under the control of the Meltador forces. The party returned to Tychon and Hiron's second castle, and immediately declared a state of emergency throughout each force and issued orders. The order was to relocate as soon as a rift occurred. Even though it had been less than 10 days since the first crack that appeared in the Romp was confirmed, new reports of cracks were constantly coming in. Is this the Balanzo of the Principality of Corano? This is already the second time in the Principality of Corano. Tychon was now saturated. In the first place, applications for relocation to Tychon had been pouring in from all over the world ever since the Gleeks exhibition. When it comes to relocation to each region, the king should select the appropriate regions to handle it. I understand, Confucius. How is the situation on the Jeep side? According to an unnamed report, transitional cracks are continuing to appear in the Lutheran Federation. Not long ago, Ziffel suffered a crushing defeat in a battle with the enemy tribe, and I presume it was probably because Alona Ziffel was absent while dealing with a rift. It looks like the crack cannot be easily removed with the current demon god stone. Please tell the unknown side to find out in detail, if possible, the number of rifts in the Federation. It felt like bombs were constantly sprouting from the ground with no idea when they would explode. There have been no casualties from the cracks yet, and there are sufficient resources to support migrants. That state couldn't continue. Both land and resources are limited, so they would eventually run out. It's so frustrating, I'm going crazy. As time passed, Jean became more aware of how dangerous a choice it had been to try to crack the Romp. If I had gotten hurt trying to cut through the cracks in the Romp back then, I wouldn't have been able to fight when people really needed me. As I was thinking about that, the communication device placed in the Tychon conference room made a resonant sound. It was a communication from the Runkendal Sword Garden. Jean was overcome with an ominous intuition that something was finally coming. Sagaju. Please speak, Chief Deacon. A large-scale transfer crack has occurred in Ciatello. Ciatello was one of the major cities of Huffister and was not far from Kalen, where the Garden of Swords was located. Naturally, the residential population was also among the highest in Huffister, and losing Ciatello would mean giving up the headquarters of the true demon world near the Sword Garden. Large scale. Yes, and it is quite different from most cracks reported these days. As I said, it's massive, much bigger, and a kind of shock wave is continuously emanating from the crack. Fortunately, there were no major casualties as the crack occurred in a suburban area, but the speed at which it spread was unusual. Crack. Jean gritted his teeth without realizing it. I'll leave right away. Jean immediately headed to the Red Owl sortie site with Murak and Amaris. At the launch site were Dr. Quall and Valeria, who returned to Tychon briefly this morning. In addition, many of the Red Owl's parts had been dismantled. Oh, Jean, do we have to sortie right away? What's the problem? Dr. Quall. Have you forgotten why I came here this morning? The Red Owl has suffered a lot these days due to too frequent sorties. If it wasn't properly maintained, the power source was going to blow up. There is now a massive rift in Ciatello. We must go immediately. What the fuck, Ciatello? Maintenance is almost finished. However, it takes at least 2 hours to complete the assembly of the parts. Can't it be faster? 2 hours is the maximum speed that me and Valeria can achieve. If you go faster than that, you'll get stuck somewhere in subspace. Jean, I can't help it. Please wait a moment. Otherwise, I think it would be a good idea to contact the big palace and get help from the little palace lord. As Valeria said, Jean immediately requested communication from the royal palace. What Sagaju? Top. The Sagungju is currently patrolling the moat and the West Sea. Cracks are forming one by one on this side as well. What? Are you really in a hurry? Massive rift in Ciatello? What should I do? It will take some time for us to figure out the exact location of Sagungju. Anger surged in my frustrated heart. As he was late, there would be greater damage to Saitello. It was crazy to imagine ordinary people and the knights of the families who tried to protect them dying. Sagaju? First of all, I will continue to deliver the contents as soon as reports come in from Saitello. It's only 2 hours, so don't worry too much. First of all, we dispatched the Black Sword Chairman and the riders first, so there won't be any major problems. Jean sat in front of the communication device and suppressed his nervousness. Leet was equally anxious. If the true Demon Realm's garrison is summoned to Saitello before the Hangyo Jean arrives, Huffister will have to immediately go to war with the true Demon Realm. Brothers Ballas and Maritana did not have the power to destroy the rift. Until now, I've never had anything summoned from a rift right after it was created. But for some reason I don't feel good about it. For some reason I feel like the true demon world deliberately chose Saitello to create a large-scale rift. If the Jinma world knew information about the geographical characteristics of royalty, Saitello was an ideal place to occupy. This is an area where you can immediately attack the Sword Garden from the moment the city of True Demon Realm is summoned. In the end, Bigung was unable to find Cirrus and Mort even after 2 hours. I'm sorry, Sagaju. All kinds of signal flares were set off, but I guess Sagungju was unable to check because he was patrolling faraway areas of the West Sea. It's okay, Top. If any other problems arise, communicate immediately with Taiken. At the Sortie range, a red owl that had completed maintenance was waiting. Qual and Valeria were exhausted. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Valeria. I'll be back. Once we activated the red owl, we arrived at Saitello in an instant. And the great rift that appeared in Saitello was much larger than Jean expected. Purple cracks were filling the outskirts of Saitello, and the knights were fighting with unidentifiable purple ghost-like things. Those people are monsters that embody Jito's will that opened the rift. There are some things that are troubling. The moment Amaris explained it that way, Jean was shocked and looked across the crack on the other side where the knights were struggling. There were 5 completely unexpected people standing there. What's wrong, kid? Aha! It's been so long since that guy? Murakin also belatedly checked on them and shouted. They were Luna and the Squadron Black Knights who had just arrived at Ince and were heading to the Sword Garden. Sister Luna! Oh, my youngest! The moment Luna and the Black Knights of the squadron looked up at the Red Owl, Jean felt like all the frustration he had been feeling was washed away in an instant. Luna Zed Vanessa Tubin Hazin. 5 knights returned to the family under Soren's orders. Even when Jean heard Luna's voice welcoming him, he thought for a moment that this might be a dream. Even as the Red Owl descended next to the 5 people, I was worried that they might disappear like an illusion. It's not a dream. Jean, who got off the Red Owl, almost shed tears, but he couldn't show that to his sister, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Wow! Without even thinking about who went first, Luna and Jean hugged each other. The rest of the group blocked the shock waves that were transmitted while the brother and sister were feeling the thrill of being reunited for the first time in a long time. You've become more dependable, youngest. Haha! This guy just stopped crying. Don't do that to your youngest, Uncle Zed. My uncle said the same thing when he met my father. Uncle Zed, Lord Vanessa and Lord Tuben. And Heijin was a person whose name Jean did not know. Heijin smiled when Jean, who was happily calling out those who returned, paused for a moment. Nice to meet you, Sagaju. My name is Heijin Creel. I have received orders from the head of the family to serve the head of the family from now on. Nice to meet you, Lord Heijin. But you just said Sagaju? The reason why Jean became the head of the So family was the decision of the previous head of the family. There was no way the news had reached the expedition team in the Black Sea. Ah, did my father find out through my world that I had become the head of a small family? Of course not. This is the name of Soren Runkendal, the Runkendal matriarch. I, Shiren Runkendal, appoint Jean Runkendal, the 12th horseman of the family, as the head of the small family and declare that he is my rightful and legitimate successor. Luna said that and got down on one knee, and Zed and the Black Knights of the squadron followed suit, kneeling and bowing. Family First Rider Luna Runkendal, Elder Zed Runkendal, Squadron Black Knight Vanessa Orson, Heijin Creel Tuven. The above 5 will be Sagaju's most faithful swordsmen as of now. Insect. I will do my best to help. Since he was already working as a small family owner, Jean felt a prick of conscience for some reason. Also, it was indescribably burdensome to receive the royal rights from those who were the pillars of the family. But we also had the same feeling that it was finally time. Finally, I have been officially recognized by my father. 28 years before returning. 23 years after the return. A total of 51 years had passed. The many things I had experienced so far, my miserable past life and the dazzling days of my present life, flashed through my mind like a flash of light. Everything that happened seemed to turn into a single tear and run down my cheek. But Jean swallowed his tears once more and looked down at Luna and the knights. Now is not the time for sentimentality. Not everything was over yet, nor was it a time when peace and prosperity had come to the family and the world. Now was the time to work as the head of a small household. I never thought I would see you here. I'd like to talk about the backlog and hold a grand welcome ceremony, but Runkendel's territory is under attack. So I will put off solving the problem for a little while and give the order. Please tell me anything. This purple crack was created when a demon named Jito, the demon king of the true demon realm, invaded our territory. Returners immediately eliminate the cracks and the enemies originating from them. I will obey your orders. Luna and the Black Knights of Zed Squadron stood up and raised their swords. It was Luna's decisive battle that began to inform all allies of the return of those who could easily be called the strongest family. Runkendel, third decisive battle. Meteor shower. The dazzling sword that had saved Jean during his days as a reserve rider was once again clearing away the purple energy of Ciatello, who had turned purple. Ha! I don't think that's the youngest's meteor shower? Right, Sister Mary? No way. That's Luna's meteor shower. Mary was the first to recognize Luna's meteor shower. When the name Luna came out of her mouth, the Tawna brothers couldn't help but believe their ears. Luna? Did you say Luna? The first great-granddaughter whom I have only heard so much about in stories. Ballas and the other knights were also watching the meteor shower. Luna's meteor shower seemed to penetrate Jito's while mixed among the knights with surprising accuracy. Soon Luna leaped to the center of the battlefield and began swinging her axe sword Krantel in earnest, causing the knights to scream without realizing it. Sister Luna! This is really Luna! Oh my God! Trillion! First Rider Baek Kyung has returned. The knights of the family must fight without fear. I and the Black Knights of Elder Zed Squadron will protect you. Luna's voice was echoing throughout the battlefield. Jean could tell just by the energy in his voice. She was still a warrior worthy of being called the family's strongest rider. Just as Jean has become stronger, Luna has also overcome her limits several times while exploring the Black Sea. Also, Gaju is still alive and well and is exploring the Black Sea. So don't worry that our return is because something has happened to the head of the family. I say it again. The matriarch actually became stronger. He has overcome the devil and reached the state of success. Cheers erupted from all over the battlefield. Now the battlefield was transforming into a festival-like atmosphere rather than a chaotic fight against unknown monsters of the true demon realm. This guy's face is a little hurt because I haven't seen him before. As you said, it seems like it was very busy and dangerous for one reason or another. I'm sorry I couldn't fight with you when you finished your training and returned to the family. We'll take care of this today, so just enjoy the sights. When I first saw Sagaju thanks to Ozdak in the Black Sea, I had an intuition that a day like this would come someday. It is an honor to serve you, Sagaju. Even when Gaju was most seriously encroached upon by demonic nature, he often thought of Sagaju. I will destroy the enemies and come back to you in a moment. Zed and Tuvan Hagen said as they passed Jean. Jean turned back a beat late and felt an indescribable sense of pride as he watched them rush into the battlefield. It was the pride of being Runkendel. Hey those guys, it's so nice to be back, but I wasn't even paying attention. But what about me? Isn't it a guardian dragon? Isn't this absurd? There wasn't even a word of greeting from this body. Oh, that's you. You? You keep losing your mind and going crazy, Murakan. Do I really have to torment you like Misha? They are a Marys. Because I don't know who this is. Let's not be too strict. It seems like everyone is carrying out orders right away after reporting back to the kid. In this situation, the kid is the main character rather than us, right? I'm proud of you, my little boy. You were the one who complained first because there was no greeting Murakan. Don't be so strict. Although they spoke as if they were sad, Murakan and Amaris were actually just happy. The two knew better than anyone else what kind of pressure Jean had been under recently. Gurgling. Jitos materialized will continued to groan and retreat. As soon as the returning players were added, Runkendal immediately gained momentum and overwhelmingly pushed back the enemies. Even if the real Jito was here instead of Jitos, I felt reassured. In fact, no matter what enemies Jean faced in the future, he would not be as burdened as before. Kiraf. Jitos will disintegrated by the returner's sword was being reduced to a helpless crack. In the meantime, a new will emerged from the cracks, but it had no effect on the war situation. If there were no returnees, you would probably have had to handle most of those will on your own, Jean. Jitos will, like a crack, can only be cut with special strength. The swords of those who returned, including your sister, all have that energy. As they had won several times against the most terrible monsters and kings of the Black Sea, the swords of the returnees were all within the realm of power. It is specialized for dealing with non-human transcendent beings or monsters with special abilities. Therefore, the former Black Knights, who were not pureblood Runkendels, also used a type of magic sword. It's just there will not magical power that adds power to the sword. Jitos materialized will all disappeared before 10 minutes had passed. However, the situation is not completely over. The crack where all will had been restored was emitting a much more powerful shock wave than the first time. It seemed as if some powerful demon would jump out through the crack at any moment. Only then did Jean draw his sword for the first time. Saitello's cracks had to be cut down and destroyed even at the risk of injury. And now, even if he was injured and received treatment, the power gap during that period would not be as huge as before. Youngest, won't it hurt if you cut that thing? Just as Jean was preparing his spiritual sword, Luna approached him. Yes, you recognized it right away. However, if left alone, that crack will summon an entire city or garrison of the true demon world to Saitello. So most of the cracks have been left unattended until now. In case we need to eliminate cracks in the most important areas like here in Saitello. Luna nodded. It was a good decision. But this sister is a lot stronger than you? Luna exaggeratedly warmed up her body and picked up the crantle. Yes. I mean that if I remove that crack, it won't take much of a hit. The number of times my father has told me may be a bit deducted. Still, if I want to protect Saitello, I have to take that risk. Before we knew it, Luna's red eyes were shining. Along with the eyes, the axe sword crantle also has a deep red aura like crimson lotus. So I will destroy this. Wow, memories are coming back to me. I used this sword when I saved you before. Examination. Red moon. When Luna whispered a message to Crantle, red brilliance spread across the sky and earth for a moment. Most knights couldn't even recognize the moment Crantle was swung. Soon a red flash of light crossed the middle of the crack. It was the moment when the huge crack disappeared without a trace in an instant. Alona's office at the Tower of Stories. Moby Dick and the Black Knights of Zed Runkendal Squadron have returned, Baradin said, looking at the newsletter on the table. All the newsletters covered news of Runkendal returnees, including Luna. In particular, Huffaster's newsletters described in detail the actions of Dino Jaglon and others in destroying the Great Rift in Saitello upon their return. Who is Moby Dick? I am Runkendal's first rider, Sir Alona, who left for the Black Sea with Soren Runkendal, the strongest jockey in name and reality. Except for Soren, he is known as the strongest knight in Runkendal. Alona nodded at Ronald's explanation. Is that still the case? Now that we have Jean Runkendal, the small head of the sword family, I'm not sure. Since leaving for the Black Sea, it has been quite a while since Baek Kyung established his actual major. However, if you think about Moby Dick's status when he was active, he probably won't be far behind Jean Runkendal even now. Maybe even stronger. Moby Dick would also have achieved success. It reminds me of the traitor Kiliak Zippel's assessment of Moby Dick. What was the evaluation? Satrin. Luna Runkendal is a person who has the potential to win against anyone in the world, even if it is Soren or himself. I said so. In fact, when the traitor was the head of the family, he was most wary of Moby Dick after Soren Runkendal. No matter who he fights, he is a person who always has the possibility of winning. As Alona said that she recalled a memory from 1,000 years ago. There were people like that back then too. Timar and the Flame Emperor come to mind. Just like the current Jean Runkendal and Luna Runkendal, they were brother and sister with a good relationship. Naturally, those two people were the opponents that Alona found most difficult at the time. Even though both of them were clearly weaker than him, he somehow felt impatient as they fought. I think there was another person besides those two. Who was it? Anyway, Runkendal is just as strong now as he was back then. Jean Runkendal, Luna Runkendal. Alona repeated the names of the two people in her mind and felt that she did not want to meet them as much as possible. However, since he would have no choice but to fight someday, that time had to be when he regained all his strength and awakened. The good news is that the tremendous energy I felt in the Black Sea not long ago, Soren Runkendal has not returned in person. On the other hand, the problem seems to be that there is another character of that level, even though it is not Soren. Baek Kyung may not have been Changseong, but he completely destroyed the crack just like me. Ugh. Lord Alona. Yes, let's go. Don't worry too much. Now Lord Alona will no longer have to deal with them alone like she did 1,000 years ago. Alona was shocked and made eye contact with Baradin. He always knew what I was thinking. It's good to hear the matriarch say that. As soon as you came back, not only Runkendal but also the enemy tribes, and now even those who are presumed to be another underground force, began to attack. You must not have been at ease. Crack. Signs of demon world transfer were continuing in the Lutheran Federation as well. As Mumayong figured out not long ago, the reason why Zippel suffered a crushing defeat in the battle against the enemy tribe was because Alona left the battlefield to remove a rift. It seems so. According to what I recently checked through the tower, they are probably demons. A type of demon we have never encountered. We haven't had any direct communication yet, but since they are creating a portal into our territory, without permission, they will definitely become our enemies. Ziffel understood that the crack was a type of summoning magic. The demon's portal will eventually summon their station somewhere in Lutero. It's probably because me and the tower can't remove all the cracks. That's not Lord Alona's responsibility either. Rather, our inability to create a means of space transportation like the Bamul Alliance is responsible. Anyway, I plan to meet them as soon as their base is formed. Baradin had negotiations with the Jinma world in mind. It was a daunting task to add them to the situation where we were already at war with the enemy tribe. If they are the type of people who can communicate with each other, this may be an opportunity to completely drive out the enemy tribe. First, I will ask you to find out more information about the demons as soon as the shaman's prayer is over. Sana, a shaman of the sun god religion. She was currently praying to find Kiliak Zippel. The power of Shenu and Kiliak was still an essential element to complement the demon stone and the Tower of Story. We also need to prepare for the case where the demons do not respond to negotiations. The most important thing is the relationship between them and the enemy clan. So we'll just watch. True Demon World Sword Demon Castle. Are you saying that out of the 30 cracks that Jito created between the surface and the middle world 23 have been destroyed? Paolato said, taking a sip of the spirit wine in his glass. It was a liquor made by brewing souls from the earthly and middle worlds who failed to fall into the cycle of reincarnation and fell into hell. The screams of pain from the souls concentrated in alcohol were soothing the uncomfortable feelings. I expected it, but it's indescribably unpleasant to think that Jito's magic has been damaged. When I think about the time it took me to first offset Jito-sama's energy, it's astounding that someone with such a short lifespan could do it. That is why humans must be governed by pain. After the death of the sun god, they had so many possibilities. That is correct, Sakiel. According to the information I received from the witch this time, the person who cut the most important crack was a person named Luna Runkendal. It's the Ciatello crack. Are you the daughter of Soren Runkendal who returned from the Black Sea? Yes. If it is true that he used red energy, that person named Luna is the most dangerous person to Jito right now along with Soren Runkendal. Sakil handed out a report filled with Luna's information. Paolito sipped his spirit wine and looked closely at the report. I'm thinking about how to put Luna in pain. Paolito was quickly able to find her weak spot. Compared to his power, he is a weak-hearted and affectionate person. Most people on Earth are like that. The same goes for Jean Runkendal, the person of highest interest. But unlike Jean Runkendal, this friend Luna Runkendal has a subtle sense of guilt, especially towards her blood relatives. Soon a smile appeared on Paolito's lips. Sakil. Yes, Paolito. From now on we will temporarily suspend the production of spirit liquor and search hell to see if any of Luna Runkendal's brothers exist. Maybe they would have ended up in hell. If he hadn't already become a soul lord, he would definitely remain. You are trying to use the classic method of inducing psychological distress through guilt. The classics are always exemplary. Has it been confirmed whether that bug-like Bassett is alive or dead? Bassett Biceps. He was the head of the Jinma World Biceps family and a key member of the resistance force resisting Jito. It looks like Mr. Dylas' chase team has caught up. You're such a persistent guy. I didn't expect you to run away like that even after being fatally wounded by me. How many times have you run away already? At this point, I don't know if I'm incompetent or if he's great. I think Bassett got lucky. Should we tell them to increase the chase team? Paolito thought for a moment and shook his head. No, leave it alone. It looks like he wants to survive somehow and establish some connection with the forces on the ground in the future. It wouldn't be a bad idea to cause even greater despair at that time. Take a good look at hell. All right. Garden of Swords. Oh, my ears suddenly feel itchy. Who talks about me? Luna said, touching her ear. Right now the whole world is talking about you and the people who returned. It's okay if your ears feel itchy. Well, that's true. The return ceremony for Luna and the Black Knights of Z Squadron had just ended in a grand manner. And Jean was sitting alone with Luna for the first time in a long time and talking. There was a mountain of backlogged stories. After Luna left for the Black Sea, Jean visited the tombs of the Seven Timar, declared the head of the family developed Tychon, and went through the Sword Emperor Crusade and the Gleek War. He caused Joshua's downfall, ended his war of evil, and endured numerous trials and pains. Among them Luna heard the death of her brothers, the most heartbreaking. I also most enjoyed hearing the stories of the brothers who worked together to protect their family until the end. Joshua Mu and Lon Vigo. I was too indifferent to them. I wish I had taken more care of it, so it didn't go astray. It's not your responsibility. Jean naturally thought Luna would shake her head at those words. It is clear that he is suffering because he feels that he has great responsibility. However, Luna just nodded with a slightly bitter look on her face. That's right. It's not my responsibility. Ultimately, it's your own choice and responsibility for your own life. I have never turned my back on them to go astray and get ruined. It's not that I don't feel sorry at all, but it's sad that brothers fought a slaughter war. I'm proud of you for being more right as Runkendal than that, and I feel even more sorry for you. Stop saying you're sorry to me, sister. How much are you going to be sorry? You didn't come here to play in the Black Sea. Is that so? Anyway, if the day comes when I meet those wayward people again, I will definitely have to scold them even then. Will we ever meet again? I too will grow old and die someday, so won't we meet in some place like the afterlife? Even if the afterlife is real, you and I are probably somewhere else. Is that so? Anyway, that's how I feel. I will definitely scold you. As long as we meet at any time. Jean burst out laughing as he watched Luna clenching her fists exaggeratedly. Now that you've heard a lot about me, please tell me your story. What has been happening in the Black Sea so far? Your father and the expedition team endured a situation where everyone had no choice but to die or become monsters for such a long time, and are you still enduring it now? It was in early 1799 that Luna followed Soren to the Black Sea. It was now December 1803, so it had been almost 5 years. But Luna didn't have much to talk about. The only thing I experienced in the Black Sea was cutting down and eating monsters, walking through a dark land stained with chaos, and fighting a battle with the king of the Black Sea. That was it. I sailed across the Black Sea worrying about my father every day. In fact, I and the others were almost certain that my father would eventually be consumed by his demonic nature and turn into a monster. That day would probably be the end of the expedition. The only thing I was afraid of was not death, but everyone turning into monsters. If we turned into monsters, it would probably be you and the other brothers who would have to deal with us. Luna held back her words and smiled bitterly. Just as Chiron felt sorry for Jean, so did she. He thinks that it should have been his father or himself who cut the chest. But my father suddenly overcame his demonic nature recently. You said it was an awakening you didn't understand. Achievement whose cause is unknown even to my father? Don't you understand? Yes, sister. Any warrior can know the reason when he or she attains enlightenment. Naturally, Soren was the man in the world who explored military the most deeply. Jean couldn't imagine his father not understanding his accomplishments. Growth without knowing the reason usually had side effects. But I can't even imagine my father breaking down due to such side effects. Luna smiled. I think I know what you're thinking. It was the same for me and the other knights. The conclusion we came to was that the demonic nature eventually failed and disappeared in its attempt to encroach on the father. This is it. So to speak, I lost a fight with my father. Your father probably thinks so too? Anyway, the important thing is that my father has changed. That part was definitely surprising. The supreme swordsman who used to be so cold and cold-hearted often joked and laughed at insignificant things after overcoming his demonic nature. After entering the Black Sea, defeating the first Kyle we encountered, and continuing to advance, my father had almost lost his humanity. However, when I was subduing Sue recently, it was almost, well, how should I say it? Oh, great-grandfather? I felt like a great-grandfather. Luna naturally compared Soren with Ballas, whom she had met and talked with earlier. In fact, Soren was laughing at the guy when he was cutting him down. Still, I'm worried for some reason. It's not that I don't have those feelings at all. But what if my father has another problem? That's not our part. It's probably a burden we can't share. Jean nodded. As always, I had no choice but to trust my father and wait. The day when he finally accomplishes his mission and returns to his family. What kind of mission was my father and the previous Black Knights carrying out there? Why is my father's Runkendal so obsessed with the Black Sea? Please take this opportunity to find out for sure. Saying it's for training is definitely half the truth. Luna thought about what Jean said before leaving for the Black Sea. You may have guessed it after dealing with Gleek and experiencing various things, but they are the reason why my father is obsessed with the Black Sea. Yes, I published an article like that when the evil spirit took over my family. My father died fighting the king of the Black Sea, and from now on the family will continue in his legacy and conquer the Black Sea after conquering the land. The evil spirit must have known why my father had no choice but to leave to cut down the kings of the Black Sea. According to Luna, the reason Soren subjugated the kings of the Black Sea was because only he could accomplish the task. When my father was young, he had already met the kings of the Black Sea. They needed the power of their father to unite themselves again after being divided into 5. Among the powers of creation, we needed a being that could cut through the will of the gods who divided the origin stone. Now that a new spear mage named Ilona Ziffel has appeared, I think the kings of the Black Sea may make a similar request to her. My father also felt Ilona Ziffel's presence. You also knew that an unidentified force was trying to invade the surface. Ilona is a magician and Zito is a transcendent being. But my father said that it would be impossible for even them to unite the kings of the Black Sea. Only you can do this, which is why the kings of the Black Sea cling to you. In other words, it was not only Soren who was obsessed with the Black Sea. Rather, the kings of the Black Sea were even more obsessed with Soren. They had been posing an invisible threat to Soren, and Soren did not want it to spread to the entire family. Basically, unless all the kings of the Black Sea were subdued, he and Runkendal could never be safe. Even at the time when all 5 kings of the Black Sea were alive and well, now only Nergend and Morganil remain. The kings of the Black Sea were much more dangerous than the family's greatest nemesis Ziffel. I think maybe my father was looking for a way to destroy them together. That's right, until you overcome the devil and the situation changes. I felt like I wanted to go see my father right away and meet him in person. However, the reason Luna and the returnees were able to escape from the deepest part of the Black Sea so quickly was because Soren released his energy throughout the Black Sea. That energy formed a path stretching from the deepest part of the Black Sea to Ince. Of course, the road was now closed and Soren and the remaining expedition members had moved deeper into the Black Sea. In the first place, the act of forcibly opening a road like that could not have been done at will, no matter how rational it may be. To radiate energy across the entire Black Sea and temporarily create a path, it's not easy to imagine what area my father is currently in contact with. Now we should see him as a god, not a demigod. I wonder how many of the gods can do something like that. Although I was still concerned about the fact that Soren had entered into an awakening without knowing the reason, I felt relieved to think that he had achieved success. Nergend and Morganil, have you given any rough idea of how long it will take for the remaining 2 kings of the Black Sea to be subdued? Yeah, you didn't say anything like that. He said he would definitely take care of everything and come back, so we should just do our job and wait. And maybe, on the day my father returns, you will inherit Barasada. Luna continued talking like that. You will receive Barasada and finally become the true master of the sword house. Even though Jean knew the story, he felt confused. Isn't that when your sister suddenly takes it away from you? Oh, what are you going to do if I do that? I will give it to you. It's bland. Is it true? Of course it's fake. No matter how much you are my sister, that's a bit much. While the siblings were giggling, the sound of someone running from the hallway was heard. Sister Luna. First Rider, no sister. You can call us sister too, right? They were brothers Mary and Tana. While living in the family, Luna did not interact with her brothers except Jean. At that time, most of the brothers had big or small complaints about Luna. This was due to the conflict that arose when she gave up the throne and Joshua's rise to power. Luna also never actively tried to make her brothers understand her intentions. Therefore, most of the time Luna and her brothers were indifferent, but not now. Luna and the brothers who came to visit the two were greeting each other warmer than ever. It wasn't just that a knight who was close to the strongest of the era had been recruited, but it was the feeling that a long-lost brother had returned. This was because they had gone through hardships in their respective positions and came to understand what had happened in the past. The family, which was in disarray, finally came to its center with Jean at the head, and the brothers grew up as a human being going through various trials in each position. Then what do you want me to call you? One Rider? Lord Luna? Daytona Haytona. Don't worry about others and treat them comfortably. Oh, thank you, sister. Actually, I've wanted to be close to you for a long time. We couldn't do that because we weren't good enough. That's all I have to be thankful for. It's not just you who had shortcomings, I also had a lot of problems, so let's not worry about it. Sister, are you going to hang out with me later in the evening? Wow, Mary, you're really not normal. Now you have to take over some of the space that Brother Deepu's used to occupy. You can't ask your younger siblings, right? So I waited for my sister to come back. Okay, I can't replace everything, but I'll try. At least for the sake of that guy who fell while carrying a lot of burden. It was truly the brothers who had been together for the first time in a long time. Jean smiled quietly as he watched the atmosphere suddenly become noisy. It was the first time either in my past life or in my current life that the brothers were laughing and talking together like they were now. Sister, aren't you going to tell the youngest something separately like you did in the past? Do you have to repeat to us what you said with the youngest? I will. Sister, when we spar next time, please give Sister Mary a good beating. On behalf of that person who gets hit every time. Oh, what a surprise. Daytona looked to the side in surprise. Before I knew it, Jonah was standing there. Jean and Luna were already smiling at Yona when she sneaked into the entrance. Hey sister, I'm Jonah. Can I talk to you? I was very unkind to you all. Come closer, Jonah. As Luna patted his shoulder, Yona grinned and suddenly recited a list of people he had killed while Luna was away. It was to let people know that Luna never killed the people she said she shouldn't kill. And also pieces of imperial meat. Stop it. Jonah, I should have taken more care of you, but you just scared me. Good job, those guys should be killed. Such conversations took place between the brothers for a while, sharing affection with family members who haven't seen each other in a long time. Soon Jean looked at his brothers and brought out the name of the one remaining person. Now that we're all gathered, let's go meet Sister Runtia. She was currently tied up in subspace in the Cauldron snowfields. That's why my heart continued to hurt when I heard the news about him. Jean recalled how Luna always treated Runtia difficultly. Runtia was the only brother Luna could talk to even when she was at her fiercest. The brothers first headed to Tychon on a red owl. This was because a veil was needed to enter the subspace of the Cauldron snowfield. A teenage knight from 1,000 years ago. I'm glad that Lord Bale is helping the family again. What a relief. It only happened because I foolishly placed the wrong ban. If your youngest is being too hard on you, please tell me. Oh, then what happens? How can you scold a guy who doesn't even know about preferential treatment for ancestors? No, nothing will change. I just mean that you should at least complain to me. Big sister. Can I call you big sister? Lord Luna. Haha, Sandra Zippel, who will be the wife of Mr. John Jean. Please take care of me in the future. Yes, Sandra Ziffel. Uni Luna, ignore what that strange kid says. Now that you're my friend, I can't kill you, and it's disgusting. I didn't like it from the first time I saw it in the soda desert. I should have killed it then. Hey, my little sister is doing this again. Actually, I like Sandra. Go away. Sandra hugged Jonah without fear and burst into laughter. In Luna's eyes, the sight of Yona being embarrassed like an ordinary person seemed good. Oh, my little sister is so cute. Is being picky really cute? By the way, hey, please take good care of Vale, Jean, and our sisters. If you make me uncomfortable or make a mistake, I will throw away the bowl when I return. Ha! How did my situation get to this point? Oh, I got it. Stop yelling. You are going to meet a child named Jean Gruncha, right? Yes, Master Amaris. Then I think it would be a good idea to go with this body too. It might not look good if I were to attend the reunion of the brothers, but I've been thinking about that since I first heard about that kid. Maybe it could be helpful. I was going to tell you first before we left. Let's go together. So the brothers and Bale Amaris rode the Red Owl again and headed to the Cauldron snowfields. A snowstorm was in full swing on the pure white snowfield. When Jean went to meet Runtia for the first time after the battle of the demon god, he was very anxious. The inside of the subspace was full of souls, and Runtia may have lost her reason and become a monster. But now, for some reason, I felt hopeful. There was an expectation that Runtia might be able to escape subspace today and return to her family. Vale, who entered the cave, transformed and unleashed his power. As golden energy filled the cave, a portal leading to subspace was formed. The spirit has become lighter than the last time I visited. I could clearly feel it as soon as I came in. The brothers looked at Jin's expression and guessed that something good had happened in subspace. Oh, what is this? Runtia was emerging from the darkness. Everyone, it's been a while since the day came when we got to see our brothers like this. Runtia. Luna and her brothers approached Runtia. Although they had not talked about anything yet, the brothers recognized at a glance that each other had changed little by little. She must have suffered greatly in the Black Sea, but she has actually become much worse off than before. Is it true that your father has returned too? Nomi and the 3 Black Knights from Uncle Zed's squadron came back first. You don't turn your back on the world like you used to. Does it look like that? You changed like that even before you were trapped here. I guess I should say that I regained some meaning in life after breaking up when my youngest child declared that he was the head of the family. It ended up like this before I even tried to do anything properly. Is it like this, Runtia? You're so cool. That's right, sister. While you are training here, we are also working hard. Since when are these Tana guys flattering me for being close to Runtia? Oh, so Mary was close with Runtia? From now on we can gradually become friends. Well, that's right. Hey Runtia. I was so strong before that I wondered when I would catch up, but now there is no answer, right? I just felt right away how much stronger my sister had become. Even if I had a fight with my eldest sister, I don't know who would win. Not to that extent, Mary. Why is Jonah so hesitant? That's because I wanted to touch my sister's horns. When Jonah suddenly brought up the topic of horns, the brothers looked at him in shock. Runtia chuckled and ruffled Jonah's hair. In addition to the horn, the connection point that bound Runtia to subspace was also the same. If you touch something this ugly, you become unclean, Jonah. When I get back to my old self, it will disappear. The youngest said he would help. Yes, I said I would touch it too, not because I thought it was cute or pretty, but because I was curious to see if I could cut it. It's nice to talk to you, hee. Me too, Jonah. If I go out here, let's hang out often from now on. By the way, who is this person who lost? This is Mary's sister. He is a being who has protected the world since ancient times. I heard that time passes faster here than outside. There won't be enough time for the brothers to talk among themselves, so it would be better to go out and hear more about this body later. However, the reason this body came here is to help you, so if you do well, it could be today. Are you saying you can take me out? Looking at your condition, it seems like it might be possible. The cold, cloudy atmosphere here is lighter than what I heard from Jean. Jean and his brother's eyes widened at those words. In particular, Jean had a strange sense of anticipation as he visited this place, but he had no idea that Amaris would say that he could provide an answer right away. Ultimately, it was believed that liberating Runtia would only be possible when Ban returned. The spirit suddenly faded when I saw the results of my training not long ago. It's probably the result of gaining something and gaining special power through training. Like Jin's eternal flower, Luna's red sword energy. It's a special power. I haven't really gained any new tricks or decisive battles. I just sharpened the swords I was learning. Such power does not necessarily take the form of martial arts or techniques. Something must have changed in you. Think about it carefully. Oh, come to think of it. A few days ago, when I boosted my energy, there was a strange glow in my palms. Show me. Soon, when Runtia began to open her energy, the brothers could not help but be surprised once again. An indescribably clear and powerful aura and magic power was vibrating the entire subspace. Wow, this body's guess was right. A strange look appeared in Amary's eyes as she examined Runtia's palm. I don't know what this light means. It was just a faint light. And there was no feeling at all that it was making my sword stronger. This is the result of your will finally taking form. My will? If you don't know, I don't know what it means either. When the will to exist is manifested like this, it takes on different forms. However, if you look closely, this light looks like a star. Listening to what you said, Amaris, you sound like a star. 2 on the left hand and 1 on the right. Hey, it's really pretty. I have to touch this. You may have admired the stars for a long time or wanted to become a star yourself. Whether it is symbolic or realistic. At Amaris's words, Runtia looked back on her past days for a moment. A star. A star. A desire to worship stars and become a star. Suddenly the stories that her nanny Resham told her when she was a girl came to mind. Miss, you too can become a huge star like Luna. This nanny dreams of the day when she will finally ascend to the sky and become a brighter star than Luna. It was the day I was defeated by Luna and lay down on the hill endlessly looking at the stars. Yes, from then on the biggest star for me was Luna. And after Luna gave up the throne, Runtia lost the meaning of life. I was spending boring days filled with meaningless silence. A new star, the youngest, had risen in her heart. After being defeated by Jean during the Gaju Declaration. I wish you good luck, young lady. It has been and always will be. The day after the family head declaration, Resham shed tears as he realized that a new star had risen in Runtia. The 2 stars on the left hand are Luna and the youngest. And the right hand is myself. Runtia turned her head and looked at her stars standing next to her. I think I know what these stars mean, Amaris. Oh, Lu Runtia. Your voice. My voice is back like it used to be. The Tana brothers screamed as they heard Runtia's voice suddenly change. Chaos's characteristic dark resonance could no longer be found in her voice. The stars she held in her hands were emitting clearer and stronger light. And Runtia realized. This is the price he pays for not giving up on life even after being betrayed by his mother, sacrificing himself for Resham and becoming a monster. He said that he had finally become a star like Luna and Jean. It is about overcoming despair and boredom and grasping the light. This body's job was simply to teach you the meaning of the power you have gained. The soul energy is already being absorbed into the stars. The spirit of subspace was being sucked into Runch's two palms. Then the connecting points continued to disintegrate, but it did no harm to Runtia. Oh, it looks like it's your turn to trap subspace inside you. Even if I hadn't come, if only you had realized the meaning of that light. You could have gotten out of here at any time. The reason Runch's star can absorb soul energy is because she continues to shine. This is to engulf and eliminate the darkness that blocks light. Runch's will to worship and yearn for the stars was shining like that. Soon the entire subspace disappeared into Runch's palm. As Runtia stepped on the cave floor, she looked back at her brothers. Without even thinking about who went first, the brothers hugged each other. In the cold of the snowy field, the brothers felt each other's body heat. It was the first time this had happened as brothers. December 12, 1803. Following the 5 members of the Black Sea Expeditionary Force, good news continued in Runkendal every day until Runch's return. Among the returnees there were even 2 people who could deal with a great rift, like the one that occurred in Ciatello last time. Luna's red sword and Runch's brother Star. After Ciatello they had dealt with the great rifts that had occurred in Huffister and the Empire one by one. Of course not only them but also Jean and other knights of the Horseman's family were constantly going on missions to areas where rifts occurred. Every day articles announcing Runkendal's activities poured in. The ranking war was over, and now the current generation of Runkendals were finally joining forces to prepare for the coming future. Like my father said, Runch's brotherhood is probably limited in number. It means you can't use it indefinitely until you reach the castle. That's right, Luna. Unlike us, the youngest seems to have no major limitations on the number of times he can use eternal fire as long as he endures injuries, but the speed at which cracks occur is unusual. The leaders and leaders of the Sword Garden conference room were gathered together and putting their heads together. The location of the crack shown on the map on the table was over 100. Sojiazu and the first rider and third rider cannot eliminate all these cracks. In the end, we will have no choice but to defend the main bases until the transformation of the true demon realm ends. Those gathered in the conference room nodded at Leet's words. The good news is that among the major powers we are handling the rift most effectively. Kinselo and Jeepel seem to be having a hard time. Kinselo was dealing with the rift relatively slowly due to Orgel's injury and Zippel's war with the enemy clan. This is natural as the number of people capable of removing cracks is less than that of Runkendal. There was already a rumor going around among the world that Huffister was the safest land. The world is still threatened by a bomb known as Jeanma World that could explode at any moment. Jean didn't feel as if he was going crazy with frustration like before. It would be possible to resolve this somehow with the members of the Brotherhood and Family Alliance. As always, the current Runkendal is strong. Since Soren was always absent anyway, it would be safe to say that he was stronger than at any time since the Timar generation. The key is after the metastasis is over. According to Ayula's revelation, it may not be that far off. For some reason I think it might be around the time when the Holy Kingdom's prayers are over and Ayula appears. King Song also expects that. That's right, the youngest. No, that's right, Sagaju. Luna quickly corrected her answer and avoided Leet's gently reprimanding gaze. In the end, Luna and Runtia like Ballas were watching out for Reet. The Holy King sees the manifestation of Ayula as the last day of the year or the dawn of the first day of the new year. If the cracks continue to form in the same way as they are now, we will be able to protect all major bases without difficulty until then. Giving up some areas is unavoidable, but no matter what powerful people emerge from the true demon realm after the transition is over. Runkendal was confident that he would fight them and win. It is unlikely that there are hundreds or thousands of demons at the level that destroyed that Orgel called Piloto Belgasium. I can't imagine our family's strongest knights losing to him or other demons. In the end, Jito will be the variable. However, Zito said that he is now regaining his strength, so he will not appear at the forefront from the beginning of the war. You're right, Sister Mary. If there were hundreds of people like that, the ancient Ming dynasty wouldn't have been hegemony back then. However, while the Red Myong and Blue Myong tribes of the ancient Myong dynasty were sealed while Ameris was asleep, it's a bit surprising that those guys have never lost their history. The technology is probably on the same level as the enemy tribe and the size of the troops. Just looking at the number of cracks, it's probably enormous. Even if we assume that we are superior in terms of skill and number of people at the highest level, if their troops and supplies are overwhelming. Even if we ultimately win the war, the ground will suffer irreversible damage. The purpose of the Jinma realm is to turn the earth into hell through suffering. From Runkendal's point of view, they were a completely different type of crazy person than the Zippel Kinselo enemy tribe. Zippel is trying to conquer the world without damaging it as much as possible. Kinselo is trying to realize his own utopia through the resurrection of the sun god, and the Jiakmyong tribe also has the same goal as Kinselo, only in a different direction, the resurrection of the sun god. That is why they avoid senseless massacres. Of course, the Jiakmyong tribe feeds on lifeblood and considers humans the same as insects, but they absolutely ruled out harming the general public out of fear of the jinn. However, they are not demons from the true demon world. They would enjoy mass murder for no reason, and it would be their daily routine to capture and torture innocent people. Therefore, this time too, the Runkendal and Bamul alliance were in a position to fight to protect. However, it is impossible to protect everyone and fight with only Jean and other top-level superhumans and a few special strongmen. A powerful weapon system and defense power that can wipe out the demons that appear. That can be used even if you are not a special strong person. The members nodded at what Jean said as he organized his thoughts. That was the most desperately needed element for the Runkendal and Bamul alliance right now. A significant number of superhumans have been recruited to take on captain-level demons like Pialito, Golden Fleet and mass-produced Yellow. If only those two things were completed, the insufficient general firepower would be greatly increased. Runkendal's Magic Knight troops using storage paper are slowly reaching a level where it will be no problem to deploy them in actual combat. Jiffel is already mass-producing demonic swordsman biogolems, and the size of its fleet continues to grow, so they will have less trouble than us. There is also a variable called the Demon Godstone. Kinselo also has a fleet, and unlike us, he doesn't have many people to protect. To begin with, the population of beastmen and demons is not that large, and many of them are combat beastmen and also have fleets. In Runkendal, there were variables corresponding to the Demon Stone or complete Orgel, the return of Soren and the remainder of the expedition. However, Jean was planning to go to war with the Jinma world, excluding Shiren this time. Father is overcoming his destiny. And the fact that my father entrusted me with the royalties means that he trusts me. I think I will be able to protect my family and the world this time too. Of course, just the thought that Shiren, who had overcome the devil, would definitely return someday was a great comfort. While Jean was thinking, Yona suddenly, this was Yona's first time participating in an official family meeting, and Leet had never pointed out the use of Sagaju titles or honorifics to her. Spoke up. Why are you doing this, Jonah? Hey youngest, you were thinking about the Golden Fleet and the mass-produced Yellow, right? Yes. Oh my Jonah. This cute thing. This great-grandfather has been waiting for you to open your mouth. Yikes. I'm sorry, head deacon. My great-granddaughter is so pretty, so stop. Yes, it's Jonah. What do you want to talk about? We have never thought of the existence of such a thing as an underground world. Isn't that right? Okay then. Who would have thought something like that would exist? Tiske, the world has become strange. But suddenly I thought of the Phoenix great-grandfather. Phoenix? Do you mean the Phoenix sister? Yes, Phoenix. Phoenixes live in the flame world. But we don't know where the flame world is, and Murakin, who has been there himself, doesn't know the way to get there again. Is it because I'm so stupid? Anyway, there is something I want to say. If the underground can come to the surface like this, wouldn't the flame world be able to do the same? Jean felt like he had been hit in the back of the head with a blunt object. This was something I had never thought about. That's a good family, sister. If I can get help from the main body of Tess and the phoenixes of the flame world. No matter how great the demon army is, it will be enough to minimize damage on the ground. The name Flame Realm was created to make it easier to call it in our dimension. It's a dimension filled with nothing but fire and phoenixes. Even the highest level gods don't know what the real name of that world is. Even the gods don't know? So does this mean that the flame world is outside the domain of the gods? Ding dong is the correct answer. Even Shainu, the god of fire, cannot manipulate the fire of the flame world at will. Instead, Tess, the master of the flame realm, cannot control Shenu's fire as she wishes. The conversation I had with Murakan on the day I first summoned Tess. Of course, borrowing the power of the flame world is literally just the wind. In the first place, there were some kind of restrictions between the flame world and royalty, which is why Tess has not been able to show her full power until now. However, now that the Bangma wall has collapsed and the world has begun to change, I thought that there might be a way to remove that limitation. Perhaps the location of the flame system could also be somewhere underground. Murakan said that he had seen Tess annihilate mid-level gods with just her breath in the flame realm. It's probably impossible to fully utilize that power, but it feels good for some reason. I think there must be some way, because the world is changing. For a moment Jean imagined the phoenixes of the flame world burning the demons that invaded the earth and Tess overpowering Jito. Just imagining it was such a sweet thing. Hey, did I do well? Yes, you did well, sister. I need to find out right away. When Murakan comes later, it would be a priority to summon Tess and talk to her. This great-grandfather always thinks Jonah is the best. Black Sword Chairman, we are currently in a meeting. Haha, more than that, don't discriminate against your great-grandchildren. I also care for Miss Jonah very much, but other people will be disappointed. Even so, Leet knew that rather than feeling sad, everyone was actually happy. That guy Soren. At this point, Leet ended up breaking the pen he was holding. The head of the family sent Yona to obscurity too early. So I have to give you more love now, hee. Isn't that right? I like my great-grandfather too, although not as much as my youngest. Still, great-grandfather is better than head deacon, right? I'm not sure. Maybe that will happen if my great-grandfather plays the ear-cutting game with me later. Haha, this old man has already died once, so he doesn't even need to have an ear. If only our Jonah had fun. Let's do it. While Jonah and Ballas were giggling, the communication device resonated. Lily. It was a communication from Tychon. Jet, what's going on? Julian's guardian dragon Coulter has finally fully awakened. Miss Valeria told me to quickly go see this guy called Paytel or something. Okay, go right now. Sister Luna, Sister Runtia, please get ready right away. We are always ready. Let's go, Sagaju. Jean immediately concluded the meeting and moved to Tychon. Taking Luna and Runtia was no different, no matter how frivolous and weak the Paytel we met in the past. In the Bluebird Archipelago he was essentially a high-level god. Even if a battle broke out with him, the two of them would be extremely reassuring together. Murakan and Valeria were also going to go together. Are you here, sir? And the riders. When the Red Owl arrived at Tychon, Jet greeted the group. So what about Julian and Coulter? I'm in the treatment room. Even before entering the treatment room, the group could hear Julian's sobbing voice. Of course, the sobs came from joy, not sadness. Tess K. I have a few eyes, but how long do I plan on making this? I've come to the point where I've stopped making excuses, so say hello to me, you crybaby. Although he was spouting out harsh words, Beres was actually very happy about Coulter's recovery. The same was true for Kazan, who stood next to him. In a sense, the three of them were no different from classmates who joined the Bamal Alliance at the same time. While Kazan and Beres quickly adapted to life in Tychon, Julian had not been able to communicate openly with his colleagues until recently. Of course, he was active in various battles, but unless Coulter woke up, Julian was a person who could not properly communicate with anyone. But now that Coulter has awakened, Julian's long loneliness and despair have come to an end. Jean Kyung. Julian cried and looked back at Jean. Now you don't regret coming to Tychon, do you? It was like that from the beginning, and I always felt grateful. Now I finally feel like I have my life back. Thank goodness. Don't be too harsh because it might be a bit unfamiliar. Nice to meet you, Coulter. We have seen Coulter almost every day since we rescued him in 1799, but this will be the first time he has seen us. Coulter got up from the hospital bed and made eye contact with Jean. Although he had fully regained consciousness, his body was very thin due to a long fight against the disease. Jean recalled Coulter's miserable appearance on the day he rescued him from Joshua's villa. Huge nails were stuck in his limbs and his entire body was covered with signs of terrible torture. The Lord saved me. I didn't save it alone, my colleagues were with me. Julian also participated in that mission. After that, the 7 horsemen of Runkendal were with us when we saved the inner circle of a monster called Ozdak. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Coulter must have been overcome with emotion while answering, so he hugged Julian for a moment and burst into tears. Colleagues thought that the two were a very good pair. For those who were weak-hearted and tearful, the time they spent as Joshua's hunting dog was truly hell. Oh, little guy. Are you here? Murakan. Ha ha ha. Murakan? Coulter suddenly heard Murakan's voice and looked at him in surprise. Why are you so surprised? Are you Mr. Murakan? Do you know me? Among the dragons, there is not one who does not know Murakan. Haha, I guess so. I won't hit you, so don't worry. You're on our side. I'm glad everything happened. But knowing me means I'm at least 1,000 years old. How old are you? A little less than 2,000. Oh, so it was active 1,000 years ago? No, I don't know much about the war of that time. I was hiding with Patel at the time. He was hiding. Well, I see. 1,000 years ago, when Runkendal and Ziffel were at war, Patel was afraid of the fight and hid with his dragons. As Murakan recalled his memories of Patel, he thought that he was truly like a bastard, but he couldn't bear to curse him in front of Coulter. To a dragon, cursing the god in question was no different from cursing one's parents. No matter how bad you are, you can't criticize your coworkers' parents. You can do that. It's okay, so don't pay attention too much. It's because I'm embarrassed. What are you ashamed of? Although I went into hiding because of Patel's choice, I ignored Runkendal at the time, but Runkendal saved me this time. And the war of that time continues without end even now. So this time we will not hide, and we will definitely fight together. Even if it means going against Master Patel's will. Coulter spoke with a determined expression for the first time. Oh. You were a friend with a great attitude. Even words that go against God's will cannot easily come out of the dragon's mouth. In fact, you can only say it out loud if you have that much will. I heard that the Runkendal and Bamul alliances are in need of Patel's help. Yes, that person may need a way to materialize the power into a weapon or something, or the power of the storm itself. Julian, are you able to communicate with Patel? No, it's been a long time since I heard Patel's voice. I haven't heard from you once since Mr. Patel was attacked by Mr. Murakan and Sir Jean in the Chongsi Islands. Murakan nodded and thought. Even if I was confident that it was worth it, I would be so embarrassed that I would never be able to communicate with the contractor again. Maybe it's because they're embarrassed, but there may be other reasons. At the time, Patel was incarnated through me, but he still suffered significant damage. So his main body may have suffered a great deal of damage. So that means he may be recovering. Yes. Then is there any other way to try to communicate with Patel? There is no way me and Julian can do it here. Julian has already tried to communicate with Patel several times to restore me, but he has never succeeded. The same goes for me. However, I think it would be a good idea to go to the Chongsi Islands in person. Chongsi Archipelago. There were about 100 islands in the Chongsi Archipelago. Among them, the one where Jean and Murakan were active was island number 32. However, the island disappeared without a trace after the battle between Joshua and Garmund, who was summoned by the Black Light. Accordingly, the tombstone presumed to be the tomb of the thunder god Graham on island number 32 has also disappeared. As far as I know, even if there is a problem with the tombstone or barrier of a god's tomb, it will not completely disappear as long as the remains or fundamental energy of the god remain nearby. So even if we go again now, Sir Jin's sword may react to Graham's energy. Inwardly, Jean was wondering what to do if Coulter was uncooperative. From Jin's perspective, it is true that he saved Julian and Coulter, but from Coulter's perspective, his god, who is like a parent, may have been harmed by Jean and his colleagues. But it was unlucky. Coulter had the intention of making a choice for his comrades rather than Patel. Well, when I was being tortured and dying, Patel didn't do anything for me. It looks like I wanted to join any faction 1,000 years ago, but I hid because of Patel. It's not strange. Coulter stood up and adjusted his clothes. I am ready. You can leave right away. It's okay if I recover for a few more days. No, if there is a situation that requires my combat power, another time would be better. From what I can see, there are many strong people. Jean, Murakan, Luna, Runtia. In fact, with those 4 people in the hospital room, even if Patel were to incarnate again like that time, they would have been able to take him down like a cadet. At that time, even Murakan, who had temporarily regained his strength, was able to overwhelm Patel. Of course, Patel may be reincarnated in a state where it can have a stronger influence on royalties than before, but Jean was not that worried. Then we will have a Red Owl on standby, so please come out as soon as you are ready. Yes, Sir Jean. And please speak comfortably. It feels awkward to be treated with respect by a dragon that is over 2,000 years old. You don't have to think too hard about me. Coulter is also a member of Tychon's family. Is that so? Soon Jean and the riders Valeria Murakan left the hospital room first, and Barry's and Kazan followed. Lord Jean. Barry's. It is none other than that. I followed you because I wanted to say thank you. Jin's eyes widened. When I think of Barry's, what comes to mind is that although he was Enya's teacher, he was a harsh and abusive person. Me, Kazan, and Julian. If everyone hadn't met Sir, they would have been abandoned and killed as Joshua's hounds, doing nothing but trash. What's new? I just saw that idiot crying with Coulter today. I felt like I had to say thank you one more time. Well then, have a nice trip. I also have to go to the Garden of Swords in a couple of hours and look at the Horseman's magic and the magic of the Magic Knight unit. Thank you too, Barry's. Please take care of me. When teaching, do it in your own way regardless of whether you are a senior or a knight. He said it was my order. If you can't keep up with me, I will punish you appropriately. That's good news. All right. After a while, Julian and Coulter came out to the sortie site. When we took the coordinates, the Red Owl instantly moved the group to the area where island number 32 of the Blue Bird Archipelago was located. Wow. Eek. Every time I move, no matter how vulnerable dragons are to spatial movement, I heard that other dragons don't do that. The same goes for Coulter, who came here in a weakened body. Damn, I can't get used to this feeling. Other dragons may not be as delicate as me. Yes, I guess so. The Chongsi archipelago seen from the sky had several islands destroyed due to past battles, but overall it looked like a flock of birds flying. Because it was winter, the lightning and wind and rain typical of the Chongsi Islands were not as severe. As usual, the group landed the Red Owl in the sea and settled down on the huge reef that was Island 32. Try taking out the Feng Luo sword. No, take it out. Jean. When Sigmund was pulled out, Jean and the group were immediately able to see a symbol appear on the sword's body. Oh, it's the same as the pattern I saw back then. It's Graham's emblem, kid. As Coulter said, it seems that Graham's power still remains here. Hey Julian. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? At the same time, Julian rolled his eyes and trembled. Could it be a premonition of Avatar? Julian, are you okay? I can hear Faye Patel's voice. What do they say? Julian pursed his lips for a moment and then answered. Please save me. I'm asking you to save me. What? Do you want me to live? Yes, Murakan. I'm sure that's what I'm saying. Ugh. Julian stumbled and grabbed his head. The sudden interaction with Patel was putting a strain on his body. Coulter, you don't have a voice that can be heard. Hey, I'm tired of this kid. Ugh, that's it. It was the same with Coulter. He was being influenced more by his communication with Patel than with Julian. Since this was unexpected, the group was lost in thought for a moment. What on earth is going on? As soon as the kids arrive, they quickly interact with each other and beg for help. Could it be that Fatel is being beaten by someone nearby? I don't really have any energy to say that. Even if it wasn't necessarily near Island 32, the party couldn't have known if a battle that would put Patel in a corner was taking place anywhere in the Chongsi Islands. You look. That's it. Julian and Coulter's seizures continued. Hey guys, come to your senses. Ha! That's what Faye Patel said during the battle. What? Battle? No, I'm talking about where they're fighting. Fly to Murakan and take a look at the entire archipelago. Murakan transformed into his true form and flew into the sky. However, no matter how hard I looked with my eyes wide open, I could not find anyone fighting. As expected, the kid can't see anything. There are no records in the record window that specifically remind me of the battle. Soon Jean came to a conclusion. Then there are two things. One would be if Patel was just trying to communicate through Graham's energy left here. The battle is taking place in another area. The second is subspace. Sigh. Suddenly Murakan landed on the ground and struck Julian and Coulter on the back one by one. Oops. Wow. Murakan, what? Every time I go, I feel like I've come back when you do this. Julian and Coulter are not as strong as you. Especially since Coulter has just recovered, and is in a weak state. There is no way such a method would work. Ha ha ha. Although their faces turned pale, Julian and Coulter regained their senses and looked at their comrades. It's a subspace Jinkyung, the tomb of Graham, the thunder god. Patel is currently fighting there. Julian shouted. While he and Coulter communicated with Patel, they were able to receive information about his situation. Patel has been hiding in Graham's tomb or subspace until now. Now I had to find out why he was hiding. How do I get in? Now Patel is struggling to open the entrance, but it seems difficult. But just before Murakan hit me and our communication was cut off, he suddenly looked for Jean. Me? Yes, sir. Jean has a weapon that is the key to the tomb. It looks like it's a pretty critical situation, but I guess they've managed to think of the possibility that you might become a member of our alliance. I think so. Graham's symbol was still shining on Sigmund. How did you say I should use my sword? After a while, Patel will try to communicate with Lord Jean and explain. Just like those words, Jean could soon hear Patel's voice. Hey, Jean Runkand. Can you hear my voice? The same was true for the other party members. Patel's voice was not echoing inside Jean or his head, but was spreading from Sigmund's sword body. In addition to Graham's pattern, Patel's pattern was also appearing on the sword body. Hey, can you hear me? Please answer quickly. Patel's urgent voice continued. Jean smiled. This is a very familiar situation. A situation where something can be ripped off from someone in an emergency. There were no exceptions, even if the opponent was a god. I can hear you. But who said you could stay in Sigmund without my permission? Is it because he is Graham's brother and imitates his energy? Anyway, it's unpleasant. Jean answered, deliberately lowering his voice. Luna and Runtia shook their heads inwardly at the clever appearance of their youngest child, whom they had not seen in a long time. Help me. Why me? I don't have many good memories of that place. Isn't Julian your subordinate? He's so affectionate, so let's just say he's a colleague who's like a subordinate. However, then you have to help me. If I disappear here now, Julian will be reduced to a human being with no special abilities. What if you don't like it? Please, I can truly disappear now. No, that's not the attitude to ask for. If you really want my help, swear everything you have as a god right here and now. After surviving with my help, you will sacrifice anything for the Bamul Union. That was the purpose of Jean and his party coming to Patel in the first place. Through the power of this unlucky god, we are trying to find clues to the liberation of the Golden Armada and La Perosa. Because we know Patel's personality well, we have recruited people from the beginning based on violence and threats. Now was the optimal situation to receive Patel's promise. I promise I will. Lord promises are meaningless. Like Shenu, show me a means of absolute trust like the seal of fire. Then we will immediately help you with all our power. For your information, there are currently 3 knights here, including me, who are close to the best swords, as well as Murakan, who has regained most of his strength from his prime. There is also a wizard from the Hister family. Ka-ia. I can't use such top-level power like Shenu. Then I have no choice. We'll just head back, so take care of yourselves and survive. Just as Jean was about to leave, as if he was about to leave, letters appeared above Sigmund's blade. I Patel swear to keep my promise to Jean Runkendal. It was the seal of a storm. Like a seal of fire, that sentence contained absolute trust. Although it was clearly of lower quality than Shenu's seal. Wow, this guy. Even in such an urgent situation they tried to trick us. But the kid isn't usually a terrible person. It would have been nice if it had come out like this a long time ago. Without losing face. The application has been completed, Lord of the Storm. How can we help you? Now. I'll open the door now with my sword, so quickly come into the tomb. Yes, I am ready. Please open it quickly. As soon as Jean could answer, a blue-colored thunderstorm poured out of Sigmund. It was the brain energy of Patel and Graham, which had a slightly different color from the energy of the Ming dynasty. Noiki soon opened the circular portal. Beyond the portal was a landscape full of storms and thunderstorms. As soon as the party went inside, they were able to see the appearance of Patel, who had a form similar to a human, and the unidentified powerful people who were pressuring him. A total of 5? It's my first time seeing these faces, but they all feel somewhat familiar. Jean took a seat in front of Patel and looked at the enemies. Patel clearly looked like he was cornered just now. His entire body was covered in wounds and he was breathing heavily, but all of his enemies were fine. What is this situation? Patel managed to call reinforcements. Is the author Jean Runkendal? And his guardian dragon Mirakan? I think it's Moby Dick Runtia. I haven't heard that Patel has anything to do with Runkendal. The enemies recognized Jean and his party at once. Jean kept wondering why they seemed strangely familiar. The same was true for Luna and Runtia. Oh really? It looks like you've been having a blast somewhere. It smells just like a young dragon named Pyra. The smell of blood and ashes of war. I'm worried that your territory, the Land of Fire, may have been attacked. Haha, that's surprising. No matter how much you try to hide it with the majesty of God, it is of no use. To me you look like a seriously injured patient. Yes, I saw it correctly. I'm on my way after dealing with the guys who invaded my territory just now. A conversation with Shenu when he appeared in Taiken. At the time, Shenu described those who invaded his territory as priests of the sun god religion. The priests of the sun god church are mostly made up of dead heroes who were famous in the past. I'm sick of the resurrected old powerhouses. They all died with obsession or resentment. He became a priest after being deceived by the saying that if the sun god was resurrected, he would be able to obtain what he wanted. Jean realized why the enemies he saw for the first time looked familiar. They are all legendary figures that we have seen in history books. The Spear King Cayman, Euron the Mad Dog, Thrax, Kungan, Karanos, Barrier, Lugin, Typhon, Gwunj Chin, Mayor Tushin, Tuzid, Attila. I get to meet seniors I never expected. Nice to meet you. I am Jean Runkendal, the head of Runkendal. Euron, Kungan, Typhon, Mayor Attila. Those 5 families were all indirectly related to most of Jin's party. They are all families that were exterminated by Runkendal in the past. The secret books of those families still remained in Storm Castle. We are not happy, friends. Your ancestors killed us. It's a shame, but isn't that the way the world of unmanned people is? But I don't know about other people, but Kungenga Sr. shouldn't dare look me in the eye right now. The reason you were destroyed is because you attacked Storm Castle 200 years ago and killed the children of Runkendal. Thrax Kungan was the head of Kungan at the time, and was the person who directly led the assassination of Stormsing 200 years ago. Thrax paid no heed to Jin's words and showed off his cruelty. I won't talk too much. We have to take Patel with us, so seniors please disappear immediately. I don't know if it was Sana's order or Baradin's order, but if you go back and say that my sisters and I met Mirakan, you will probably be told that we retreated well. At those words, Thuzad Attila pointed his sword at Jean. Among the priests of the Sun God Church here, he was the leader. You talk a lot. The Runkendels I met weren't like that. Come. Jean shrugged and made eye contact with Tuzid. I was already annoyed by the fact that my senior's second name was Tusin. I know of only one fighting god, so I'll have to tell you about him today. Jean decided to take charge of Tuzad. Of the 5 priests of the sun god religion, he was clearly the strongest warrior. Then I will attend to the seniors of the Euron family and the Kungan family. Runtia take charge of the seniors of the Typhon and Mayor families. Okay. Wait me. Murakan, please just watch while protecting your colleagues and Paytel. We will take care of everything. Are you coming? If you run into trouble, I'll help you then. The riders shook their heads as if that didn't happen. The priests of the Sun God Church are clearly warriors who ruled the world in the past. In the case of Tuzad Attila, he was renowned as having the best sword in the world at the time, and the others were legendary enough to be talked about to this day. However, none of them were objectively evaluated as creative. Therefore, Jean and his riders did not think about defeat at all. They were confident that no one but Changxiang could defeat them. Jean poured into Tuzad, spreading oppression. At the same time, Jean radiated brain energy in all directions, causing other nearby priests to retreat to the sides. Luna and Runtia also captured the opponents they had decided to take on. The center of the battlefield was Jean and Tuzad. Luna and Kaiman Kungan were on the right, and Runtia and Lujin Chin were on the left. Tisk dash. A strange look appeared in Tuzad's eyes as he received Sigmund. He smiled maniacally as if he had been waiting for this fight all along. I wonder if he's addicted to the pleasure of fighting itself. As can be seen from the way he was reprimanded for talking too much, Tuzad did not say a word and seemed to focus directly on the fight. In words, you say you are a senior, but you are so rude. Our doctors choose their partner arbitrarily without asking. I was curious about the taste of that guy's blood. Thrax said, looking at Luna and Jean alternately. Luna let out a laugh as if she was dumbfounded. I called you a senior, and you really seem to know what's going on, you piece of trash. Who are you talking to? Swak dash. Cue the axe sword. Crantle rushed towards Thrax's head. The moment Thrax raised his sword in defense, Crantle changed direction with incredible speed and flexibility for such a massive weapon. Thrax reacted once more, but a long scar remained on his cheek. If Kaiman hadn't invaded, Thrax would have been immediately put on the defensive. Now the senior treatment is over and the good times are gone. Both of you guys tense up and attack. If you want to live even a few more minutes. As Luna raised her energy, the nearby subspaces distorted and cracked. The gathering storm and thunderstorms bend away without being able to reach Luna. This is crazy. Was it right to stick out like that guy said? Kaiman, I think I should ask Tuzad to step down right now. Kaiman didn't have time to answer. Luna was already swinging her axe sword with the intention of tearing him to pieces. Those 2 people were pushed like that from the beginning? And that too for one person. Lu Jin and Qin found it difficult to hide their embarrassment. Both Kaiman and Thrax were among the 10 castles, and at the time they were known to be near Changxiang. I heard that except for Soren Runkendal, no one has reached the level of creation, but this gap is... You don't seem to understand, do you? Runtia lightly waved the rapier Charles in the air. With just that, the aura was spreading everywhere like a wave along the sword body. I have felt that way a lot when I look at my sister. But you will feel the same way when dealing with me from now on. If you're not Changxiang, how can you be this strong? That's the kind of thinking. As soon as he finished speaking, the rapier Charles stabbed Lu Jin in the chest. As soon as Luzin struck Charles down with his gauntlet, he had no choice but to calculate his limits in his head. 50 times at most. I can't stop it more than that. Luzin had never experienced an opponent who could defeat him in just that level of attack. I thought that even if he was a Changxiang knight, he couldn't do that. Even more so if it is the same 10-star. Qin, like Lu Jin, was feeling his limits as he blocked the rapier. Even though it wasn't a single blow that put her whole body into it, Runtia was just swinging her sword with an expressionless face. Is it difficult to understand that even though they have the same 10 stars, there is such a drastic difference? Sigh. Oh, you don't have time to answer? Anyway, to tell you the difference, you lived in a very shabby era. The times we are struggling through are literally the worst ever. The 1,000-year war between Runkendal and Ziffel has reached its peak. In the current era, each power had the strongest figures of all time or close to it, as if they had promised. There is Soren in Runkendal, Kiliak in Zippel Ron, in the Empire Teleris, in the Archangel, and Orgel in Kinjalo. Moreover, the next generation that followed them was also on the way to becoming like them. The Devil's Stone has existed since the beginning of Jin's activities, and the war between the great powers awakened the King of the Black Sea. An evil spirit has been born, and underground forces and the true demon world are threatening the earth. As Runtia said, this was a time filled with the most dangers and obstacles since the beginning of human history. We have overcome this terrible era that is still ongoing several times and survived until now. But they can't be the same 10 stars, right? Did he have the mindset that he could defeat God since he was cornering Patel? According to our Sagaju, he is not even a god. Patel, who was listening, felt angry for a moment and glared at Runtia. However, before Runtia could feel the gaze and turn around, she looked away in despair. Are those really humans? Those monsters? Oh, by the way, I can't break the oath because I used the seal and I can't just make it haphazardly. How much do these bastards plan to exploit me from now on? It's better than being destroyed by the damn Thujad gang. Murakan smiled while looking at Patel. Ibosho, the sound of Django rolling is too loud. If you lived thanks to us, you should just have a grateful heart. Murakan, I think this is all fate. Our first meeting wasn't very good, but shouldn't we build a beautiful relationship from now on? Haha, from now on it's all up to you. How strong do you feel because you and those guys are there? But imagine if we were trying to catch you and kill you instead of trying to save you. Patel imagined that situation for a moment and felt goosebumps all over his body. In the first place, he had experienced a complete defeat in the Chingsai Islands before Jin became this strong. I see. Thanks. Anyway, why were you hiding here, leaving the contractor alone? Did you already know that they were targeting you? It's because of Jeep's god hunt. Zippel has been capturing gods to complete the Demon God Stone for a long time. As Patel is a high-ranking rookie, he was naturally included in Zippel's hunting priority list. I hid because I didn't want to be caught by those guys, but I found out what they did. There is a shaman in the Sun God Church. That guy used a trick. He brought those ghosts too. If it weren't for us, we would have been stuck. Anyway, why is a man who is considered a high-ranking god so weak? I can't even win that much. Why do you do this even though you know? There are numerous conditions for a god to use his full power in royalties. Even in the first place, this isn't my territory, it's my damn brother's grave. Because I was trying to imitate my brother's energy, there were already many more restrictions. That thunder god Graham was truly amazing. Even that nobleman was no match for the Ming dynasty Tushan. But is Graham's energy left here really that strong? Until about 10 minutes ago, my dead brother's thoughts were very fierce. But they took out some object and absorbed most of that energy. It seemed like an item compatible with the Demon God Stone. Absorption? Yes, he probably took that too to use it as a material for the Demon God Stone. To be honest, my brother was arrogant, but he was a great god, so just his remaining thoughts would be better material than most gods. Even when Jean Runkendal and you defeated me in the past, that thought stayed in Sigmund and helped you. Even if it weren't for that, you wouldn't have been good to me. If that's the case, then we'll have to beat those guys and get that energy back. By the time Murakan and Patel had reached that point in their conversation, the fight between Jean and the riders was almost over. Whoop whoop. Well, let's jump out already. Cayman and Thrax, whom Luna faced, were gasping for air, each losing a limb, while Lujin and Chin were struggling for the last time with their fists crushed inside their gauntlets. Tuzad also had wounds all over his body. However, instead of being a man on the defensive, he had a face that looked like he was going crazy with joy. After converting to the sun god religion, there was only one thing I wished for. It was such a fun fight. Even if it disappears in this place, there will be no time left. Senior Tuzad is quite a crazy person. Did you fight only for fun when you were alive? Isn't it natural, since there is no greater pleasure than this? I think you've enjoyed it enough, so I'll send it to you now. With those words, Thujad took out a sphere from his chest. It was exactly what Patel had mentioned. Tuzad, are you planning on using that? No, if you ruin that too, none of us will be able to enter eternal life. Thrax was scared and screamed even as he was being hit here and there by Luna. Tuzad didn't even respond to Thrax's words but grinned and made eye contact with Jean. I give up the promised eternal life for the pleasure of this moment, Jean Runkendal. So show me more swords you haven't used yet. Thuzad shoved the sphere into my chest. Graham's brain energy was stirring within the sphere. As soon as Thujad implanted the sphere into his body, the landscape of subspace began to change. The storm became stronger and the thunderstorm became more intense. The wounds on Thuzad's body were flowing with cerebral energy, not blood. Jean became irritated. Was it Graham's energy that could be used? Jean came to Paytel without thinking about using Graham's energy. Since I couldn't hear Murakin and Patel's conversation because I was dealing with Tuzid, I just learned that Graham's energy exists in a usable form. That's why I get annoyed. All elements that could be of some help in liberating the Golden Fleet and La Perosa are regrettable, and that is because Investment Card is now using them. Cayman, Thrax, Lugene, and Chin glared at Thuzad with devastated faces. If it's going to end, it's going to end alone. What on earth is this? Why are you ruining things further when you can at least recover Graham's energy and get rid of it? The reason you were given full authority was because you were the strongest among us, but also because there was an assumption that you also had the ability to judge. Even Thrax, who was called a mad dog, couldn't understand Thuzad's choice and screamed loudly. This is my first time using the power of God. However, I don't think I can defeat you by using this power. However, just having more time to enjoy pleasure is worth it. Tuzid was a man of true madness. He was a human being who didn't care whether he won or lost a fight, but what mattered most was how much more fun he could fight. I see people talking about eternal life over there, so it looks like they were promised something like that, so you're going to give it up just to enjoy the pleasure? Even though I was convinced that I couldn't win. Have you no such experience? I went to fight even though I knew I would lose and even though I knew I would die. Of course, Jean also had many similar experiences. But I never do it for personal pleasure. He always made such choices for the people behind him to keep his beliefs. Well, everyone has different thoughts and values. However, it is not good to see him putting his own pleasure first even while driving his allies into a corner. The same goes for damaging something I need. Jin's eyes became sharp. The ghosts felt their skin tingle as the evil life spread out from them. Sister Luna, Sister Runtia. What should I do? Get rid of those in charge as quickly as possible and join me. I think I've fully appreciated the old swords. Luna and Runtia nodded. Krantle and the axe sword contained both aura and magical power. Hey Murakin, shouldn't you come forward too? Graham's energy is not easy to see. I don't think you're being too relaxed. Murakin snorted at Patel's worried words. Well, if that man himself was here, he would have done that. But becoming stronger with barely any remaining energy means nothing. It doesn't make any sense. As Murakin said, Jean and his riders truly thought so. If Thuzad had gained enlightenment by breaking one of his walls during the battle, he would have needed to be nervous, but simply having his strength strengthened was not threatening at all. Nevertheless, the reason why Jean told the riders to finish quickly and join him was because he wanted to suppress Thujad's pleasure as much as possible. Skung dash. Krantle cut off Thrax's right arm, leaving behind a single slash. Cayman and Thrax were in a more intimidated situation due to Graham's brain power spreading from Thujad. Thrax, I wanted to inflict a little more pain on you. The crime of daring to harm the children of Runkendal will not be erased even after 2,000 years, not even 200 years. However, since you will not be able to enter eternal life, you will continue to suffer somewhere after today. Jean Thrax couldn't continue to say that one word and his voice fell off. Luna then finished off the remaining Cayman and shook off the blood on Krantle. Lugene and Chin also had no strength left to resist Runtia anymore. While exchanging attacks a little while ago, he struck Runtia with a few turning blows, but even those did not cause any damage. Neither the fighter known as Corano's barrier nor the legend known as Gwunch could even make a scratch on Runch's strong body. If you were born in a good era and died while honoring your name, you would be satisfied with that, but I don't know if you came back to life and suffered this humiliation just to see something good. I have no ill feelings, but it was an insult to Runkendal for not backing down when our Soga Lord first gave him the opportunity. The only price is death. Luzin and Chin were also killed by Charles's blade. The only one left is Thuzad, strengthened by Graham's energy. Jean was already putting pressure on Thujad by destroying the fighters. Thuzad doesn't know how to use brain power at all. Still, with such destructive power, it would be nice if we could retrieve the sphere and revive this energy. With Luna and Runtia joining in the painting Tuzad wanted was bound to be ruined. He wanted to face the end by exchanging swords one-on-one with Jean, rather than being randomly egged on by Sigmund and Crantel Charles. Patel was once again shocked as he watched the three overwhelm Tuzad. Obviously, my brother's energy strengthened that bug to its limit. Can this happen? To begin with, even if the little guy is alone, he can kill that guy called Tuzad in 10 minutes. Attila's matriarch, whom I killed by biting before, was still a proud bastard, but that bastard is childish. No matter what the pleasure is, it has to be right. Jean wasn't even using his secret moves such as the Myingwang Rain Sword or the Demon Sword secret technique. It was because the opponent was not worth showing such a sword to. The scenery of subspace changed violently as if the god of thunder had descended, and Thujad also changed its appearance like a netherworld due to Graham's energy. In front of Jean and his riders he looked extremely shabby. Tuzad even gave up eternal life to fight happily. The three people, Jean and Luna Runtia, were just doing their work with expressionless faces. Therefore, in the battle with Tuzad, Luna and Runtia had a larger stake than Jean. It is the horseman's job to follow Sagaju's orders. Whoops! In the end, Luna and Runtia completely subdued Tuzad before even 5 minutes had passed and kneeled before Jean. The madness of someone drunk on pleasure could no longer be seen on Thujad's face. It wasn't that he was full of regret, but he seemed to be in vain at the result, which was much poorer than expected. Now I can put down the moniker Tucson and disappear as I wish. As Jin reached for the sphere embedded in Thujad's chest, Thujad looked up at him. It looks like you need Graham's energy, right? Exactly. This device has already been completely assimilated by me. If you force it out, it will be destroyed. Is there a way to get it out without damaging it? If you make one promise with me, I will personally cancel the assimilation and hand it over to you. What do you want? Promise me on the honor of Runkendal Sagaju. If I give you the sword, you will fight me again one-on-one very seriously. That is enough for me. You really are such a smart senior. It was an offer Jean had to accept. Although I couldn't trust Tuzad, it wasn't that difficult to go one-on-one with him, so I felt like I had to make up for it. Of course, I felt uncomfortable. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being used for Thujad's pleasure. However, just as Jean was about to nod, Patel quickly ran up to Jin's side and took a seat. Jean, there is no need to listen to that bug's request. Patel, I can retrieve the items containing my brother's energy. I was able to hide here in the first place because I can imitate my brother's energy, so I'll retrieve it and hand it over to you. Patel was changing her mind as she watched Jean and his group fight. At first I felt unfair that I had pledged to use the seal to help Jean, but when I thought about it again, this was a situation where pumpkins had come rolling in like a vine. Anyway, I have to keep my promise because of the seal. But if these guys get out of sight, I will be in a situation where I have nowhere to go. Ziffel has taken over the hideout, so if it does not receive help from the Runkendal and Bamul alliance, it will not be able to avoid extinction. Jin's reputation as a god was already shattered in the Chongsi archipelago when he was a reserve rider. Patel's conclusion was that in order to receive Jin's protection in the future, he had to show that he was at least more useful. Patel, what is this bastard talking about? Where is the bug screaming? Did you think I would believe that nonsense about you being able to control your power? How dare you try to deceive our Bamul alliance leader? Our Bamul alliance? Since Yulian and Coulter are part of the Bamul alliance, didn't I naturally become a member of the alliance? If not, please let me know the formal procedures. I will carry out my duties faithfully. I have decided to be on your side from now on. If only you would forget about the past and accept it. Julian and Coulter were somehow embarrassed and had no choice but to lower their heads. Jean recognized Patel's intentions and smiled. Good idea, Patel. No, Patel. From now on, Patel is a god who officially belongs to the alliance. Let's bury the past. How do you plan to take out Graham's energy? Suppress this bug like this for about an hour and then you can safely take it out. There is no need for the awkward zipper device. I can make a bowl now and put it in there. Do you know Harmilla? Compared to making such a weapon, it is a very simple task. Shut up, Patel. Why are you suddenly stepping forward and ruining things? So I just almost got run over by you bugs, so are you going to do something nice? It's right to sincerely help our leader who saved me. Shut your mouth and stay still. After all of your energy is drained, the leader will destroy you. When Jean accepted Patel's opinion, Tuzad eventually lost his temper and became abusive. However, he couldn't even move because of Luna and Runch's grip on him. Soon Patel sat down in front of Tuzad and gave a thumbs up towards Jean. From what I've heard, it seems like I need my ability to materialize power, so I'll try to make anything from now on. Please take good care of me, CEO. And Murakan and Luna Runtia and other bees. No friends. The reunion with God, which was full of evil, ended with a good relationship. Stormstone. Patel gave that name to the object he made to contain the energy of Gram. Shouldn't it be called the Thunderstone? All you did was put Gram's energy into this thing. Murakan, what is the meaning of naming a brother who is already dead? It's right to put my name on it. Isn't that right? Moreover, this now also serves as a device for my manifestation. After escaping from the subspace of the Bluebird Archipelago, Patel was manifesting through the Stormstone. This was because the epiphany through Julian could put a strain on his body. This type of manifestation was also the privilege of a god who specialized in materializing power. Colleagues clicked their tongues at Patel's management skills. Jet almost felt like he was threatening his position. Of course, it was very revealing, but no one disliked Patel's behavior. In particular, Amaris laughed and said Patel had a cute side, and Patel already showed signs of following Amaris, calling her sister. Any name is fine. If you like Patel, Stormstone would be better. It's just as Jean said. It doesn't matter if you give it any name. Don't crave Murakan Patel for nothing. KKKKK, as expected, Amaris is the best. Why didn't I come to Tychon earlier and stay hidden like a fool? What is important is not the name but the place of use. Gram's remaining energy contained so much power that even Patel was surprised. Even though Tuzad received the full power, he did not show much activity, but that was because he could not use Gram's energy properly. Even if it had been fully used, the results would have been the same against Jean and Luna Runtia. As expected, our leader can communicate well. By the way, the reason why my abilities are needed is to complete the Golden Armada, which was the long-awaited dream of the Ming Dynasty in the past, and to liberate half of the Tushans and the remaining Ming Dynasty. Patel shuddered for a moment, remembering the fight. He never fought on the battlefield that was the center of the Ming Dynasty's war against the gods. They only fought a few battles on small battlefields, and even then they did not play an active role on the front lines. However, he clearly watched the moment his older brother Gram died at the hands of Ban. At that time I felt like I could never win no matter what god appeared. Haha, do I really have to bring those scary friends? As I explained earlier, the Jinma world will soon disrupt royalties. And even if my brothers come back with royalties, they won't launch an unreasonable war of conquest like they did before, so don't worry. That's right. Well, if we're on our side, there are no friends more reliable than the Ming Dynasty. I don't know how strong the true demon realm is, but it is probably weaker than the Mayan dynasty at its peak. Ibosho Patel. How cruel. You are not the leader, nor Amaris, nor Murakan, so how dare you talk to me like that? Pyle screamed at Qual's words. Qual got angry and was about to retaliate, but when he saw Valeria's expression, he clicked his tongue. I'm sorry about that. Patel, I called you because I was curious to see if you understood the blueprint you were looking at. Yes, you should say that. As soon as I saw the blueprint, I understood it right away. I had forgotten, but now I remember. Tushan led the Golden Fleet in the final battle against the Ming Dynasty. Among us gods, a lot of attention was paid to the Golden Armada from the beginning. Patel briefly reminisced about those days. In the end, we could not prevent the fleet from being completed, but we identified its fatal weakness. That is why they were able to win the war against the Ming Dynasty with only that much damage. Weakness. The person who was most surprised by those words was Qual. The plans for the Golden Armada were incomplete, but Qual thought it was the most perfect work of art he had ever seen in his life. Patel was saying that such a blueprint had a weakness. The Ming Dynasty people do something called resonance centered on fighting gods. It is an act of strengthening the fanatic hearts of the remaining members through the power of fighting spirit. When the Golden Fleet did not receive the resonance of its fighting spirit, its power drastically decreased. Therefore, if only the gods were isolated, the fleet itself was not a problem for the gods. Ah! Now I understand. The Golden Fleet was one and all. Up until now we had been working on each ship as an independent entity, so it was bound to be difficult. In the end, the problem is not the loopholes or unfinished parts of the design, but was it trying to complete it without the existence of investment faith. You may not be very polite, but you are a very smart person, Qual. But your method is not wrong. Didn't I just say that it's a weakness? Each ship is individual, and there should be no problem with its performance even if it does not receive the resonance of the battle god. Jean agreed with Patel's opinion. What the Bamul Alliance needs now is not defense power through a transcendent individual, but a weapon that can exert tremendous power even when used by ordinary people. Like the magic suction injection type all-weather accelerated shredding gun installed in the Titan. Anyone could operate the shredding gun if they knew how to use it. Then what should I do? Qual asked in a more polite tone. It's simple. You can adjust it so that the power performance can be maximized without the resonance of the throw. The Ming dynasty of the past couldn't do that. But you found me well. It is a simple task compared to what I made weapons for my contractors. So you can solve it right away? I have several light hearts ready. No, I need time. If my authority and power were the power source, I could make it quickly, but as you can see, I'm not in a good condition right now. If I divide my strength further, it will become difficult to even maintain this form. I can't bring out all my original strength with royalties. Therefore, the power of the Golden Fleet had to be created through light hearts, which were originally necessary materials. Patel added that he needed time to understand the characteristics of the Light King in order to process the light heart. This was because the power of the Storm God and the thunder of the Light Heart were similar in appearance but were fundamentally different powers. However, I think you can make at least one power source using Stormstones first. Unlike Light Heart, it doesn't require much study or understanding to process. Although I hated him so much when he was alive, I can process him quickly because it is my brother's power. The reason Fatal was able to hide in Graham's tomb in the first place was because she could imitate his power. Obtaining Graham's remaining energy while searching for Patel and using it to create the first power source for the golden chest were all unexpected gains. How do you expect the performance of a ship powered by Stormstones to be compared to the real Golden Fleet? It may not be comparable to the flagship that Tushan directly operated at the time, but it will not be inferior to Kojak. If you apply the Red Owl's spatial leaping technology, it would be enough to say that it is the strongest in existence. Moreover, unlike Tushan's fleet, there will be no change in performance no matter who operates it. Although the entire fleet is not complete, even just one additional ship would be like rain in a drought for now. In addition, processing the optical heart in the future was also a problem that could be solved with time. At that time, we would be building a fleet, not a ship. Full moon. In 15 days, the Storm Stone can be converted into a power source for the golden ship. That would be just the time for Ayula's appearance. It is very good because this is the time when the full-fledged transition to the true demon realm is expected to begin. As Jean spoke with satisfaction, Patel smiled. Qual, will you be able to complete the remaining parts except for the power source? It's great to see our leader so happy. It means that you enjoy working. Julian and Coulter were so desperate to hide somewhere whenever Patel flattered them. That's enough. I can finally bear the first fruits of my long research. Just as Valeria said after meeting Patel, I was able to build a golden ship. I was just expressing my hopes though. I never thought the problem would be solved so quickly. Now that the production of the Golden Fleet has begun, the biggest remaining project is the liberation of La Perosa. However, Patel said that he could not think of any other sharp move when it came to liberating La Perosa. I'm not saying this because I'm skeptical about bringing the Ming dynasty back into the world. First, before you start processing the Stormstone, you may want to take a look at the liberation device that Qual and Valeria made, but it's best not to have high expectations. Since that subspace was created by Soderette, there is a high possibility that there is nothing I can do. It would be a lie if I said I wasn't disappointed, but Patel has done a good job with just the golden box. Don't stress too much, just take a look. Saying that makes me want to take a closer look. I'll go check it out and let you know if I see anything that might be helpful. And you can look forward to that golem called Lelo. After I study Lightheart, I will find out how to apply it to golems as well. Oh, this is one of the more enjoyable stories I've heard. Even if it is a manifestation through a vessel, Julian and Coulter must be nearby, so I can take these guys with me, right? Of course. Qual and Valeria Patel and the others left the conference room. Patel and Qual were humming with their arms around each other. If I wait just 15 days, I will finally be able to see my first golden chest. Since it is now only a matter of time before the fleet is produced, even if the true demon realm is installed, we will be able to gain more time before taking out our brothers. The Magic Knight unit has now reached a level where it can be deployed in combat, and the mass-produced Lelo can also be further strengthened, as Patel said. The Bamal Alliance's preparations for war were proceeding successfully. Soon Jean looked at the other reports on the table. These were all reports about the transference cracks in the Jinma realm. Murakan. Why? Like Yona said, I need to summon Tess and have a conversation. Let's meet with Quicantle. Let me introduce that friend too. Come to think of it, I don't remember having a proper conversation with your Phoenix since joining the Alliance. It is clear that he is a great immortal. I understand, Amaris. I headed to the Tychon Palace underground training hall to summon Tess. It was at this training center that Tess was first summoned when the palace was a mansion. Suddenly I remember being beaten by Alyssa. After losing 109 times, I summoned Tess during the last sparring and won. Murakan and Quicantle recalled the day they first saw Tess, who had been summoned by Jean. The two dragons were so shocked at the time that they dropped their forks while holding a celebration party for Jean. Ha 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 ha. Blue flowers spread all over the sparring hall and a summoning circle was formed. When Tess appeared among them, Quicantle bowed his head. I meet the master of the flame world. As always, Murakan raised his head stiffly and rested on his left leg before being pecked by Tess's beak. Oh, how long are you going to torment me like this? Still, I'm Murakan, so I get treated like this every time. Ugh, it hurts. Stop cursing, really. I feel this every time. But there are many times when your guardian dragon seems to lack intelligence. Was the child born too strong and did not have enough opportunities to think? If it were Murakan, it would probably have been the same even if he had been born weak. That's right. Well, your eldest sister was also strong from birth, and although she lacks a bit of tact, she is not like Murakan. As Amaris approached Tess, who was pecking Murakan, intently turned her head. Nice to meet you, Tess. By all appearances, you are a very old immortal. I am the person who took on the responsibility of protecting the border after the death of the sun god Amaris. Murakan naturally expected Tess to be furious. Among the gods he knew, there was no one who could speak informally to Tess like this and still get away with it. Quicantle, who knew her temperament, was a little nervous, but Tess surprisingly responded favorably by nodding her head. What? Nice to meet you? Evo, show Tess this guy is much weaker than me. And even polite words? You're not that kind of person, are you? The adults of Murakan are speaking, please be quiet. Because Tess was speaking in a spiritual language Jean could not hear, but he could roughly understand what kind of conversation was taking place. Now that I think about it, I guess Jean can't hear this kind of spiritual conversation. Tess, have you never had a direct conversation with Jean? Was this idiot or Quicantle always acting as a kind of interpreter? Tess nodded again. No matter how strict the law of separation is, it is unacceptable for an immortal like you to not even be able to have a chat with a contracted person. As Valeria recently restored some of this body's memories, several minor powers have returned, so I will give you some help. Amaris began whispering something unintelligible, as if reciting a spell. When the spell was over, Jean could hear Tess speak for the first time. Wow, you're so amazing, Amaris. The power to replace spiritual language with the sound of royalties like this. Jean couldn't help but look at Tess in surprise. Murakan and Quicantle had the same reaction. Tess is talking. This is my first time communicating directly like this, Jean. Thanks to Amaris, I am having a very rare experience. We've always been together since we were preliminary jockeys, but it feels awkward to talk like this. You sound cute. No, even the kid speaks informally, so why can't I just do it? Anyway, this bastard Murakan has no answer. Even if he gets hit every time, he has no intention of ever getting better. This guy is a real bastard. Are you doing this because you're not from the flame world? Come to the flame world and take a look. Oh, I'm crazy. Do you understand that if you fuss like this you could really fall behind? What if you are Murakan? What happens? Jean is my precious contract and you are my partner. Puck! Tess clenched her wings like a fist and struck Murakan. As Murakan always said, "Stop cursing." Tess had a very harsh language. Although it felt like the image he had expected was broken, Jean felt good about the idea that he would be able to talk to Tess in the future. Well, there was a bit of a commotion because of this damn guy Amaris. It looked unsightly. I'm fine. I feel refreshed. Amaris must be worried these days. Jito breaks the order of separation and tries to go up to the surface and run amok. He should live quietly underground, so why does he keep being greedy on the surface? If all the immortals with the greatest power after the death of the sun god were like you, this would not have happened. That's the reason why Jean summoned you. Since it is a flame realm, does your realm also exist underground? No. If my land was in the underworld, Jito, that bastard, wouldn't have been able to mess around like this. Who? Suddenly Tess looked shocked and happy. As expected, he is a being who protects the separation of the world. Even if I originally used an interpreter, it was impossible to convey accurate information about my area to royalty. This is the order I was in charge of, so modifications to this extent are possible. When there were 9 heads, more content could be modified. I just didn't do it because it wasn't necessary and because it was dangerous. Jean once again recognized that Amaris was a being of particularly high rank among immortals. Even Tess, who slaughtered the middle-class gods with a few breaths, was unable to escape the order of separation on her own. Okay, then where is your realm called the Flame World? It exists at the highest point in the sky. Was that the highest place in the sky we went to before? I just thought it was another dimension or subspace. The end of the sky? Oh, no way. Are you an immortal who presides over reincarnation? Tess was shocked at those words and nodded. This was because it was information that mortals should not know. However, since the only mortals in the training hall right now are Jean and Murakan Quicantle and the world has become a mess, I figured this would be okay. Yes. To live forever, be immortal, and protect the cycle of reincarnation, that was the mission given to me after the death of the sun god. That is why it has such great power. Likewise, this was originally information that Tess herself could not reveal to royalties. Jean listened reverently to the world's greatest secrets. I once heard from a Soderette and a witch that such an immortal would exist. There is a blocked sky that even they can no longer climb, and it is full of fire. It was you. You were carrying a burden as big as me. Tess and Zito. The two were beings who governed the order called samsara or reincarnation and hell respectively. When all living things die, they go to either Tess or Zito's realm. Amaris explained these details and looked at Jean. Then Tess and Zito are complete opposites. Yes, Jean. Although I talked about him as if it was nothing special, that was assuming that I had fought him in my territory with my true strength. If Jito invades the earth with all his power back, you and your comrades will not be able to handle it. Then can't Tess have more influence on royalties like Zito? I'll have to think about that in the future. Since Jito used a move that ignores order, I probably have a way too. However, it is impossible for both me and Jito to regain full strength. Even if Jito regains even a portion of his old strength, it would only be a big problem. As you can see, I lost a lot of power, Tess. If you can help our alliance, it would be of great help. We will work hard to find a way. What immediately comes to mind is to incarnate through Jin's body as was done in the old Auterium. If you do that, Jean will die. Dying while protecting the world is a beautiful thing, but it is an ending that neither I nor my colleagues want. Also, even if you are incarnated through Jean, it will not work for Jito, whose original body has come to Earth. Perhaps so. I hate to admit it, but he's not fundamentally different from me. And another thing that comes to mind is, Jean, haven't you met Shenu recently? Jean nodded. We met. His fire and mine are polar opposites. However, since it is essentially the same fire, I think that maybe I can use it to manifest. Through the power of Shenu. Now Shenu and Kiliak, tell me what you want from me. Yes, Sir Jean. The two of you are hoping that Lord Jean will heal Lord Kiliak. I remembered the conversation I had with the young fire dragon Pai on the day when Shenu appeared. At that time Jin heard from Shinu about the sun god religion and their purpose. The reason Shenu gave me a lot of information even though he refused to treat Kiliak was because he needed me to stop the sun god cult. If so, it means that a deal may be possible depending on what he thinks about Jinma World and Jito. It was not a problem that could be confirmed immediately. Shenu and Kiliak were still missing. First, we will prepare for the war against the true demon realm and find out information about Shenutes. Shinu was trying to make a deal with me, so we might be on good terms. Of course, the best outcome is not a transaction but to subdue Shinu and create a situation in which he has no choice but to follow Jin's will. It might have been possible in the past when Kiliak was the head of Zippel, but it was quite possible now. I am saying that it is not even a slight possibility that you will appear. Yes, Amaris. Ever since I started making contracts with humans not as a manager of reincarnation but as a phoenix, the contractor I am most satisfied with is Jin. I have no intention of letting Jin die at the hands of Jito. Tess made eye contact with Jin. Don't worry, keep moving forward, Jin. I will continue to protect you in the future. How can I be so foolish even though I have experienced death once? It's my mistake. I should have sent you to Patel's tomb, not those 5. Sana, the shaman of the sun, was regretting it after confirming the fate of the priests who went to capture Patel. What they saw through prayer was truly foolish. It was especially shocking that Thuzad made the wrong choice, even giving up eternal life for himself and the other priests. Those 5 were enough to catch Patel. Their response to variables was just poor. The priest next to him shook his head and said, he, like the Thujad gang, was also a resurrected old powerhouse from the Ming dynasty. But my brothers also have a history of failing in their attempts to capture Shinu. So I guess we can't laugh at them too much. You can't compare Shenu to Patel or something like that. Even during Shenu, my judgment was wrong. If I had sent Priest Luke to Shenu sooner, I wouldn't have missed it. The priest's name was Luke. He was once revered as a warrior of the Ming dynasty. As Shunu had told Jin in the past, the priests of the Sun God Church included members of the old Netherworld clan. You're blaming yourself a lot these days. You seem to be in a hurry, Miko. It's because the future I confirmed through prayer keeps going wrong. It is truly unexpected that Moby Dick and other strong figures from Runkendal returned with royalties during this period. It may be because the character Shiren continues to transcend fate. As a result, the planned futures keep going astray. You're right. The fact that Patel's power passed to Jean Runkendal was a chain reaction of those things. How does that work? Sana was having a frustrating day these days. Her goal is the resurrection of the sun god. In order to make that happen, both the above-ground and underground worlds must be destroyed or close to damage at an appropriate time. Also, the sooner the timing, the better, but looking at the overall situation in the world right now, it seemed difficult to do so. A fierce battle is expected. Moreover, Elona, who expected that she would destroy everything when she woke up from the seal, was acting like a gentle sheep. As the number of variables increases, the time when our priests can start working on royalties is also being brought forward. That's right. Once the transference of the true demon realm is completed, the manifestation of Priest Luke and other priests will become easier. For Sana, that was a bit of comfort. No matter how the underground and above-ground war progressed, Sana planned to use the priests to steer the Sun God Church in the desired direction. Because priests have the power to do that. Bamul Federation, Luther Federation, Kinzel, Red Mystery Tribe, True Demon Realm. I wonder which of them we will fight first. Of them, we will fight whichever force wins first. I don't know right now because the answer to my prayer is unclear, but I think the True Demon Realm is the most likely. Perhaps so, but I am confident that the Bamul Alliance will ultimately become the biggest obstacle to the Sun God's long-cherished wish. Is it because of Soren Runkendal? No, Jean Runkendal. He became King II of the Ming dynasty in human form and became the successor to the current Tushan. Moreover, he also possesses the power of Sodaret. If he is completed through this war, all powers will be looking up to him. Even our sun god religion. I'm surprised that Priest Luke would evaluate it that much. Of course, we will have to control it well to prevent that from happening. Until then, it would be better to focus on catching Shenu and waking up the other brothers. That's my opinion too. Jiffel has to complete the demon stone as soon as possible so we can take it. The moment Sana answered, Luke suddenly looked at her in shock. Who, shaman? Did you feel it? What do you mean? Somewhere in the royal family. A being of my kind just woke up. I see that they have a slightly different energy from our underworld clan. So they are not Jean Runkendel's brothers. Soon Luke smiled and continued talking like this. The Qingming tribe, among the ancestors of our Ming dynasty, were they among the warriors? Nilet, the old city of the Qingming tribe in the middle world. Amir Beement looked at Elfiot, who had just come out of the retainer. Elfiot, do you recognize me? You are, Aaron, the one who saved me. He saved me and my brothers. A satisfied smile appeared on Aaron's lips. He and the imperial family have never saved Eltiot or the Qingming people, because they didn't have that much power at the time. The imperial family simply took care of the sealed bodies of Eltiot and the Qingming tribe. Additionally, the buried Qingming people were used to trade with the Red Ming tribe, and they were also used to research and experiment with the biogolem mine. There have been constant hints to the sealed Elfiot for a long time. It is said that they are the ones who saved the Qingming tribe from being almost destroyed by the Great Seal. There was also a hint that the enemy of the imperial family was the enemy of the Qingming people. Exactly. Unfortunately, we were only able to save a little of your brothers. But it is a relief to see you awake now. Why is it full of the scent of red bastards who need to be torn to death more than my brothers? There's a fishy smell from petty demons. At those words, Aaron smiled inwardly once more. What I liked most of all was the fact that Elfiot only lost his memories and still had the same terrible powers as he did back then. Just like Alona Ziffel. More years have passed than you can imagine, Elliot. And now is the era in which the enemy tribes and demons are in power. Wake up and let's go see the brothers. I will go and explain everything slowly. Eltiot held Aaron's outstretched hand with a hazy look in his eyes. December 30th, 1803. In the meantime, Runkendel spent his days dealing with the transfer rift and focusing his efforts on completing the golden chest. Now it's tonight. Ayula's Advent Festival is completed, and the Bamul Alliance wins its first golden chest. This was all news to be heard tonight. And is it today that the transference to the demon world begins? Currently, about 50 cracks had formed in Huffister. The performance of those with the ability to remove cracks, including Jean and Lunaruntia, was also limited by their efforts. The good news was that all the cracks in the most important areas, such as Ciatello, had been eliminated. Your Majesty, is it true that the evacuation of the crack area was completely completed? Yes, Prince Jean. Not only people but also the livestock and pets they raised have all been relocated. There is not a single person who was unable to evacuate. Miss Valeria from the entire region personally confirmed this with her recording magic. From what Nameless and the Seven Colors figured out, there were several times more Metastasis Cracks Federation than in the Bamul Federation. Remaining in. Thank goodness. If the cracks left in the Jeep do not become a communication channel between them and the Jinma world, the war could be brought to a considerable advantage. If Jeepel couldn't unite with the Jinma world, it could only be the worst situation for them. There is already a war going on with the enemy tribes throughout the Federation, and if the Jinma realm joins in, even Jeep will have no answer. If Jeep and Jinma world unite, there will definitely be Sana at the center. Jean thought of the priests of the Sun God Church who were said to have caused Shainu to struggle. Shainu said that he confirmed that the ancestors of the Ming dynasty, among them, one who appears to be a warrior, became a priest of the Sun God religion. If you're going to push a god like Shenu that far, there's nothing like the Thujad gang we met this time. It would not be a lie to say that the Ming dynasty was included. He was displeased with the fact that the former mysterious kings who became sun gods could appear in the world before his brothers who were trapped in La Perosa. Priest of the Sun God Church, believed to be an old warrior and Alona Ziffel. If the demon world feels burdened by those two in Sana's ability, the demon god stone, and forms something like a temporary alliance with Zippel, the situation will immediately turn around. We will be the ones at a disadvantage. In that sense, securing Paytel this time was truly a stroke of luck. If I hadn't found him, The first golden chest would not have been completed even after the year had passed. I guess I should go to the Holy Kingdom soon. Just me and I will go to Moroccan. Although there were many more metastasis cracks in areas outside of the Holy Kingdom, Jean, as the head of the Bamul Alliance, needed to directly confirm the manifestation of Ayula and personally encourage the subjects of the Holy Kingdom. Please come back, Confucius. If there is a problem with the rift, I will request communication from Songguk immediately. Jean and Moroccan rode the Red Owl and left for Songguk. And as everyone expected, the upheaval began at night. Demons and buildings from the true demon world began to be summoned from King Hupister's crack. At 10 p.m., Leet sent a message to Tychon. Runkendal's riders and knights were already sortying into each rift. I will immediately inform Prince Jean and send the superhumans from Tychon. Please send Tychon's superhumans to the Empire, not to Hufister. It is said that a new crack has suddenly appeared near the former capital of the Empire, and demons are being summoned from there. Of course, the Empire had also evacuated all civilians in the crack area. However, a new crack that appeared without warning was a problem. Soon the Ox Palace Lord will send Mott there. As soon as Leet finished speaking, a new communication came in from the Empire. Dante's Hiron was a communication from the Golden Ship, not the second castle. Kaha, don't worry too much about the Empire. Dr. Quall? Me and Fatel have just arrived at Highland 2 Castle with a golden chest. All inspections have been completed, and the current condition of the golden box is perfect. I've already pulverized over 1,000 demons that came out of the crack into powder with a single gunshot. So when Prince Shao arrives, tell him to go somewhere other than the capital. The capital will be protected by Jiamwang and us. Most of the demons who escaped through the cracks near the imperial capital were dying without even being able to see the site of royalties they had been so curious about. There were a total of 5 fissures that formed near the former capital of the empire. If one large crack and 4 small and medium-sized cracks had been identified in advance, people capable of removing the cracks would have been dispatched. Moreover, what about the number of demons escaping from the cracks? More than 1,000 people have already escaped from the first small crack that opened. Castles and fortresses of the Jinma realm were formed throughout the mountain range, and nearly a dozen ships appeared in the sky. No matter how powerful the capital's defenses were, they were bound to suffer damage from such an unconventional surprise attack. Even if Dante other superhumans and the Imperial Knights sortied right away, it was impossible to subdue them without causing any damage. However, the Bamul Alliance's technology was making the impossible possible. Ka-ha-ha-ha! Quall let out a hearty laugh. Today was the happiest day since he lived his entire life as an engineer. Leet and Casimir sighed in relief as they heard his laughter coming through the communicator. For now we have to focus on the battle, so we'll end the communication here. I will report and post after the situation is over. I understand, Dr. Quall. Still, just in case, I'll have the Oxbow Lord and Mott on standby. I understand, Deacon Leet. If by any chance someone I can't handle shows up, I'll contact you again. That won't happen, haha. With a single shot from the Golden Ship's gun, more than 90% of the demons that escaped from the first crack disappeared without a trace. The 5 summoned fortresses were also destroyed before they could show anything, and only 1 or 2 ships of the true demon realm remained. It wasn't even at full power. Quall's eyes were glaring at the cracks that would be his next target. Do you really mean to say that this is a destructive power that can be achieved purely through technological power without superhuman strength? Dante didn't even have time to get angry at the surprise attack. At first I remembered the nightmare from the time of Dyphus and was worried about what would happen if the people were massacred again, but when I saw the power of the golden box I was just speechless. That's right, Jiamwang. It's not just pure technology, Dr. Quall. Have you forgotten that my power and your energy are strengthening the storm line? Isn't that also the realm of technology in a broad sense, Patel? Well, that's true. It looks like another crack is about to open. I have to hurry up and scold them. Raise the output. It's 60% this time. Yes. The crew of the 7 Colors responded to Quall's command. Currently there was only 1 person on the ship who could be called a superhuman, Dante. The rest were all non-combat personnel, and Dante did not add his energy to the power source. as the Jin and Bamul alliances have longed for an object that can generate transcendent power with only ordinary people, has finally been completed. Although Qual was the captain, similar knowledge was not required to operate the ship. Woo-woo! The power of the golden ship was making a lively yet heavy noise. Qual and his crew felt a shiver run down their backs at the noise, which sounded like the howling of a gigantic beast. And facing that sound, the demons of the true demon realm, who had just been summoned to the ground, were terrified. What is this? Mr. Grain, weren't the demons of the 17th castle just annihilated in one attack from that ship? It is confirmed that Monty was also killed in action. Grain could not respond to the words of a demon soldier and looked alternately at the golden ship and the area where the bombardment had landed. Grain was one of the 10,000 captains of the true demon world and was the leader of this surprise disruption operation. The same goes for Monty, who just died. 2 more main commanders and troops were scheduled to be summoned from the remaining small and medium rifts. Twaff. The brain energy surrounding the golden box was distorting the nearby space. Grain was thinking of the terrible old legends that were passed down from the golden chest to the demon world. Aerial fortresses said to have been operated by the Ming dynasty. Did such items even exist on the ground? Grain did not experience those times firsthand. However, whether or not that monstrous ship was superior to the air fortress, one thing was certain. The truth was that the main commanders and the troops under their command had no power to suppress that ship. Scatter! Scatter! Yes! I am telling you to disperse all troops. The disruption mission is a failure. We must survive somehow until Beacon is summoned. Do it! Grain couldn't say those 2 letters together. This was because my vision suddenly became brighter. The golden ship's second bombardment destroyed Grain and about 2,000 demons. Most of them couldn't even recognize the moment they died. After just a brief flash of light, it was over. I understand why Jean wanted the golden chest so desperately. I feel fortunate that it is the Jean and Bamul alliance that has this technology. As technology develops further, there may come a day when engineers like us are no longer needed. Dante trembled as he remembered what it would have been like if the one with the golden chest had been Ziffel Kinselo, the Red Mysterious Clan, or the True Demon World. Check it out. Even if these golden chests begin to be mass-produced superhumans like you, will definitely be needed. In the end, there is a limit to how crazy people can be suppressed with just these items. Those who escape from the Great Rift may find it difficult to rely on the power of the golden box alone. Please come forward at that time. The third crack that opened also ended with a single gunshot. If the demons were just ordinary people dragged into an unwanted war, I would have felt uncomfortable. Because with each shelling 12,000 lives were lost. However, there was no such person among the demons. In the first place, Amaris analyzed the crack and said that Jito's summoning magic was possible thanks to his enormous power, but it also required the strong wish of the summoned person. Only demons obsessed with the desire to cause suffering to all humans in the world and devour the earth could use that summoning circle. Now was not the time to show mercy to those people. It was time to ruthlessly sweep away those who threatened the peace of the Bamul Union and its life. Of course, there are now 2 medium-sized cracks and 1 major crack remaining. It was only 5 minutes after the battle started. The surviving demons looked up at the golden chest and gritted their teeth. No matter how strong that ship is, there will be nothing we can do when Beacon is eventually summoned. The demons had such expectations. The moment the Beacon is summoned from the Great Rift, the situation of the war will turn immediately, and the entire capital of the Empire will be filled with human screams and lamentations. The 3rd and 4th intermediate fissures were completed simultaneously. They confirmed how the previous demons disappeared just before they were summoned, so they prepared to disperse as soon as they were summoned. There is only 1 gun barrel. No matter which side is attacked first, the remaining side spreads out and attempts to infiltrate. The newly summoned commanders of all people made that judgment. They said that if they spread out and hold out for a little while using one side as the scapegoat, they will be able to push forward with the support of Beacon. It has 100% power, but it splits into 2 and hits both cracks at the same time. However, as soon as Qual's order was given, the golden ship's guns were split in 2. You crazy kid! Why are you sharing? Hit that side, hit that side! Each of the divided naval guns was aiming precisely at the newly formed crack. It's a bit disappointing to use up 100% of my power against people who aren't even superhuman, but goodbye. Soon Qual pressed the button and the two-part ship gun fired a blue-black barrage. It was already a well-confirmed fact that only 50% of the output could eliminate the cracks of the 10,000 liters. Just like that, the two Mainin commanders and their elite troops disappeared again. The same was true for the castles and fortress fleets that were summoned one by one. Truly a landslide victory. At this point, the hearts of the remnants who were only looking at the beacon could not help but be shaken. How can they really do that just because beacon appears? Such anxiety pierced the insides of the remnants like an awl. Dante was thinking similarly. Do you really need me to step forward? It seems like there will be a turnaround for the demons when a superhuman at least as good as me gets out. That's right. Jinma eggs aren't as big a deal as you guys think. I think it would be right to say that gold is overly destructive. Beacon and his troops finally escaped from the Great Rift. Of course, there were also troops on a completely different scale than those summoned so far. An army estimated to be at least 10,000 people, over 100 ships, and one demon that Dante would pay close attention to. As soon as Beacon appeared, he showed off his power by spraying magical energy everywhere. This body is Beacon Laudio, the general of the true demon realm. I have come to Earth to convey Lord Jito's orders, so humans should listen with solemn hearts. What are you talking about, my friend, who doesn't understand the situation well? Guys, show me a taste of maximum output. The gun barrels were reunited and unleashed a huge blow that seemed to split the sky in half. The heavens and earth shook for a moment, and the magic energy spread by the beacon formed a protective shield. The ship's guns could not penetrate his protective shield. Beacon became the first demon to withstand the bombardment of the golden ship. Oh, as expected of you, Beacon. Beacon, take revenge. Beacon stood tall on the wall of his summoned castle, similar to the first time. I was panicking. Thanks to the shield, he didn't get a single scratch, but if these attacks continued, it seemed like he would have no answer. Surely there was nothing like this among the royalty ships delivered before the invasion? What is this? Surely we can't fire a gun like this again. However, the output of the golden ship was healthy. The power of the thunder god Gram and the storm god Patel will not run out after a few bombardments. Now let's shoot him one more time and send him back to hell. From the looks of it, it looks like the Emperor will just have a look around today and then go back. Qual grinned and gave the command to increase output again. In the end, Beacon, which had been waiting for all the demons summoned to the Empire, was annihilated by the fourth bombardment, leaving behind a deathly scream. The cities of the demon world summoned with him were all in ruins. And while Jean was watching the advent of the Holy Kingdom, he was informed of the entire situation and smiled with satisfaction. I was worried about whether I should move before meeting Ayula, but it looks like both Huffister and the Empire have sorted things out. The great temple of Ayula, the capital of Bankila, the Holy Kingdom. It was approaching midnight. Even as the international situation was in jeopardy and a royalty invasion by underground forces was predicted, more tourists than ever had gathered in Bankila today. Because the world is in turmoil, there are many people who want to rely on God. However, Ayula was not the only person that those who visited Bankila today wanted to trust and lean on. Sir, they have gathered together to hear the words of our Lord Ayula and find comfort. And on the other hand, it was a difficult step to see the Lord. Ronnie said, looking around at the crowd gathered in the main temple. The prayer that had continued for several days without a break had just ended, and she wiped away the sweat that had formed on her forehead with a trembling hand. Everyone here knows that since Kyung began his career as a reserve jockey, he has always shouldered these difficult times and suppressed them. So I believe that Jin Kyung will once again brighten this dark era. You give me gold lacquer before I even say hello. It's quite burdensome. I was just telling the truth, isn't it? Murakan, give me your handkerchief, religious bastard. I don't know if I'm wiping my sweat or what. You're not suffering from a tremor, are you? Murakan didn't drink a drop of water for a week and just prayed. Are you going to experience something worse than a leak? Phew. Anyway, thanks for coming, both of you. I was worried about what would happen if the two of you couldn't grace the occasion due to the Jinma realm transference incident. All cracks on the Bamel Alliance side have been suppressed. Yes, while I was communicating with Ayula through prayer, I witnessed some of these scenes in person. In Huffister, Lord Luna and other members of Runkendal performed brilliantly, and the Empire's golden ship literally destroyed the demons. Oh, I've been praying all this time, but you still know it? Ayula, that guy is also magical. Murakan or Ayula will appear. Can you handle such profane language? KKKK religious person, you are a holy king, but you don't know Ayula better than me. That guy is extremely benevolent as long as he doesn't create sensitive issues. He would probably just laugh if I crossed my legs in front of him and started talking informally to him. Ronnie felt somewhat resentful but was speechless because it seemed like Ayula would really be that generous to Murakan. What Ayula saw through her prayers was actually placing high expectations on Jean Murakan and the Bamel Alliance. When the dormant volcano in the center of the main temple is completely colored with light, Ayula will appear. The barrier of the Holy Kingdom will then be completely completed. After the barrier was completed, most of the demons in the true demon world could not even come near the Holy Kingdom. General-level demons are an exception. While it was manifesting, wasn't it possible to create a barrier that even the generals couldn't break through? As you know, Ayula is extremely wary of divine intervention in royalties. Just by forming this level of barrier, you have exceeded the standard you set. You must have endured a lot of pain. Well, I heard that Ayula destroyed the god of blessing in the past because of that. It's the price of God's pain and royalty's intervention. I made a mistake. If you know, even the sweat is wiped off well. I want to look as clean as possible before meeting Ayula. Are you coming? And you too should wear this dormant volcano necklace. Ayula said she would meet the two of you separately after completing the barrier and encouraging her subjects. Even if you are not a believer, it would be good to show this level of courtesy, right? After about 10 minutes, the light of the dormant volcano rising in the center of the main shrine became dazzlingly bright. And for a moment the world became dark. For about 10 seconds the entire world was immersed in darkness, and the darkness narrowed its scope as each second passed and converged inside the Holy Kingdom's barrier. In the midst of the darkness, the light from the dormant volcano became brighter. Is this the true manifestation of the highest level God? For some reason it seems like not only Bankila but the entire world went dark for a moment. Ayula's manifestation had a majesty that was different from the incarnations or manifestations of other gods that Jean had recently experienced. Patel's power was relatively low and Shenu was incarnated through the young fire dragon Pai, while she was injured, while Ayula was incarnated almost completely. My children. Soon Ayula's voice began to echo throughout the Holy Kingdom. The subjects knelt down and shed tears of joy, and Jean and Murakan also bowed their heads. Ayula, floating above the dormant volcano, looked like a person with 10 pairs of wings. Golden light flowed from his entire body, and although his eyes were closed it seemed as if he could vividly see God's love contained in those eyes. When you are afraid, say you are afraid. When you are distressed, say it is painful. When you feel resentful because I do not respond to your calls, blame me. No matter how you feel about me, I will not blame you, and will always watch you with a painful heart. That was the end of Ayula's encouragement, which she could hear with her ears. However, as a god, Ayula was maintaining spiritual communication with each and every person gathered in the Holy Kingdom. You just wait a little while. I will visit the children as soon as I hear their story. It was Ayula's voice that reached Jean and Murakan. The spiritual communication between Ayula and the subjects lasted for an hour. During that time, even reporters who came to write a big scoop about the appearance of God listened to Ayula's voice with reverence instead of moving their pens. I will invite you to my territory for a while, so don't be surprised. Ayula's voice was heard again. Before Jean and Murakan could reply in their minds, they could see that the surrounding scenery had suddenly changed. He had been summoned to Ayula's realm. An endless, vast gray land. That was my first impression of Ayula's territory. There was not a single breeze blowing, so the atmosphere was indescribably desolate. However, Jean and Murakan instinctively recognized that the cold gray land was once a trace of a fire that would have destroyed it many times over. When judging the gods who caused too much confusion in the royal family, Ayula called them here and destroyed them. Unless it was time to judge the gods, the land of Ayula was always this lonely gray color. It has been a long time since I brought a mortal here by my own will. Jean Runkendal Murakan and my most faithful child Rani Salome. It is an honor to invite you Ayula. It's been a while, Mr. God of Peace. In the past I often heard that this place was bloody, but when I came here in person I could feel the death of the gods engraved in this grey land very vividly. I was a little scared for no reason. By the way, have you caught anyone recently? It feels like the ground has just cooled down. Rani was shocked for a moment, but Ayula smiled and nodded as Murakan said. It's been a while since I saw Murakan's tricks. I want to enjoy it more, but the time given is not that long. So I'd better get started quickly with the stories I want to tell you. Please tell me, Ayula. I will listen. There is no need to explain that royalties are in greater danger than ever before. Jean. However, since the true nature of the true demon realm has not yet been properly revealed, we will not be able to truly feel how threatening they are. That's right. Our coalition has eliminated a few cracks, but we have yet to see in person any member of the true demon realm that can be called a transcendent powerhouse. Not only the true demon world, but also the sun gods are equally powerful enemies. Murakan told me just now. Have I judged anyone recently? As I said, I recently had a battle with a mortal here. Are you really a priest of the sun god religion? You mean there was a battle? Are there any mortals here who can fight with Mr. Ayula? There's no way he would have fought with his little starred father. Of course he didn't fight with me. By any chance, Alona Ziffel? There is one person in the Sun God Church who can compete with those two. Well, there are two, not three. I'm sad because I'm not in my perfect prime. He was an old warrior from the Ming dynasty who went by the name Luke. Jean is the ancestor of the four brothers, the Tushan class. Was he as strong as his half-brother? There has never been a mortal stronger than half of him in his prime, and there never will be one since. However, it was clear that Luke was also a person who could rise to the status of a warrior even during the heyday of the Ming dynasty. In the near future, he will soon be able to freely receive royalties. I met Shenu not long ago. At that time Shenu was also seriously injured, and it seems that the underworld king named Luke did that. Of course. Originally this time I intended to inflict irreparable harm on him, even if it meant losing some of my power. This is because it was judged that unless Jito regained his full power, he could be more of a threat to royalties. Ayula opened her eyes and looked at Jean. It was a look in his eyes that made you feel sad. But Jito is regaining his strength much faster than I expected, so I had to leave him to you and your allies. Even I have to be prepared to carry such a large burden that I can only lift it once. I feel sorry for leaving it to you. No, Ayula. I didn't even know any information about Luke, so I'm just grateful that you told me this. I will believe in you and bless you. Jean Runkendal. A person who has always lifted a burden heavier than himself. Bless me too. Okay, I'll give you a little blessing too. Rani, Jean, and Murakan. In the end, seeking royalties is something that only you, not a god like me, can do. All I can do is ease the burden a little bit. Jean recalled what Ayula had just said. The part about Zito regaining his strength faster than expected and thus not being able to use his strength on Luke. Ayula read his thoughts accurately and let out a low sigh. Jito will now appear in the Holy Kingdom for a moment, and I will cause him irreparable harm. The three people's eyes widened at Ayula's words. Now? Lady Ayula, did you say that that guy named Jito would appear in the Holy Kingdom right now? Yes, to find your own eyes. In the castle, Jito's own eyes, which were most needed for completion, were stored there. Because of that, Italaris had many restrictions on her movements even after Ilona escaped the seal. Ayula, just because Jito appears near the Holy Kingdom, doesn't that cause any problems? It looks like Jean is worried about the queen who was helping Rani stabilize her eyes. As I am now in a manifested state, Jito's energy cannot reach the inner parts of the Holy Kingdom. Even if it regains more power than I expected, it is not at a level that can destroy me. She will be safe today. That demon bastard. Comes in suddenly without warning and it's crazy. Mr. Ayula. So what should we do now? Is it okay if I help the nobleman fight this guy? If necessary, I will immediately summon all the superhuman forces of the Federation. Jean and Murakan spoke at the same time. Ayula seemed proud of Jean and stroked his head with one of her wings. I think it would be better to end today with a fight between gods. If you fight together, some of you will surely die. However, even if Jito is defeated, he will never disappear, so it is right for me to hurt him today and then plan for the future. But just in case, wouldn't it be better to call our kids and have them stand by? I'm worried about one. Now is the time when my barrier is at its strongest, so leaping into space through human technology is impossible in the first place. I'm worried. Have you forgotten who I am, Murakan? Forgetting is Ayula, the god of peace. Extremely strong. Yes, I am the god of peace. That's why I have the highest level of power among the gods. That kind of ability is needed to protect peace and order. The one who is burdened now is not me but Jito. Ayula spread her 10 pairs of wings. When you get out of here, continue to pray with my children. Your prayers are of great help to me. My fight with him will take place outside the barrier above the capital. Rani bowed her head. Soon as Ayula flew into the sky, the gray area became blurred and the outline of Ince began to be revealed. Jean and Murakan Rani were standing in the center of the main temple again. Ayula fights to protect us. Ayula! The people gathered at the Great Hall also knew that Ayula had started a battle with Jito. Ayula sent Jin's group back with royalties and also informed those who believed in her of the situation. Subjects, I will convey the words of Ayula. I will fight against the enemy, so pray for me. Everyone please gather on the rooftop. We will all pray together. Rani's voice was filled with divine energy. Just by being close to Ayula just now, her faith had become deeper and stronger. When I went up to the roof of the Great Hall, I saw a golden barrier blocking the night sky. And beyond that Ayula appeared, and in front of her was a huge crack the likes of which had never been seen before. Even when Hilurum summoned the demon kings during the Battle of the Holy Kingdom more than 500 years ago, there was no rift of this scale. It was a passage that gave a glimpse of Jito's power and power. Jito slowly emerged from the crack. The huge purple face looked like a dragon and had 7 horns. If Ayula wasn't here, ordinary people would have gone crazy just by looking at Jito's appearance. Ayula's energy and barrier are blocking Jito's influence. The evil god, or Gleek, the king of the Black Sea. Are you saying that you are a darker and more terrible being than them? It's no joke, it's really tight. Is there anything like that? Ayula, who had seemed so sacred and huge, felt relatively small. You two should watch the fight. We also want to support Mr. Ayula. Can't we pray together? It won't have much effect because it's a prayer without religious faith. Above all, since the two of you will have to fight that terrible being later, it would be good in many ways to take a look at his abilities. Ayula would like that too. Jean and Murakan nodded. Subjects took their places in order and knelt on the floor without separate command and control. Everyone started praying. Following Rani, an array of golden energy rose above the barrier. The energy was connected to Ayula's lower back. Meanwhile, Jito escaped through the crack, pushing away Ayula's energy. Like Ayula, he also had 10 pairs of wings. Ayula, it's been a while. Jito, you probably know very well that this is land you are not permitted to use. Go back to your seat quickly. Bring my eyes. That way you won't be humiliated in front of insignificant believers today. You're foolish, Jito. Since the dawn of mortality, no one has ever had any good results from angering me, and so will you. It's the age of mortality. I guess that's what you think of this world being left behind by the sun god. That turbid and busy era is now coming to an end. By Jito Lee. Pain will complete you. Jito and Ayula formed their weapons at the same time. An axe full of thorns and 20 spears. Jito lifted his spiked axe with one hand and Ayula's spears floated beside each wing. The first striker was Ayula. When Ayula stretched out her hand, 20 spears rushed at her at once and Jito did not dodge them. Its horns were broken, its wings were torn, and there were huge holes all over its body. Jito trembled as if in pain but smiled and said, Yes, this is it. It's thrilling, yes, Ayula. How long has it been since I felt this pain? Ayula did not respond and continued to press him by blowing her spear. However, the recovery was faster than the speed at which the spear injured Jito. Wow! That guy is very annoying and crazy. A crystal of evil and darkness. Jito was that kind of person. He loved pain, so after conquering the true demon realm, he spent a long time torturing himself. Because there was no longer a person in the Jinma realm who could cause him pain. Ayula is fighting for the cause of peace and balance in the world, but for Zito this confrontation is just pleasure. Ayula playing alone is lonely. After all, existence is something that can be enjoyed properly only when we are together. For those who are suffering to bond and share their pain. Have you ever seen a more beautiful sight? Why did I say I would just go as long as I open my eyes? I'm so happy. Royalty is a painful enough place without monsters like you. Do not disparage the life of life. This is a world where everyone overcomes their own pain and moves forward. I guess that's why I'm so greedy. Ayula. Hurt this body harder and more cruelly. No, it doesn't feel like this. I'll show you how to do it. Jito walked through the sky with long strides and approached Ayula. First of all, when you put pressure on your opponent, move slowly and slowly like this. Because that doubles the fear. Even though it comes slowly, I can't run away. Would you say it is the most classic and perfect method? Then the next time you hit somewhere, it's like this. Bold and threatening. Jito's thorn axe distorted the sky and fell on Ayula's shoulder. Flesh and golden blood splattered, but 2 spears were also lodged in Jito's neck. It is not a battle between gods and gods, but a battle between barbarism and barbarism. Structure continued for a while. Jito continued to swing the thorn axe at the same speed, even though his entire body was being stabbed by the spear, and Ayula was pushed back little by little. How can you not scream at least once, my friend Ayula? I really hate people like you. Even if I capture you and torture you for 1,000 years, you will still be as noble as you are now. There are many people like that among people in royalties. You will never be able to defeat them. But fortunately, guys like you all have their uses. The first is to cause me pain, something only noble and strong people can do. And the second is to lose like trash in front of everyone. You will remain noble until that moment, but will those who believe in you rely on you and watch over you? In this way you can instill in their hearts a feeling of defeat that is more painful than any other pain. Jito continued talking and formed another thorn axe. It gives me greater joy to experience the despair of so many people who believe in you than the pain of you alone. Because I was hungry. Quantity is more important than purity and quality of pain. You should consider quality only after you have filled your hungry stomach. Sukak dash. Jito cut down one of Ayula's spears that flew into his chest. The spear shattered like glass and scattered somewhere, and Jito bit the wing that lost the spear with his teeth. Blood poured like a flood from the torn wing. Ayula continued her offensive as if there was no damage at all, but Jito was also radiating stronger energy. The primitive form of fighting continued. This was because if they fought while avoiding and blocking, they could never inflict decisive damage on each other. From anyone's perspective, Ayula was being pushed back. However, Ayula glared at Jito without showing any sign of intimidation. Jito looks behind him. Why did you prepare a gift for me later? Why do you think I have been pushed aside by you so far? That was because it blocked your way back. At those words, Jito looked embarrassed for the first time and looked back. The huge crack he came through seemed to have been engulfed by Ayula's energy. The reason you were able to be confident was probably because if you felt like you were going to be defeated by me, you could always take me out there. And it has been an immutable truth since ancient times that cowardly people talk a lot. The means of escape are gone, so wouldn't it be right to kneel to me now? Jito blinked for a moment and looked back and forth between Ayula and the portal. Ooh. Ha 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 ha. What if I closed that? Did you know that I would be so surprised that I would become servile? Ayula, you stupid friend. What if I am fooled by this simple act? Are you saying that the reason why we have been so incompetent so far is because we were really wasting our energy trying to stop it? Jito was aiming for that from the beginning. He was convinced that Ayula had prepared herself for extinction in order to destroy herself today. I guess they were planning to block my way back first, inflict a big blow on me somehow, and then do something to me with the people under this barrier. If I hadn't regained this much strength, it would be a good enough tactic. But unfortunately, that's not the case. As soon as he confirmed that the door was closed, Jito's appearance began to change. New thorns sprouted all over the wings and body, and the outline of the once wiggly face became clearer. If I kill you anyway and find your eyes playing around, this will be of no use. Then let's start again. Foolish piece. Every time Jito swung his double thorn axe, the sky distorted. The same was true for Ayula's body, which the axe touched. Blood, bones, and flesh crumbled, creating a sound more horrifying than a scream. The praying subjects shed tears as they thought of the pain Ayula was going through, and Jean and Murakin narrowed their eyes. If the fight continues like this, it will ultimately end in Ayula's defeat. AI, isn't Mr. Ayula really going to lose if you keep doing this? They say they can't use all their power perfectly because it's a royalty, but it's too much. Ah, the barrier. Is it because I put too much effort into the barrier when I already don't have enough strength? That's right, Murakin. Ayula loses today. Murakin's eyes widened at Jin's words. What? The outcome of this fight was already decided from the beginning. Ayula has never once said that she would defeat Jito. You never said anything about destroying him. You just said that it would cause great, irreparable damage. In the first place, Ayula's goal was not victory. Ayula knew better than anyone else that it was impossible from the beginning. As Murakin said, royalties are not the land where Ayula can exert her full strength. In my view, Jito fell into a trap. I don't know Ayula's exact intentions, but I'm sure Ayula's power applied to the portal after the fight is over will hold Jito back. I hope you're right. It wasn't that Jean really wasn't worried at all. Originally this time, I intended to inflict irreparable harm on him, even if it meant losing some of my power. This is because it was judged that unless Jito regained his full power, he could be more of a threat to royalties. What Ayula said in the gray area just now. Even if the fight went perfectly as Ayula wanted, he would definitely lose some of his power today. Perhaps this will be the first and last time that Ayula intervenes in royalties and fights directly like she does now. I can only hope that the fight ends according to Ayula's wishes. If something goes wrong, there is a possibility that Ayula will disappear. On the other hand, Jito never did that. Ayula herself had nailed it down that it was impossible. I can clearly see your children crying under the barrier. My eyes must have been anxious to see that too. For too long, my eyes have been trapped without seeing anything beautiful. The thorn axe struck Ayula on the head. Ayula did not recover as quickly as Jito. He was controlling the spears with part of his head torn off, and at a glance it seemed like he had a vision problem. 2 more wings were torn off. While the number of times the spear pierced Jito's body gradually decreased, the number of times the thorn axe ravaged Ayula increased. Now, rather than a fight between 2 beings with similar power, the atmosphere was the beginning of one-sided violence on one side. Thud! Soon Jito plunged the thorn axe into Ayula's chest, causing him to fall onto the barrier. The shock transmitted inside the barrier briefly caused an earthquake throughout the Holy Kingdom. The earthquake grew stronger quickly. This was because Jito was on top of Ayula and was constantly hitting him with the butt. The barrier formed by Ayula's true energy was still strong, but if it continued like this, it seemed like it would crack at any time. Ha ha ha! I feel like an insignificant animal. After suffering from hunger, he finally found his prey. A mother who is tired from protecting her eggs. The mother will try to protect her eggs from predators at all costs, even if it means sacrificing herself. But she cannot, because the true identity of that beast is Jito. Jito raised his voice, filled with madness, comparing the crack to an egg. Ayula, it was such a great pleasure for me to come out and meet you first at royalty. I have been looking forward to this moment for a very long time. You keep talking a lot. It seems like he's definitely won. But he still seems a little uneasy. Then don't worry. I'm scared and anxious. As you said, that's why I'm making such a fuss. Like animals howling frequently. I have a good feeling that he is immortal. Okay, now let me give you a gift. I will show you the true nature of your unknown fear. Suddenly Ayula spread her wings wide. Ayula was constantly using her wings as a shield to block Jito's axe attacks, which she had just climbed on. And Ayula hugged Jito with her remaining 10 wings. Jito tried to remove the wings, but the wings, which had been tearing and falling off so easily, did not budge. Jito's thorns piercing his wings played a role in fixing the two people's condition. The two immortals looked like a giant cocoon tied together. Ayula smiled for the first time. You just said it's been a long time since your one I saw something beautiful? What are you trying to do? I think the same goes for your remaining eye. How can a world full of pain be beautiful? So let me show you. Something truly beautiful. Wawaea. A brighter golden light spread from within the golden blood-soaked wings. And Jito felt the sensation of Ayula's energy spreading within his wings, invading his mind. That energy forced several images and sounds into Jito's mind. Of course, the content consisted of the sights and sounds that Jito hated the most. Let's join together in a peaceful and beautiful world. The first thing that resonated in Jito's head was a verse from a hymn to Ayula. There was also the sight of millions of believers with bright expressions singing in unison. Crazy Kiowa! Jito suddenly shuddered and showed signs of pain for the first time. He was an immortal who was obsessed with pain to the point of torturing himself. But he was not very tolerant of this type of uncomfortable pain. This isn't good. This is the pain I haven't conquered yet. Just seeing something like that was a huge psychological shock to Jito. Because it was an illusion created within him, he could not kill and torture the singing believers, and he could not easily remove Ayula. It gives me goosebumps. There is still a lot left. What we see next is a scene where people who are tired of life are saved with someone's help. And they end up living a happy life. Are you saying that you are the god of peace even after doing such terrible things? You devil! Fall to hell! Those praying were so focused that they could not hear their conversation at all. But Jean and Murakan were momentarily speechless. Is this what I think it is? Was it really possible to make that guy named Jito suffer like this? It's shocking in many ways even for me. Jito, who had been overwhelming Ayula the whole time, was nowhere to be seen. There was just a pathetic devil who absolutely hated light and healing. Stop it! However, infiltrating Jito's inner world was in itself something that required great determination for Ayula. Just as Ayula is polluting Jito's inner self, Jito is also eroding Ayula's inner self. Ayula was facing a fantasy more vivid than the reality of this world, burning and suffering before her eyes. I knew it was just an illusion, but I couldn't deny it even with God's insight. Just as Jito is unable to respond to the spirit of Ayula that has infiltrated his inner self. Which side's inner self collapses faster? In the end, that was the end of the fight. That's why Ayula was certain of her defeat. In this case, the one who has more of something to love and something to protect is bound to lose. Ayula was rolling her eyes and vomiting blood, but Jito's cries were gradually quieting down, and Ayula's wings finally broke. All of the wings attached to the thorns crumbled, revealing Ayula's wounded body. Ayula looked emaciated as if she were about to die at any moment. As soon as the wings that were holding him disappeared, Jito widened the distance and gasped. Haha, I almost woke up to my strange taste. Although this is also a type of pain that I will eventually have to conquer. I learned a lot, Ayula. Ayula couldn't answer and took a breath. Jito will definitely be able to finish off Ayula now, because Ayula will no longer be able to fight back. But Jito had a choice to make. Will he use up all his remaining strength to end Ayula now, or will he use that power to tear down the barrier that Ayula placed on the portal in the first place and return? Although Ayula was dying, the barrier of the dimension gate was still intact. Jito chose the latter. This was because if they used up all their power to destroy Ayula now, they would not be able to deal with the humans under the barrier. TSK. Yes, I lost today. I was fooled. This is why I was so obsessed with the barrier. But I don't hate this feeling of defeat. It's an indescribably sticky and exhilarating feeling of defeat. Don't go back. The next time we meet, you'll be in a weakened state, Ayula. Then I will fully use you and enjoy you. Soon Jito tore apart Ayula's power that had encroached on the portal. And when Jito disappeared, Ayula fell under the barrier. January 2nd, 1804. A day has passed since the new year began. It was a new year with more articles than ever before. The Jima World War, each force's response to it, the Golden Ship of the Bamul Alliance, the Storm Ship, and the battle between Ayula and Jito. The people protected by the Bamul alliance were enthusiastic about their activities, which began immediately after the start of the war. It was definitely a happy event, but it was also a passion to somehow shake off anxiety. In the first battle fought in various regions, the Bamul alliance achieved completion in all regions, but the war against the Jinma realm was only just beginning. Until the Jinma world is completely destroyed or surrendered, and until the final war between Runkendal, Ziffel, and other great powers ends. In the end, people in the world had no choice but to always live with anxiety. However, those protected by the Bamul coalition had relatively higher hopes than civilians in other regions. This is why, after finishing the battle with Jito, Ayula left a message to Jean that she would trust him and leave him with the rest. The reason Zito has stepped down now is because Jean Runkendal and Murakan are here. I believe in them and have caused irreversible harm to Jito, the leader of the true demon world, with my true power. Jean Runkendal will kill him and free Ince from the true demon world. Ayula's words before ending the manifestation. All the reporters on the scene at the time were conveying the information to the world. I have never once imagined in my life of over 3,000 years that Mr. Ayula would be pushed around like that. Jito, that crazy pervert guy, is really strong. Those light and shallow words and actions are a symbol of the immortal called Jito, the pleasure that comes from simple pain. Jito is a being that is embodied in itself. That is why compromise or dialogue with him is impossible. Jito was in many ways different from the transcendental beings Jean and his colleagues had encountered so far. He did not lift the weight or show off his power. His personality was also more suited to a back-alley junkie than to a transcendent person. Nevertheless, Jito was more dangerous than any other transcendent. To him, all things and emotions in the world except pain and pleasure were worthless, and therefore no compromise was possible in any way. Ayula, I'm worried about whether that guy is really okay. I think that guy named Jito drained a lot of Ayula's strength. Murakan, why do you worry so much about others? I haven't met him in person, but if he said it was okay, it would be okay. Of course, it will take quite a long time to regain the lost power. Ayula's power was not exhausted just from the battle with Jito. By the time the barrier was placed across the entire Holy Kingdom, Ayula had already consumed her true energy. Instead, if the barrier was not completely destroyed, it was scheduled to remain strong even after 1,000 years. Mr. Amaris, in fact, Mr. Ayula, hasn't he lost his rank as the highest god? It would depend on how humans perceive the form of immortal existence. The barrier he struck can be said to be a part of his body. Therefore, the mortals of the Holy Kingdom who received Ayula's grace can feel closer to him. Actually, that is also the case. And the faith amplified through him will elevate him to the highest level of immortality again. If that's the case, then I'm glad. But I feel like that. The dying gentleman came out at the end and even put his blessing on the necklace he gave to the little guy. A dormant volcano necklace that Ronnie told Jean and Murakan to wear as a courtesy. Just before ending the manifestation, Ayula bestowed blessings on the two necklaces. It is a blessing to protect the weakest among you at critical moments. That's how you explained it, right? That's right, because his strength was exhausted he couldn't tell me in more detail and disappeared. He is the weakest among us. Then it would be right for the weak to hold this necklace. Let's see who is suitable. First of all, one person comes to mind. Hey Jet. Yes, Murakan. Keep one for yourself. Haha, Mr. Murakan. Even though I work as an informant, I still have quite a bit of training. Wow. Murakan immediately blew Jet away with one fist. Jet raised both arms to block the attack but felt pain as if his arms were broken. Then before Jet could say anything, Murakan swung his fist at all the other colleagues gathered in the conference room at the same speed. No one got hit. I should take it, right? Oh, of course. This Jet was just a burden, so I just did it. It's a bit weird for someone like me to have something that has been blessed by such a great god. Take it. It's an amazing thing for someone like you to have, but if you think about it, you've done a lot since becoming a teammate. It would make us feel uncomfortable if you were suddenly attacked by demons. Jet couldn't help but be impressed. He looked at Murakin with an expression that almost brought him to tears, and Murakin waved his hand as if he was embarrassed. Yeah, I will write well. I will take care of it with the utmost care and keep it in my possession. Yes, Nari. Send the remaining one to Dr. Qual. Oh, I see. I guess Qual has one. If there's a problem with that guy, our entire alliance's technological capabilities will collapse. Jet and Qual were the two people who would have Ayula's blessing. Jean somehow had an intuition that the necklaces would be of great help to the two and to the entire Bammer alliance at a critical moment. As Jet left, his colleagues fixed their eyes on the world map spread out on the table. The map showed the Jinma world's bases that had been confirmed to date. A total of 79 bases have been transferred. More than 80% of them are at sea, the edge of each power's territorial waters and neutral waters. Most of the castles and fortress cities of the transferred Jinma realm were formed there. The homeland of the Bamul Federation and the Lutheran Federation was the result of each force preventing and protecting the transition. The 20% transition cities located within the territory of each power were the problems that had to be resolved first. Most of the Jinma world's bases formed within its territory boasted a much larger scale than most maritime cities. The size of the base was similar to that of major cities, and the number of troops concentrated there could not yet be estimated. The Jinma world fortress formed in the Shoal Empire was completely cleaned out by the storm ship last night. Only one commander and about 5 executives fled to another base. An investigation team from the Seven Colors and the Empire is checking the inside of the True Demon Realm's fortress. The report will probably be posted within today. The citadel of the Shoal Empire hit by a storm was the smallest of the transition cities formed inland. However, Jean had no intention of continuing to deploy storm ships to clear the inland. The primary role of a storm ship is as a barrier. If you use a storm ship to clear the inland, the Jinma realm in the sea area will try to advance to the land. Naturally, rumors were already circulating in the Jinma world about the power of the storm ship. A number of general-level demons have already suffered. The Jinma world classified the storm ship as a similar class to the famous aerial fortress in ancient times. That's right, Jean. The moment their main force enters the inland, the Alliance's only option is defense. Moreover, since we have to fight while protecting civilians and territory, we will continue to be at a disadvantage. Yes, you will have to build a wall around the entire sea area of the Jinma realm with the storm ship as the center, and the remaining troops will have to directly subdue the inland area. Sir Bale and Amela, please link up with the Golden Box and check the supplies and troops needed for the barrier. With their mobility and firepower suitable for mass destruction, they will primarily be deployed on the defensive walls. Okay, I understand. TSK, I got it. Thanks to Ayula, Jito will not appear again for the time being, so they will have to send the highest-level strongmen to break through that barrier. However, if the top powerhouses of the Jinma world were absent to break through the barrier, the Alliance could launch a surprise infiltration. Therefore, the Jinma world was not an advantageous battle either. In the first place, the entire Jinma realm was not completely transferred to the ground, and Jito, who has the most overwhelming power, was unable to manifest. Once all the Jinma realm bases in the inland are subdued, a structure will be created where we can put pressure on the Jinma realm. Of course, for that to be possible, the speed at which we subdue them must be faster than the speed at which their base is transferred to the inland. Although the large-scale metastasis has ended, the metastasis itself is not yet over. Even now, each force was receiving reports in real time about the transition cracks forming inland. In the end, the ideal invasion time they want would be when we are putting all our effort into clearing the inland. Since we don't yet know the entire force of the Jinma realm, there may come a situation where even the golden ship has to be returned inland. Either we will be able to finish subjugating the inland area or mass-produce golden ships before that happens. That would be the best we can hope for. Yes. Soon Jean pointed to a crack marked in the kingdom of Sucherin on the map. This is the area that needs to be subjugated first. I will deploy the executive knights of Lord Tuben and Lord Heijin's family here. Next was the southern part of Delki. I will send Mary and Tana and their troops to the relatively small southern part of Delki. Sister Luna and Sister Runtia must go to remove the cracks that have formed in the central and southern parts of the empire respectively. Those whose names were called nodded their heads. Jean then assigned Hito and other transcendents of the Alliance all areas to be subjugated. Fortunately, the number of superhumans was not less than that of the Jinma world bases currently formed in the inland areas of the Union. As soon as they headed to the mission area, a simultaneous battle would begin. Winning is important, but more important than that is survival. Each commander should not risk his or her life for an immediate victory. If you feel pushed back, retreat immediately and request support. Even if we are defeated and retreat in one area, we must all survive to achieve overall victory. Colleagues nodded. But why weren't you and I assigned to the inland area? When Murakan asked, Jean smiled. You and I should go to the sea and see what happened to those who dared to invade royalties. Get ready. The Hupister Federation calls it the Sea of Swords and the Lutero Magic Federation calls it the Sea of Magic. The Jinma world's garrisons were gathered in the middle of it. In fact, the Jinma realm had taken over the area that had been treated as neutral waters. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for just the two of you to go? As Casimir spoke, Luna next to him shook his head instead. It's not dangerous, King. Even if a powerful force suddenly appears in the true demon realm, the youngest and Murakan can easily be defeated. You're right. There will be a golden chest waiting nearby anyway, so you don't have to worry too much. If there are too many people, it may lose its shape. You're receiving reports well in the situation room. Murakan anyway. Casimir is the king of a country and may soon become the emperor of an empire. So is it okay to call him such a petty person every time? As Amaris took his side, Casimir smiled brightly. It's a nickname, so let's not interfere with such matters, Mr. Amaris. Let's go, kid. Everyone, the mission is starting. If anything unusual happens during your mission, please contact me immediately, Jean said, lifting a palm-sized iron plate from his coat pocket. The iron plate was a portable communication device that Qual had finally completed. It was distributed to all major superhumans in the Alliance, including Jean, and was scheduled to be distributed to all commander-level personnel in each region within this week. I understand, Confucius. Please be careful. Those gathered in the conference room quickly dispersed. Jean did not use the Red Owl this time. As there were many mission areas, the Red Owl had to be used alternately by different colleagues. Haha. It's best for a dragon to fly and appear to enemies. I was worried that you would show your disgusting behavior by throwing up in front of the demons. Hold on tight, because I'm going as fast as I can. It's been a while since you rode a long distance. When Murakan flapped his wings once, a huge hole opened in the cloud, creating a shock wave. Murakan flew through the sky in an instant at a much faster speed than the wind dragons. At this rate, it will take about 3 hours to reach the Jinma realm's garrison. For other ordinary dragons or flying ships, it would have taken 5 or 6 hours. This meant that the enemy could attack Tychon at any time the moment the barrier was breached. However, even if you sneak through the barrier, there are always Bamel's top superhumans and defense equipment waiting in Tychon. Even though the enemies are stationed nearby, it doesn't feel too burdensome. This was because the results he had prepared since he was a reserve jockey were bearing fruit. The war hadn't even started yet, but Jean was somehow convinced that there was no way he would lose. Jiakmyong clan and true demon realm. Underground forces have begun to rampage in earnest, but in the end, my biggest enemy of the family and alliance is still Jeep. The cold wind was cooling my head. 2 hours after starting the flight, the first communication came from Kashmir. Confucius, can you hear me well? I can hear you well. Reports have just been received from Riders 1 and 3. They say that all major cracks in southern Delki have been removed, but 7 small and medium cracks remain. However, it is said that it was judged that subjugation after the transfer is completed is more effective than removal for small and medium rifts. Yes, that would be great. They said there is a limit to the number of times the sisters' secret techniques can be used, so it would be a waste to destroy even small and medium rifts. The evacuation of civilians would have ended long ago. What about other mission areas? It seems that Lord Tuben and Lord Heijin are easily suppressing the great rifts on the Sutran Kingdom side, while the 7th Riders and 10th and 11th Horsemen seem to be having a bit of trouble. There are no special problems in other places so far. All right. Another hour passed. Jean and Muraken were checking the Jinma world's garrison that had begun to appear in the distance. Hey! Look at these bastards. The land mass is already the size of a small country, right? It will be bigger than the entire capital of the empire. As Muraken said, the Jinma realm's garrison summoned to the sea was of a size that could easily be called a nation. The alliance had already destroyed dozens of fortresses in several battles and defeated tens of thousands of troops and numerous general-level demons. Considering the overall scale of the Jinma realm, it was nothing more than a scratch. The central garrison that the two are looking at right now is only the result of a small portion of the true demon realm being summoned. The entire garrison was overflowing with purple magical energy like a barrier. For those who were not properly trained, the magic energy itself was nothing short of extreme poison, so it was impossible for combat personnel below 6 stars to even enter the garrison. The minimum standard to be able to fight while exposed to demonic energy would be around 7 stars. If I want to show my skills without being affected at all, I would have to start at 9 stars. When we launch an all-out war in the future, we will only select the best elites, so that will not be a problem. Of course, the demon energy may have become more intense at that time, but we would also have mass-produced something like the Golden Fleet by then. Then all you have to do is push in with the naval guns from a very long distance. You also think about strategy, Muraken. This is no longer a world where I alone can be strong. Well, it was the same 1,000 years ago. I was in my perfect prime back then, but I couldn't protect my colleagues. Okay, forget about the heartbreaking story. It looks like the welcome ceremony is about to begin. The welcoming ceremony naturally meant that all the magic traps and water-based equipment installed at the garrison were activated. As Muraken approached the garrison, the magic energy spread throughout the area, moved like a living creature, and formed a huge magic circle. It was a type of dark magic I had never seen before. However, it was not difficult to find out what the magic circle meant. It usually takes a long time to be cast, and the reason the spell is so complicated is because of the curse system. And you are immune. As soon as Muraken answered, the magic energy condensed in the magic circle turned into hundreds of thin tentacles and rushed towards Jean. Although they could have avoided it, Jean and Muraken deliberately accepted the curse with their entire bodies. The tentacles were trying to stab Jean but suddenly broke like a withering flower. Then the magic circle immediately changed into a new form. This time it was an attack-type magic, and Jean didn't even need to draw his sword. This was because the breath that Muraken was expelling from exhaustion was canceling everything out. The boundary magic continued like that, but it couldn't put pressure on the two people who were close to Changxiang. So as I slowly became irritated and was about to pull out my sword, the huge demonic energy that was blocking my view suddenly disappeared, revealing the true appearance of the garrison. Jito and the Jinma world guys, your taste is very clear. The garrison was not much different from a typical city. However, thorn bushes were wrapped around each building, and even though Jean and Muraken were floating quite high in the sky, they could hear terrible screams coming from below without stopping. Those are the screams of the dead who were unable to take the path of reincarnation and were trapped in hell. When I looked closely, I could see souls hanging on the streets and squares throughout the garrison. They looked like the old heroes revived by the evil spirit of the past, but their appearance was shining with translucent indigo. The demons summoned to the garrison were spending their daily lives torturing human souls. Of course, they must have once been living humans, so I felt sorry for them at first. According to Amaris and Tess, those who fell into hell are all people who committed deserving sins during their lifetime. In particular, Tess advised Jean that there was no need to feel sorry for them. Only those who commit sins so terrible you can't even imagine fall into hell. I felt frustrated once again knowing that there were so many evil people like that. It looks like someone who could be called the little person in charge will appear. The disappeared magi was concentrated in a portal that had just been formed in the exact center of the sky above the garrison. A demon appeared from within the portal, trotting through the sky. Hello, Sir Jin Runkendal. My name is Sakil Grosh. I don't need a stranger like you. Just bring someone like Paelito Belgasium or something. Sakiel slowly shook her head in response to Muraken's provocation. I had no idea that you two would come to visit our Jinma realm so suddenly. So I wasn't able to prepare the welcome ceremony properly. You must be busy clearing up the inland area right now. We'll take care of our own affairs. So you're telling us to bring in the strongest person besides you? Let's give it a try now. Muraken's words were sincere. While Jean was visiting, he was willing to mix swords with the person known as the Jinma realm first sword if possible. This was because it was necessary to estimate combat power in advance even if there was no winner. That can't be possible. I also hold the heavy position of General Secretary of the True Demon World, so I hope you will be satisfied with meeting me. But wouldn't it be better for you two to pass away as soon as possible? If you care about your colleagues. As soon as Sakiel said that, the communication device vibrated. Confucius Jean, 7th Rider and 10th 11th Rider requested support. It is said that as soon as the demons that emerged from the crack were suppressed, a new great rift suddenly formed on the battlefield and stronger demons and troops escaped from there. Sakiel was directly observing the battle situation in all the rifts before meeting Jean and Muraken. In the first place, the cracks formed by the Jinma world inland were only first stage. The True Demon World planned to form a secondary rift to pressure the scattered superhumans when the superhumans of the Alliance dispersed for suppression. The transfer cracks that formed inland this time were structured so that stronger ones would emerge if they were defeated. This is it. Jean sighed and said, and Sakiel smiled. There are still many ready cracks. Don't waste your precious time here and go back. There will be a lot of days to see each other anyway. Jean also smiled at those words. Okay. Just as Sakiel was about to answer, Jean picked up the communication device first. Sister Luna. Sister Runtia. Did you hear that? The two eliminated the greater rift and wiped out all the remnants of the small and medium rift before Jean and Muraken arrived at the Jinma realm garrison. And even the newly opened great rift had been eliminated with a single sword by Sakiel's orders. Sakiel was also directly checking the image that appeared in his crystal ball in real time. What? The new rift you just sent out in one blow. This is Rider 1. Yes, I heard it, Sagaju. We will immediately link up with Sagungju and move to Delki. Soon Jean nodded and looked at Sakiel. What should I do, Sakiel? When someone falls, we send someone stronger. Southern Delki crack occurrence area. Oh, this is against the rules. Mary, you just defeated the leader and now it's a new great rift and these demon bastards. Are you trying to make war easier? How can they launch a new large-scale air raid so easily? Brother Tana shouted. While Mary was dealing with the leader demon just now, the two people and the knights of the family were in charge of the remaining forces of the True Demon realm. Mary was covered in blood and breathing heavily. Most of it was the purple blood of the demon who had just died. But there was also a little bit of red blood she shed. Are you okay? Oh, it's not a mess. If the guy in front of the damn team hadn't used a stupid move at the last minute, he could have gone one further. The son of a bitch suddenly explodes. Don't be bluff. It was close. I was scared that my sister was going to die. You're right. He also introduced himself as someone who is well known in the Jinma world in his own way, so there is no need to be so pretentious. What did they say, a nobleman in his 30s? I think he said he was a general from a family that belonged to something like that. Anyway, you fought well. Let's make a lot of noise and just hold out until help comes. The guy who will get out of that crack within a minute is definitely much stronger than the guy I just cut down. The energy I feel is on a different level. Mary, brothers Tana, and the knights were tense and alert. The fierce battle that had just taken place had already exhausted them all. If reinforcements did not arrive quickly, there would be many casualties among the knights, even if the riders did not know it. Mary's eyes widened as she wore an aura around her body. The Tana brothers, along with their knights, formed a checkpoint centered around her. After a while, purple magic energy exploded from the great rift, creating a shock wave. The explosions occurred about 10 times in succession, destroying the swords spread by the knights. Then a demon was seen coming out of the crack. He had a pair of swords on his belt, and although his eyes were covered by his long hair, he was full of noble spirit. As soon as he took one step, huge buildings and structures suddenly appeared all over the battlefield. It was the fortress of the true demon world summoned through the Great Rift. The knights had no choice but to lose their formation as they tried to evade the shock that shook the ground. "Haha, is Cycle dead?" the demon said, glaring at Mary, who had settled down again. Mary and the knights looked around before answering. Of course, the summoned fortress was full of demon troops, and they had already completely surrounded the knights. "Once you appear, you make a lot of noise, demon." "Yes, I killed him." "What is your name, human?" "Mary Runkendal, the 7th horseman of Runkendal." "Ah, Runkendal, the sword family with the greatest royalties. I am Fleck Kaluga, general of Kaluga. The cycle you killed was my henchman." "Is that so? Even if I kill you 1,000 times, this futility will not go away. But I can only kill you once, so I will do my best to make the end as painful as possible." Soon Fleck was about to pull out his dual swords. Boom! Suddenly, a white portal opened above the battlefield, and Mort the snowy toad let out a cheerful cry. Thud! There were 3 people on the Mort that landed on the ground: Cirrus, Luna, and Runtia. As soon as the knights saw them, they sighed in relief. Of course, they didn't look disheveled and immediately raised their swords. "Sister! Oh, sisters! Luckily, it's not too late. Is Mary hurt?" "What? Is that so? What kind of bastard is this that made our Mary like this?" "I killed him myself, so I was a little tired and tried to rest. But this time this new demon killed me. Right?" Luna and Runtia simultaneously turned their heads and glared at Fleck. "I am Luna Runkendal. Are you the one who threatened my brother?" "You're lucky. If you had touched even a single hair on Mary, you would have killed her in a very painful way, so you can just cut her down." "That's sister. There's me and Haytona too. We almost got hit too. 1 rider, 3 riders. I have to go to another area right away. Please get off quickly." "Oh right. I'm sorry, Sogungju. Go quickly. Thank you for moving me so quickly. I'll be organizing it here, so please come back if you need help elsewhere. Then have a hard time." Boom. Boo. Mort jumped up again and disappeared into the white portal. Luna and Runtia warmed up and lifted the axe sword Crantle and the rapier Charles. "How much did you say?" "Anyway, the price of harassing our Mary is very high. Of all the demons gathered here today, not a single one will survive. I will save the one who runs away. If only I could run away." Brother Tana said once more, "Sisters we are." But Luna and Runtia couldn't hear because they were concentrating on Fleck and the demons. The Tana brothers, who were embarrassed, laughed for no reason and cursed Fleck together. "Now that the sisters are here, you're left behind." Fleck was at a loss for words for a moment. But the 2 newly appeared horsemen were famous people of note in the Jinma world. Luna Runkendal and Runtia Runkendal. Among them, Moby Dick, I heard you can use red sword energy. Please show me if it's really like that. You know everything. Well, I'll use it if necessary, but I think I can just grab you. My sister takes charge of that. I will annihilate the troops. And Mary Tonadal. Oh, finally, our names. Everyone. Along with the Silver Knights, retreat and rest. I need to recover quickly so I can fight again. Okay, then let me ask you a favor. Ah, sister. And watch out for those guys. The guy I killed suddenly committed suicide because he thought he was being pushed out. Fleck immediately fired his sword at Mary and the knights who were retreating. The demon troops surrounding them also fired cannons equipped with swords and magic. However, Fleck's sword energy was blocked by Crantle, and the troops' attack was offset by Runtia jumping up and spraying sword energy in all directions. There are people who are turning a blind eye to me and Runtia. No matter how dark the royalties are, if you do something like that, you're in big trouble. TSK. The twin swords of Crantle and Fleck clashed. With a single blow, the ground Fleck was standing on collapsed, and Fleck pushed Luna away with his eyes wide open. Meanwhile, Runtia dug into the enemy camp and began slaughtering the demons. Most of them lost their entire heads due to her stabbing, leaving not even a final scream. Fortunately, the leader-level demons exchanged swords a couple of times and changed their names. Kwang. Sai. Crantle pounded Fleck's dual swords without stopping. Every time Luna swung her sword, a huge sword mark was left on the ground and clouds. Mary described Fleck as a force on a different level compared to Cycle, but from Luna's point of view, he was just a special enemy. It's almost laughable that you boasted about my tired younger brother, Demon. If it weren't for the series, you wouldn't have been able to put pressure on Mary like this. Fleck did not answer but was thinking back to the moments of defeat he had experienced several times before becoming a general. Among them, the image of one person who completely overwhelmed him was especially visible, overlapping with Luna. Piloto Belgasium, the best sword of the true demon world. Mokyung, indeed it wasn't a lie. Have I ever been so overwhelmed since Master Piloto and Master Lyset? Fleck quickly came to a conclusion. Getaway. Even if you had to risk your life to fight, the outcome was already decided. If he self-destructed like Cycle, he could have inflicted serious injuries, but it would have been impossible to inflict fatal injuries. Luna will soon recover again and slaughter the demons like never before. The match against Baekhyun will be postponed until after Jito-sama grants more strength. Unfortunately, Fleck's true intentions were clearly visible to Luna. This was because Fleck's sword did not show the sense of desperation that had been seen in the relatively weak she had used swords with. Although he is clearly weaker than himself, Fleck is one of the generals of the true demon world. If you miss today, Fleck will kill and torture countless people in the future. Therefore, Luna chose the option that would never let him go. A move that does not even allow the opportunity to suddenly open a portal leading to an escape route or use something like a space jump. I'll show you what you want. Simjium Jiaquil. Crantle turned red. At that moment, Fleck was attempting to move to another dimension, as Luna had predicted. Runtia was performing a dark space jump magic as a sacrifice to the demon troops that were being slaughtered. Fleck thought that even if Luna used red sword energy, she would be able to escape. Even when confronting Piloto in the past, he had the experience of escaping in this way. If it is true that red energy was used, that person named Luna is the most dangerous person to Jito right now, along with Soren Runkendal. However, Fleck did not know that Piloto had said that about Luna and the red sword. Fleck, like Piloto, does not know the nature of the red sword energy. Therefore, he decided that there was no way he, who ran away from Piloto, would be able to escape from Luna. The dimension door opened. With just one step, Fleck was able to immediately enter the portal and move to the garrison where Jean and Sakiel were facing. And Fleck thought he had taken that step. And that was the final ritual of the true demon world, General Fleck Kaluga. Contrary to Fleck's perception, his body was completely disintegrated by the red sword and scattered into particles as soon as the portal was opened. Whoa! Luna broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Fleck and the spot where the portal disappeared with him. I guess it's because I used it continuously for the previous Great Rift, so I'm quite tired. I'll have to refrain from using it for the time being. I'm worried that my father's limit on the number of times he can speak may be further reduced. Runtia, who was in the midst of destroying the demons and their fortress, shrugged her shoulders and looked back at Luna. Because Fleck used them as sacrifices, all the enemies disappeared in an instant. Sister, are you okay? I went a bit overboard trying not to miss him. Now that this is settled, let's contact the youngest again and ask about the situation in other areas. I'll have to go back to Taiken and get some rest. Brothers Mary and Tana were not the only ones facing the suddenly formed new Great Rift. Okan Desert Scaran Kingdom. Here Tuben Heijin and the family's execution knights were dealing with two generals who had escaped the Great Rift and a demonic force approaching Oman. I never thought we would already see such a rough battlefield after the Black Sea. As expected, the matriarch didn't reinstate us for nothing. It hurts my pride to ask for support. The new Great Rift was formed as soon as Tuben Heijin and his party eliminated half of the troops of the existing Great Rift. As soon as they clearly achieved victory by killing one general and about 20,000 demons, the sky turned purple and the shock wave of the Great Rift spread. Who do you think will come? Tuben. Well, isn't it the third rider? I listened to the transmission a little while ago, and it seemed like the first rider was a little tired. I guess it has to be because I killed a general in a matter of minutes. Runtia also used Brotherhood to eliminate the Great Rift in the first mission area, but of course she was relatively untired compared to Luna. I feel like someone more familiar and welcome will come. The moment Heijin said that 2 generals of the true demon realm appeared from the newly formed Great Rift. They stood next to the only remaining general and looked at the battlefield. Halaga is dead? Did those people kill him? Hanalov, General Delvargo Kalaga and Rimdan Grosh, who had just come out of the rift, spoke. They were blood relatives of Flek Kalaga and Sakil Grosh respectively, whom Luna had just killed. Hanalov nodded and Rimdan shook his head as if he didn't understand. I haven't heard any information about those 2 guys. Are they the Knights of Shiren Runkendal who recently returned? No matter what their identity is, they are not people to look down on because they killed Laga. Let's not be nervous and deal with him properly. Meanwhile, the citadel of the true demon realm summoned from the Great Rift began to cover the Oaken Desert. The Knights of Runkendal formed a new formation while avoiding the rising building. For this transition, the Jinma realm deliberately deployed a large number of generals and demons equivalent to them in the cracks scattered inland. This was because the sea could be easily occupied without having to send a general, but the inland area was not. In particular, the Oaken Desert was the area where the largest number of generals were deployed at the same time. The purpose of the Jinma world is to establish itself inland and expand its base starting with the Oaken Desert. The largest garrison has already been established at sea. I want to at least hear your names before mixing swords, human commanders. Tell me, what are you called in royalties? Limdan, the highest-ranking general among the 3 generals, stepped forward. The demons summoned along with the castle were already surrounding the knights. Black Helmet. Black Helmet? Well, I only got embarrassed by asking something that I would naturally find out if I was caught and punished. Strike. As soon as Rimdan's command was given, the demons, who had become arrogant again, charged all at once, firing swords, magic, and artillery. We will break through Runkendal. All right. The knights, led by Tuben and Heijin, formed a breakthrough formation and roared. Runkendal's total strength is 2 squadron Black Knights and 500 execution knights. The difference in troops was exactly 100 times, but they showed no signs of being intimidated at all, and instead rushed forward as if they were trying to slaughter the cornered enemies. The demons also appeared to be in a frenzy and clashed without hesitation. Every time Tuben and Heijin swung their swords, dozens of demons at the front turned into 6 groups, and the execution knights swung their swords non-stop at the demons flocking to the sides and rear. It felt like a purple river rushing by. It wasn't just an expression, the flesh and blood of the demons cut by the knights were already flowing like a river. It was indeed worth killing Laga. If the ones below drain enough of their stamina, they attack all at once. But Rimdan's plan could not come to fruition. Bong dash! This time a white portal opened in the sky and Mort appeared. There were 4 people on board the moat. Cirrus, Indorma, Zed, Runkendal, Vanessa Olsen, and Hito. The 3 people except Cirrus jumped straight to the ground and swung their swords, and the impact briefly caused an earthquake throughout the battlefield. This time Cirrus immediately entered the otherworldly snowfield with Mort again for another area. Is everyone okay? Zed said as a meteor shower unfolded. The shooting star of the Superman who penetrated the Black Sea alone continued to explode demons like firecrackers. Who, just as Heijin said, some more welcome people have arrived. When I was young, I sometimes brought home stray cats that were a source of entertainment for us in the bleak Black Sea. Vanessa said. Stray cat. When Hito was young and wandering in the Black Sea, Soren and the Black Knights really recognized him that way. It's fierce and annoying, but when we spend time together once in a while, we can forget about the devastation of the Black Sea for a moment. Look, Vanessa, are you really going to keep calling me a stray cat? Even though you became the chief of staff of the Bamul Alliance, you will always be just a cute stray cat in our memories. There will never be a day when that perception will change, so don't expect it. Hey, this is it. Oh, who is this? Isn't Hito a stray cat? It's still cute and nice to meet you. Tuben and Heijin looked at Hito, giggling, their ghost-like faces just gone. Although Hito felt a little burdened by being called a stray cat, he was thankful that the moment had finally come to help the benefactors of his youth. If Hito had not met Soren and the knights in the Black Sea at that time, Hito would have ended his life as an animal without being able to reach India until his death. I wouldn't have been able to meet Sandra Ziffel, who was more precious than my life. Tubin Hazin. The gentlemen seem to be tired, so please assist them appropriately from now on. If a stray cat is talking to a person, you should listen to it. Oh, kinda. As the three suddenly appeared and immediately changed the atmosphere of the battlefield, the generals of the true demon realm could not help but show an expression of displeasure. Still, we will finish off that guy named Hanilov. You just take charge of the two new guys. It was an absurd situation for the generals, and they were speechless, but their skills could not be ignored. Zed's meteor shower was already slaughtering thousands of demons, and the demons that attacked Vanessa were swept away without leaving a trace by her sword dance. The sword spread from Hito's mighty force was quickly making a path toward the generals. The swords that poured down like a tidal wave battered the generals' protective shields. With 5 of the best superhumans in the alliance gathered together, a mere 50,000 ordinary troops couldn't really mean much. It became a situation where you had to be at least a general-level demon to be able to be a meaningful help in their fight. Since there were generals mixed in among the troops, it was decided that Zed would take charge of them all at once. For Hanilov, Tuben and Heijin, for Vargo and Rimden, respectively Vanessa and Hito. A new battle structure was formed. Unlike Fleck, the generals had no intention of backing down. Occupying the Okan Desert is the biggest goal of this war. All of us have already risked our lives and won countless times against things worse than you in the Black Sea. So there is no need to be too upset if you lose. Again, the largest garrison of the maritime Jinma world. Sakiel was watching the entire situation through a crystal ball and was trying to maintain a calm expression. Do you mean that following Sucherin, even the Okan Desert has been pushed back like this? I knew there would be a lot of variables, but I never thought it would be this much. Although Jean and Murakin cannot see the crystal ball, they received the entire situation from Casimir through a communication device. Complete victory. The result of the first match was already a complete victory. Because most of the true demon world's trump cards called additional great rifts have been destroyed. Victory was not achieved on all battlefields. In some areas of the Empire and Huffister, the transformation of the true demon world was successfully completed. This was because it was impossible to prevent all cracks that were added in real time. However, since all major areas were protected and no civilian casualties occurred, the stolen lands had to be gradually recovered through war. Well, I think we've figured out the situation. Sakiel, if you still don't want to call Pialito. I plan to leave with one last suggestion to you. Did you say it was a suggestion? Yes, or you could say it is a final warning. The content is simple and clear. The Jinma realm, please withdraw all cracks right now and return to your land and enjoy life as before. You're too drunk on such a small victory. I refuse. Well, I just did it without any expectations. Even if you guys just leave now, you never know when royalties may be threatened again, so you shouldn't leave a seed of anxiety for future generations. But you seem to be quite a burden on the two of us. What are you saying all of a sudden? It's strange. From your perspective, the Bamul Alliance is the enemy, and now its leader and guardian dragon have taken care of finding the middle of the enemy lines. They keep telling me to just go back. If it were me in the same situation, I would have tried to end it somehow. Sakiel tensed and glared at Jean. Jean smiled. Before you go, I'll give you a gift, so treat yourself well. Murakin. When Jean called his name, Murakin's appearance suddenly began to change. Its amber eyes burned like fire, and an additional pair of wings sprouted from its back. It was the state of Murakin's awakening to his true self, which was confirmed through fakes and old truths in the 7th episode of Timar. Even though Sakiel had her eyes wide open, she suddenly felt the strange sensation of her vision going blank. Black Dragon Ultimate True Darkness arrives in Timar's 7th tomb. Murakin not only regains his memories. The ultimate skill that had been forgotten for a long time can now be used again. Sakiel and the demons in the garrison had no choice but to shudder as they faced darkness as terrible as the days when there was no artificial sun underground. A huge darkness spread over the Jinma realm's maritime garrison. Of course, not only Sakiel but also the demons of the true demon world, who faced the darkness below the garrison, had never experienced Murakin's ultimate skill. What is its power and what will happen in the future? No one among the demons could guess, but they felt it instinctively, the fact that they were now exposed to terrible danger. Activate the shield. Must activate. Sakiel quickly shouted to deploy the garrison's protective shield, but her voice just lingered hollowly in her mouth. It's not that her voice didn't actually come out, but most of the demons who were supposed to carry out her commands had already disappeared into the darkness. They could not even properly recognize the moment of their death. Their vision just went dark for a moment, and just as they were about to do something reflexively, their consciousness was cut off. The numerous defensive equipment and boundary magic that the Jinma world boasted were in vain buried in the darkness. Sakiel felt the darkness approaching from the side and behind and was startled and threw her body around. Just one touch and it's over. Sakiel raised the crystal ball. The intention was to use the Great Seal, which had suppressed many demon kings except Jito when she was a general in the past. I will make you regret not backing down gracefully. As Sakiel released her magical energy, the darkness around her cleared for a moment. Oh, so they are the highest level demons? It seems like it has some roots. Murakan looked at Sakiel with a grin. However, in order to keep Sakiel in check, he did not apply any special pressure or use his breath. The purpose of Jean and Murakan coming here today was not to destroy the Jinma world's largest garrison. It was to determine how powerful they were and how threatening their abilities were. For example, they had to check as much as possible the trump cards of the true demon realm demons. Quaya! The sphere of magic energy surrounding Sakiel was spinning furiously, pushing back the darkness of the coming darkness. The speed got faster and faster, and Murakan showed signs of interest each time. Are you feeling it too, kid? An enormous energy is being generated inside the demonic energy that hides those demons. It looks like they are probably trying to use some magic through the crystal ball. You decide everything, Murakan. If it looks like it's going to be even the slightest bit dangerous, we'll attack without further observation. Otherwise, we'll keep watching. With Murakan's ultimate skill unleashed so perfectly, it can't possibly be dangerous. Of course, if there were a monster that could tear apart all the darkness of the coming of darkness, the story would be different. Guys like Ilona Ziffel. In the true demon world, it's probably Jito and Pialito Belgasium. In Murakan's view, Sakiel's removal of the darkness was nothing more than a scratch on the advent of darkness. If Sakiel had the spear's power, she would have already attacked Murakan before the arrival of darkness had fully unfolded. Below the garrison, silent slaughter was continuing. Murakan felt that the demons were dying through his senses spread throughout the dark ages. And Jean saw beyond the darkness that the demon's energy was quickly fading away one by one. And Sakiel appeared to have secured her territory, which was about 5 times larger than the first time. Numerous magic circles of a type Jean had never seen before were engraved on the surface of the gigantic magic sphere. It seems like a curse or a seal, but since we confirmed that it is immune to the curse, it must be a seal. No matter what, he will not succeed. Jean nodded at Murakan's confident words. At that moment, the great sealing technique prepared by Sakiel was completed. Sakiel widened her eyes and concentrated all her magic and magic energy into the crystal ball. The end of hell is the magic that has sealed the 7 demon lords so far. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to withstand this. A magic that made Sakiel, whose combat power is relatively low compared to the top generals, into the general secretary. She had no idea that this magic would be unleashed at the beginning of the war, but Sakiel was of the opinion that it was a good thing. If Murakan's dark coming could unfold every time without any consequences, it would be right to put an end to it here and now. I'll send you to hell, Sakiel shouted and raised the crystal ball. If all went according to plan, all the souls of hell that Sakiel had collected would come out of that crystal ball and entangle Jean and Murakan. They would be captured and thrown into an abyss that even the demon kings of the past could not fathom. However, after a while, Sakiel realized that the magic circles engraved on the crystal ball were not activating. There was not a single error in this technique. But why is it not activated? Ka ha ha. At that moment, Murakan burst out laughing. The darkness of the coming of darkness seemed to follow the sound of laughter and laugh at Sakiel. The moment that Guy was preparing his magic, My spiritual energy had already penetrated into the crystal ball. It looks like he didn't know that and worked hard to perfect the technique because he didn't have enough time. As expected, it was a seal system. It was definitely a dangerous spell if it wasn't blocked in advance. If it had that much power, even you or I wouldn't have been able to shake it off easily. I hate to admit it, but it's true. If the sealing ceremony had gone ahead without a hitch, I think both of us would have had to dig deep to get it out. In my own way, I am a bastard, even that guy named Sakiel. Sakiel belatedly saw the crystal ball stained black. Ah! Such a rookie mistake that she couldn't even trust herself. Since learning magic, Sakiel had never made a mistake like this. It was no different from the fact that Sakiel did not notice the spiritual energy that had penetrated the crystal sphere at all. As Murakan said, it was because there was not that much time to spare. There was only one way to solve this situation with self-power, which was the end of hell, so she just tried to complete the technique somehow. She couldn't pay attention to anything else if she wanted to perform a magic trick while pushing away the surging darkness. So much so that she couldn't even check the condition of the crystal ball right in front of her. Kahak! The darkness of the coming of darkness engulfed Sakiel's right hand, which was holding the crystal ball. The darkness continued to rush towards Sakiel, tearing off the crystal ball and her right hand at once. If you do well, you can deal with that guy and go back before the arrival of darkness ends. Kid. You can't let your guard down until the end. However, I am also interested in ending the Jinma World General Secretary here. I guess I'll pick up the sword soon. Bradamanti came out of the scabbard and was engulfed in spiritual energy. Sakiel was barely able to fly to avoid the coming of darkness. Now, if Jin invades, Sakiel will face death. However, there was one last move left for Sakiel. In the end, do I have to use Jito's true spirit? The problem was that it was Zito's power, not hers. Sakiel did not think for long. It was already permitted to bring in Jito's power to prepare for such a situation. This is something that is only allowed to Piloto, Sakiel, and a few leader-level demons. Sakiel took out a black lump the size of a finger from her arms. Zito's flesh. It was an item that she intended to use when she encountered Changxiang during the invasion of Ince. Even in those moments, it was an item she never wanted to use if possible. This was because consuming Jito's body meant permanently weakening him. Even if it was just a piece of flesh, its value was completely different when its power was fully returned to Jito and when it was used by other demons. I'm sorry, Zito. Soon, Sakiel was shedding bloody tears and clutching the piece of flesh in her hands. The moment the flesh was broken like a walnut, Jin stopped swinging the sword and drew up his energy. He realized that the situation had suddenly changed to become defensive rather than offensive. That Murakan guy came up with a new move, and this is the energy of Zito. Yes, this is the power of the guy who beat up Mr. Ayula back then. The spiritual energy surrounding Sakiel continued to be pushed away. Sakiel was handling a level of power similar to that of Jito, who was dealing with Ayula. The torn arm had already regenerated and split the gathering darkness, and new magic energy formed a sphere in place of the lost crystal sphere. In that sphere, the sealing ceremony that Sakiel had just planned to perform was being formed again. At the same time, a barrage of offensive darkness-type magic was unleashed, a force that even Jin and Murakan could not ignore. Jin struck out the dark rays with his sword, and Murakan spread his wings, amplifying the darkness of the coming of darkness. Let's take Murakan out now. Let's take it out? That thing somehow drew on Jito's power and became incredibly strong. But its condition is not good. It seems like there was a runaway. Obviously, it won't be possible to maintain this state for long. So I have to take it out. I don't think I can handle the sealing ceremony with Jito's power added. And as you said, Sakiel's strengthening won't last forever. I aim again when Jito's power fades. I also overdid it and embodied the darkness of the heyday. You know that when you fall and hit, you need a recovery period to fight at the same level as now, right? Even so, it doesn't matter. Beyond that, even if we don't fight Sakiel again within today, we already have an advantage. The power of Jito used by Sakiel will definitely be lost. If it was a type of power that could not be lost, there would be no reason to bring it out now. In return for this battle, we can just let you recover a little, but those guys can never get back what they used today. I got it. In that case, I guess I should spray all the remnants of the coming of darkness towards the garrison before I leave. Soon, Murakin smiled evilly and focused the darkness towards the garrison. Sakiel tried to chase Jean and Murakin but stopped flying after seeing that the garrison was destroyed. Jito's flesh, which Sakiel and other demonic leaders cherished like their very lives, was used to protect the garrison and disappeared. True demon world sword demon castle. Paiolato sighed as he looked at Sakiel, who had been summoned with severe injuries. Sakiel Grosh's name had been considered a symbol of resourcefulness and success in the magic world. She was a person of great standing who elevated the Grosh family from a lowly status to one of the 30 noble families of the demon world and eventually became the general secretary after receiving blessings directly from Zito. It was because of that same Sakiel that such an important first battle was ruined. Even Zito's flesh was lost. There is no shame in it. Sakiel, Jito will find the sword demon castle. I will gladly accept any disposition. This is not the kind of problem that can be solved just because you are punished. Also, as your immediate superior, I cannot escape responsibility. Sakiel felt a heavy sense of guilt at Paiolato's words. Paiolato wasn't saying he didn't want sparks flying because of Sakiel's mistake. He was saying that as Sakiel's superior, he would take responsibility for him. So, when Jito comes, don't make any excuses and just stay still. But, Paiolato, I don't have time, so listen to me. As soon as Paiolato finished speaking, a purple magic circle suddenly appeared in front of the two. From it, Jito and a demon emerged. Jito's body was only half-formed compared to when he battled Ayula, and the demon standing next to him had green horns and wings unlike ordinary demons. Ah, these idiots. Do I really have to come out like this in person? Sigh. As soon as Zito appeared, he slapped Paiolato on the cheek and swore. The demon burst out laughing. So, didn't you ask me to send you there, Jito? If Paiolato had gone there himself, you wouldn't have known it. How dare you hire someone like Sakiel to take the lead on such an important task? Regal, what kind of blasphemous words and actions are you saying in front of Jito? Stay quiet. Oh my, I'm scared. Jito says it's okay. So what are you saying? Regal was a demon who had been a general not long ago but had recently ascended to king status. After receiving the title of king, it seems I am no longer afraid. Are you really not afraid of me anymore? How could you do this to me? Don't you know I'm in bad shape because I was beaten by Pyonghua a while ago? My precious flesh. Can I use it like that? I will take full responsibility, Mr. Zito. If you replace me with Lord Jito's body, I will end up with even more blood and flesh. So please forgive Sakiel. Are you doing this knowing that I hate this kind of tearful, uncomfortable pain? He also told Pyonghua that he almost got screwed at the last minute because of that. Ah, when will I get over this? Jito, if you give permission, Regal, will dispose of Sakiel. You too, trust me and don't be too picky with Paiolato, Regal. You did a good job this time, but Paiolato is Paiolato. Then, if Paiolato messes up and hits me in the back, what are you gonna do? Can you handle it? All right, but thanks to Jito, I have become much stronger. Oh, it's cute. Our Regal is so cute that I just want to trample him and make him explode. You're cute, so even if you talk back, I'll let it go. If Paiolato did that, it would be absurd. Sorry. You did a great job. That meant transfer to areas other than Hufester. Regal was in charge of the invasion of the Lutero Alliance and had returned with a victory that could be called a great victory. Well, I understand how you want to yell at Paiolato right now. I almost crippled Ilona Ziffel. Paiolato's eyes widened at those words. Ilona Ziffel, along with Shiren, are currently the two obvious peaks of royalties. I couldn't believe that someone like Regal achieved such results against one of them. Whoa. Paiolato and Sakiel. Yes, Jito. What do I hate most in this world? Love. And it seems to be peace. No. If you use them well, they become the perfect ingredients for pain. What I hate most in the world is loss without joy. Paiolato and Sakiel bowed their heads. If you use my precious flesh and the royalties become more painful or more beautiful, there is no problem. Rather, it is something that should be praised. But what is it this time? I got caught by Jean Runkendal and Murakin and only consumed flesh and gained nothing. Sorry. I mean, as soon as I was released from the seal, I've been getting weaker these days. I haven't even found the size of the eyes yet, but it's troublesome if the flesh is sticking out like this. Be careful from now on, do you understand? Wow, I'm annoyed. Let's go back, Rhaegal. At those words, the eyes of Paelito, Sakiel, and Rhaegal widened at the same time. Jito, aren't you going to give me any other punishment? You got hit a while ago, right? Instead, this is the last time it passes like this. I'm just looking at what you guys have been doing so far. There is a lot of work to be done in the future. Rhaegal wrinkled his expression in disappointment. Rhaegal seems to be very dissatisfied. No. What do you kids call you? Yes. Everyone calls Paelito the Sword Demon. What do you call me? He is called the Poison King, or the incarnation of poison born from the poison Rhaegal dog. Except for the Poison King, everything is crude. Just drink alone too. From today you are a poison. Dogma Rhaegal Fun has a good feel. I almost caught Alona, so it's okay to be called that. Ha! Thank you. The title Ma has only been allowed to Paelito so far. In the demon world, the person who was best at using a spear could not be called the spear demon, and the person who was best at using an axe could not be called a sire. It was an unwritten rule acknowledging Paelito's status as the best sword in the true demon world. Sakiel realized that Zito's seemingly thoughtless words and actions had meaning. Through this incident, Paelito and Sakiel were still able to reign over other demons in the same status as before, and Rhaegal, who was secretly uncomfortable with Paelito's dominance, also received satisfactory compensation. And Paelito, yes, it doesn't matter if Orgel is already dead. Once you can freely enter and exit the surface, somehow capture Orgel and bring him to me. And from now on, I will focus the transfer rift on the sea and the Lutero Federation, so you and Sakiel will take responsibility for any number of areas and settle down properly. I will definitely do that. Okay. I guess I'll just go back and have some fun. I also have some things to talk about with the witch about Orgel. Ugh. I haven't even been able to go out to the land yet. So why am I so busy? Soon Jito and Rhaegal left the Sword Demon Castle through the summoning circle. As soon as your injuries are treated, go back to the ground, Sakiel. I will be tearing down the remaining Bangma walls. So until then, do it well and without mistakes. Thank you, Paelito. By the time you arrive, 7 demon lords will have already been summoned to the sea station. Therefore, it will be difficult for the Bamul coalition or other royal forces to attack the maritime garrison like this time. We will continue to attempt to advance inland through the demon lords. What should Songguk do? I will take care of finding Jito's eyes myself. Until then, never deploy troops to attack the Holy Kingdom. All right. And Moby Dick's red sword that killed Fleck Kaluga. Looking at the video, fortunately, it's not complete yet. May I ask what it means to be incomplete? This means that there is definitely a limit to the number of times. This means that you have no choice but to use it sparingly before climbing to Changseong. He must exhaust all his power before he meets Jito. What can I do? We will continue to raise the kings to the ground, creating a situation where Moby Dick will have to continue to handle them alone. As long as all that power is exhausted, the death and extinction of kings are not a problem. If he loses all his red power, he will be no threat at all. Or it could go beyond that and become a threat to royalties. Paelito smiled as he continued talking. Tower of Luther Magical Federation Stories. Baradin looked up at Alona with a worried face. Alona floated and closed her eyes, the power of the tower healing her. Rhaegal's venom from her body was coming out little by little. Did you say it was called Rhaegal Fun? I made Alona like this. Yes, matriarch. They say he is one of the kings of the true demon realm. It was no different than Rhaegal being able to put Alona on the defensive. He was similar to Dreckhorn, whom the Baemel Alliance had dealt with in the past. Rhaegal's poison abilities are specialized for mass murder, and Alona was unable to fight properly to protect the citizens of the Federation from him. As a result, Alona alone took on a poison that was enough to kill 10 million ordinary people instantly. Nevertheless, nearly 100,000 citizens of the Lutheran Federation died. But without her, at least 100 times that number would have died. At the same time, other superhumans of Ziffel were clearing up rifts in other regions, and Ziffel is currently unable to perform ultra-long-distance communication and space jumps like the Bamul Alliance. Therefore, even if a superhuman cleared the battlefield, it was difficult for him to go to support Alona. Citizens should have died instead. If that were the case, Rhaegal wouldn't have come back alive, and Alona wouldn't have been hurt like this. When faced purely head-on, Rhaegal could never be Alona's opponent. As a result, it also resulted in fewer deaths. Barristan thought so but did not say it out loud. This was because it was something Alona would be uncomfortable hearing. Betty Almatia, Kun. 3 biogolems given names. They had a similar level of command as other current leaders of Jeep. Among them, in particular, he had the third authority over the Demon Stone after Barristan and Alona. Yes, let's go. Please speak. Rhaegal Fun, engrave the name of that demon on the Demon Stone. Once the Demon God Stone is able to use an appropriate level of power, the first thing he will do is modify his life. January 4, 1804. 2 days have passed since the First War ended. However, even now transfer cracks are continuing to form throughout INS, and each force is fighting against the demons of the true demon world, eliminating them every day. And this morning Orgel had come to Tychon with Grenell and about 300 ships. I thought you came for war, Orgel, Jean said, pointing to the fleet filling the sky beyond. In this situation, it's a boring joke. The reason Orgel brought the fleet was no different. Barrier. The plan is to join the barrier that the Bamul Alliance is forming at sea around the Golden Ship. Even if we do not form a temporary alliance, we will not spare any kind of support if necessary when the Bamul Alliance fights the underground. Without anything? Yes. Whether it's information about the underground or military history, we will support everything. Jean recalled the conversation he had with Orgel a few days ago. I don't remember asking for support first. They just came and said they would help with the barrier. Kinslow seems to be doing better than I thought these days, right? From what I heard, it seemed like they were having quite a hard time cleaning up the cracks. I guess they brought the fleet because it was worth living in. Don't think about it for nothing. Thank you, but I was worried, so I just did it. In the end, the biggest enemy is Jeep, then Kinslow. The war with the underground forces cannot be avoided and has already begun. Therefore, for the Bamul Alliance, the best outcome was for the underground forces to either destroy other enemies or inflict maximum damage on them and disappear. Have particularly strong beings among Kinslow's demons joined the mainland? Or is it another factor? It looks like Kinslow still has some potential left. First of all, there is not much room to separately investigate the reason why Kinslow regained his composure. I'm distracted because of the true demon realm. It's not that I wasn't expecting it at all. In Jin's view, Kinslow was a large mysterious group that was still shrouded in mystery even though much had been revealed. How did you know I was trying to build a barrier at sea? I just thought that since there was only one way to minimize civilian damage, you would naturally build a wall. Besides, we Kinslow also need a barrier. There are times when you worry about the lives of ordinary people. Not all beastmen and demons are combatants. Any group is bound to perish if it loses its territory and people. Would it be any different for us? Jean nodded. So they must have been working hard to recruit members since the days when they were known as a third-rate terrorist group. Okay, I'll accept it. Discuss fleet deployment with executives on the wall. Of course. Anyway, it was quite a mess from the start. I didn't know that I would go straight to the main garrison. I was curious about that demon called Piloto Belgasium. If he wasn't there, you both would have been able to return without any major injuries. Murakan will have to stabilize for a while. You know everything. I remember Murakan's absolute heyday. Sakiel even used Zito's flesh, but the fact that there were no injuries can only be attributed to the fact that it was too much to embody that time. Compared to what I've said so far, it's not a big weakness. Oh, that black lump was Jito's flesh? I thought it was an item closely related to Jito. Since Sakiel consumed his flesh, Jito has permanently lost that much strength. As the blood from new feet accumulates, the meaning will increase. Ayula has already weakened Jito a bit. Orgel added that it is important to weaken Zito as much as possible in this way before he appears in royalties. Complete Jito is invincible. It would be the same even if I regained just 80% of that strength. From about 50% onwards, there is a possibility for the forces on the ground as well. So it would be better to protect the eyes of Jito that Songguk has and consume as much of the flesh he gave to the top demons as possible. How much of a piece of flesh do you think contributes to Zito's power? It will vary depending on the size. I think what you got rid of this time was probably about 1 penny. Jean took a moment to look back on his last battle with Sakiel. This time Sakiel had no choice but to use the flesh for defense, but if he had used it for attack, there are very few people who could handle that. Still, it's clear that Jito will be permanently weakened, so it might be worth getting rid of. Since the purpose of Ayula's unreasonable appearance in the first place was to inflict irreversible damage to Jito, Ayula also had the same opinion as Orgel about the core of Jito's strategy. It's not even 10%, it's 1 penny, but I came back with a decent income. Okay. However, if you plan on attacking the maritime garrison like that again in the future, I want to stop you. Why? The demon kings of the true demon realm were summoned to the maritime garrison. There are about 5 to 10 people and each one is Sakiel Grosh or higher. Everyone will also be carrying pieces of Jito's flesh, so it is impossible for even you and Muraken to return unharmed. It would be crazy to rush in and get rid of all the flesh at once just because there are a lot of them. When multiple pieces of flesh were used at once, even the highest level superhumans had to prepare for death, and the combat power of the demon lords was also a problem. The basic tactic for Jito's permanent damage was to attack each individual. That's good information. Can I give you one more piece of good information? You're welcome. Alona Ziffel. He is currently suffering from serious injuries. What? Jin's eyes widened. After the Great War began, the spies planted by the coalition in the Federation were unable to obtain proper information. Zippel is also busy dealing with the cracks that have formed throughout the Federation, so it is not easy to get to it. Among them, Alona Ziffel was a particularly difficult target to obtain information about. Regal Fun. In the demon world, he is a person who is called the one born from the Regal dog of the Poison King. It seems he was recently promoted from general to demon king, and he was defeated by him. Does that Regal guy have spear-level combat power? No, of course it is strong, but not to that extent. But how? A poison. Is there a special poison that can even threaten Changxiong? It could be said that its poison worked. Alona Ziffel was injured while trying to block the poison that Regal had spread widely to carry out a massive massacre. That means he used the hostage to hurt Alona. Alona Ziffel guarded the hostage? You can't play Zippel right now just because Alona Ziffel is injured, but I think it would be good to let people know about Regal Fern's existence. There is also the fact that Alona Ziffel also has weaknesses. In Jin's opinion, fighting while protecting hostages was not the broken Baradin way. The records left by Alona Ziffel are quite hopeful. As soon as Alona woke up, she was conscious of trying to avoid murder as much as possible and was confused about the meaning of her existence. The strangest thing is that the history of Alona Ziffel had been erased before. The people responsible for manipulating history were obviously Zippel, so perhaps Alona could have been their bastard. There is no way an archmage from a proud family could have been erased from history. What Valeria said while examining the record after woke up from the seal of the secret palace. Is Alona not under Zippel's complete control as you guessed at the time? So, Alona is not an enemy but a person who still has the potential to be an ally. Maybe it could be the key to bringing Baradin back. When I thought of my friend Baradin, something bitter rose up inside me. If the war continued, whether it was Jinma world or Inst, the day would eventually come when he would have to come to an end. I just wanted to somehow turn him back to how he used to be before that day came. Anyway, Orgel gives me a lot of advanced information. However, there was something strange. But how did Orgel get this information? Even Lord Owl and Sister Yona were unable to approach Alona at all. Jean made eye contact with Orgel. How did you know? Like the state of the barrier or Muraken, this is something that cannot be known unless it is speculation and direct observation. I came to give you information that would be helpful to us if you knew it not to expose the bottom line. Then I guess I should head back. Information about Lokia Ganesto has not been updated yet, so we will talk about it later. As Orgel returned, Jean was lost in thought for a moment. It felt like I was getting a glimpse of Kingelo's potential for the first time in a long time. Recently he was beaten up by the enemy clan and only showed himself being broken by the true demon realm. You need to relax, Kinzelo bastards. I think the information about Ilona may have been found through something other than a transaction, Confucius. That's my opinion too. It's also the case that the Jinma realm's invasion has some leeway. Let's find out what kind of moves they have. Contact Jet Nameless and ask them to dispatch Yona to Kinzelo. Since we can't penetrate Ilona's side anyway, it would be better to look at Kinzelo's side. Yes, Nari. One thing is certain is that there is something in Kingelo that should not be seen in the Jinma world. His colleagues tilted their heads at Jin's words. Something that shouldn't be seen? Yes, I guess they are intentionally trying to put a spoon on our defense wall. Let's wait for Jonah to find out what it is. And the rest of us should be using up as much of Zito's flesh as possible. How to consume as much of Jito's flesh as possible. The method was of course a preemptive strike. It was annoying to have to sit down every time and then run out to block their cracks. We will deploy some of the top combat personnel, who are working on clearing up the cracks to attack the summoned fortress of the Jinma realm. Preemptive strike. Of course the solo battle itself can be performed by any superhuman, but the coalition still does not know the exact combat power and special abilities of the true demons. Therefore a state-of-the-art unmanned vehicle with a particularly high possibility of escape was needed even if any unexpected situation occurred in enemy territory. That is unless Jito himself descends. Jean Murakan Balas Alpentasha Luna Runtia Tuvan Hejin Vanessa Zed Bale Hito Dante Owl Jonah Talaris. To that extent he was a superhuman who met the conditions for the mission. Among them Jean and Murakan are the commanders-in-chief and the last members, so it is right not to leave the command tower as much as possible while the former head of the family and the Black Knights Zed must protect Huffister. The veil along with the golden chest is the center of the wall, and of course Dante cannot leave the Empire. Owl and Yona are always on infiltration reconnaissance missions, and Talaris is still watching Zito's eyes. Therefore the three who can move the most fluidly are Lunaruntia and Hito. Even so, the constant task of cleaning up cracks was common to all superhumans, so it could never be said to be leisurely. Cracks continue to form throughout the Federation, and our troops and superhumans continue to go into battle accordingly. The world is in turmoil, so we cannot rule out the case where the enemy tribe suddenly breaks the declaration one day and attacks our side as well. Yes, there is no guarantee that they will only attack loot forever. In addition, Ayula said that an old warrior from the mysterious kingdom named Luke of the Sun God Church will soon begin his activities in Ince. The key is what choice the Sun God Church makes when Luke comes out for royalties. Whether we stick closer to Zippel or break away, either way it won't change that they are enemies we must defeat. Jean and his colleagues exchanged opinions for a while and chose the protagonist for this counterattack against the Jinma world. I prefer Luna. Yes, I think it would be better to send the strongest of the three. It's unanimous. Self-proclaimed. Luna was a person who had the potential to win in any situation at any time. Soren Kiliak, Ron Talaris, etc. The person whom all the peaks of the previous generation evaluated as such was Luna. The mission given to Luna is to annihilate Jito and consume his flesh. From Jin's own experience, Luna was the only person who could take the least amount of damage, even though he was able to destroy Zito's flesh alone. The counterattack strategy was simple. Luna infiltrates enemy territory alone and fights, and when support is needed, other superhumans on standby join. In most cases, Runtia and Hito will provide support, but depending on the battlefield situation, all superhumans in the alliance, including Jean, could join. Of course, the best-case scenario is for Luna to handle everything on her own without the need for support. And Jean believed in Luna. After the decision was made, Jean immediately made a communication call to the Sword Garden and conveyed the situation. Yes, Sagaju. This is the head deacon. I understand. I will dispatch the first rider immediately. Should I link up with the Oxbow Lord or send a Red Owl? It would be better to link up with the Lord of the Little Palace. Oops, Sagaju. Is this a solo mission? That's good. I had just finished clearing the crack area that I was in charge of. A deacon. Can I just speak informally? It's uncomfortable every time. I feel like I always act like I'm trying to keep an eye on the head of the house. The family's discipline will be maintained only if the first rider follows the laws. But if you're that uncomfortable, I will try to look at it in places other than official gatherings. Of course, you must have permission from the head of the household. You must strictly observe etiquette in places where there is a lot of snow. Oh, thank you. The head deacon wasn't just a tight-lipped person either. Will you allow it, Sagaju? Of course, Chief Butler. Then I will contact you again. Please take care, sister. Then don't worry. Go and destroy all of Jito's flesh and everything. Prepare a dozen bottles of good alcohol. No, look at it, head deacon. When I made the same request as Luna, he flatly rejected it. Where are you going, deacon? Chief Butler. It looks like the Black Sword Chairman has time to argue with me. I'm on my way to check some documents. Would you like to come with me? Or do you want to go to the crack area you just saw? TCH, let's go to the crack area. I am one of those Jinma realm bastards. It's not like some kind of cockroach, but it keeps popping up endlessly. Anyway, am I now going to speak comfortably to the Magne when I'm not at an official event? The youngest. Do you know what? This great-grandfather is winning the rift-clearing bet with Lord Alpin again. Anyway, it seems like he wants to beat me at least once. Haha. Jean burst out laughing at the commotion heard through the communication device. The lively appearance of my family and colleagues was always a great help. Okay then, let's go to work. Jet, please check the battle situation reports from each area and post them, and Quicantle and Enya, please move to the barrier. I get it. Yes, Confucius. Qual and Valeria had requested additional Enya and Quicantle for the barrier formation mission. Dragon Fire Barrier and the Power of Time. It was judged that applying those two powers through Qual's inventions and Valeria's knowledge would be a great addition to the entire barrier. While Jet was researching the report, Jean briefly visited Muraken's room. He was lying on the bed with a deathly look on his face, his head resting on Gilly's knee. Master, are you here? Oh, don't get me wrong. It's just that Muraken said he thought he would be able to recover quickly if he did this. Hey Muraken. How busy are you, Gilly? It's noisy and will disturb your rest, so get out now, kid. Ugh, strawberry pie. This time I really suffered a lot. Ugh, Muraken afong ho. I'm really worried because your half-faced face hasn't returned since you went to enemy territory. It looks like you have a bit of a problem with your tongue. What should I do? Jean could no longer open his eyes and see, so he quietly closed the door. After a while I heard the sound of the door being locked, and for some reason I got goosebumps. It's true that Muraken is sick, but it's not that bad. Doesn't Gilly know that he's tricking more because he wants to be taken care of by Gilly? Or maybe you just enjoy it knowingly. I don't know. Jean went back to the office and looked alternately at the reports Jet had brought and the communication device. The first report on the operation would come from Luna within 30 minutes at the earliest, or an hour at the latest. I don't have to worry too much since she's Luna, but the red energy does take a while. You may not know when you are just dealing with demons, but when you use the Great Rift or Jito's flesh, you will have no choice but to use red energy, so you don't know how much time is left. What happens when my sister uses up all her red sword energy? Suddenly such a doubt occurred to me. However, Jean soon came to the conclusion that there would be no major problems. If it caused a serious problem, my father would definitely have given a stronger warning. But my father just told me to save my sister as much as possible when sending her to the Black Sea, so it will be okay. At that time, the cries of Mott were echoing across a plain in the kingdom of Sikaro, located at the southernmost tip of Huffister. Bow! Thank you again, Lord Sogong. I never imagined that the day would come when I would deliver warriors to the battlefield like this after becoming the lord of the big palace. Cirrus said with a sigh. She knew that she and Mott were playing the most important role in the war, but she felt a little self-destructive at the reality that she was helping the warriors move rather than leading the battlefield as the representative of the royal palace. If you use your feelings of self-destruction well, it can be a good stepping stone for development. Right now the Sagungju is a bit weaker than me, but in my opinion the Sagungju has similar potential to me. To begin with, Lord Sogung is an incredibly strong person for his age. A little? Similar potential? Cirrus was about to answer but then shrugged his shoulders. In reality, Luna was not saying empty words. Also, wouldn't it be a bigger loss if the Oxbow Lord and Mott were to leave the battlefield than me? So don't be too sad, wait more leisurely for the full meal and work hard. The day will soon come when all of our experience will explode all at once. I will listen carefully. Anyway, this place is already in chaos. I came to this plane a few times as a training ground when I was younger, but now it looks completely like the land of the true demon realm, Cirrus said, looking around. The entire area was filled with the castles and buildings of the true demon realm and purple demonic energy. In particular, the citadel that stood tall and hideous in the middle of the plain was so large that it was reminiscent of the old imperial palace. Luna burst into laughter at that sight and lifted up the crantle on her back. After fighting, I see that these guys who are nothing special are living in a needless show. This time I don't have anyone to protect, so I can destroy it all by myself. Are you saying that Lord Xiaogung isn't weak enough for me to protect him? I will be waiting nearby with Mort. If there are any who can be a good source of nutrients for the growth of Sagungju, I will select them and send them to you one by one. Are you okay? Ah, that's nice to hear. I look forward to it. Soon Luna descended from the moat and focused her energy on Crantle. The castle of the true demon realm immediately sensed the power and activated its alert magic and defense equipment, and Luna looked at the attack magic and artillery bombardment rushing towards her with an expressionless face. I'll destroy the castle first. Runkendal first, decisive battle, resurrection. Luna Runkendal. As soon as Luna slammed Crantle to the ground, a violent earthquake occurred that seemed to turn the entire plane upside down. What's going on? The moment Luna unleashed her transformation, the Demon King Jikkalo Raimier, who was inside the castle of the summoned true demon realm, felt shocked and screamed. It's a surprise attack, Mr. Zikkalo. It is said that the guards confirmed the appearance of a snow toad and 2 knights. I think it's the little palace lord of the big palace and Moby Dick. Trillion. The first rider of Runkendal who killed General Fleck Kaluga not long ago. There was now no demon in the true demon world who did not know her name or nickname. Zikkalo took a moment to estimate the size of the energy Luna was spreading. Just catching a glimpse of that power made me feel like my neck went cold for an instant. Boom! Boom! Luna's energy hitting the walls like a tidal wave will soon penetrate the castle walls. Zikkalo made an immediate decision, as he was not someone who became a demon lord out of thin air. Evacuate everyone except General Villagul Raimier and Seekin Ten. To the column garrison where Sakiel is. Yes? Zikkalo, what is that? Didn't you hear me tell you to evacuate? Big bang. As soon as Zikkalo shouted again, the entire front part of the resistance was suddenly destroyed and hundreds of streams of razor-sharp sword energy poured out. As if he knew this would happen, Zikkalo raised the great sword next to the throne and struck down the sword energy. The shockwave caused the thrones nearby to bounce in all directions. 100 million. Q. G. Zikkalo. 30% of the ones below are probably already dead. With our current forces, fighters below the rank of general are meaningless when dealing with this guy. It was as he said. Luna's personal attack completely destroyed the entire castle wall and spread sword energy to every corner of the castle, slaughtering the demons. As it was a decisive battle bearing her name, Luna's transformation was in a more strengthened form. The sword energy soaring through the ground did not lose its power even if it hit somewhere or was blocked, and moved like a living creature seeking its target once again. The sword energy that Zikkalo blocked now was also the same. The sword energy that had pierced the ceiling and bounced out of the temple was pouring down like rain again, targeting Zikkalo and the thrones. The counselors who immediately understood Zikkalo's command survived, because they had already taken refuge, while the counselors who were still unable to sort out the desolate situation lost their lives due to being swept away by the sword. Zikkalo swung his great sword again and pushed away the sword energy. Luna's sword energy, which had been fierce until now no matter what she encountered or engulfed in the castle, was clearly weakening when it touched the great sword. But it was only a few stems out of hundreds. The castle is already beyond repair. That would be fine if Jito summoned another castle again. But it would be meaningless if I couldn't kill that vicious human. The area except the area where Zicolo was located was already turning into a ruin that could not even be called a castle. At least the side where the two generals Vilagul and Seekin were waiting was sound, but it would not last long. Even the transformation is just the beginning. Zicolo felt Luna's massive speculation cast a dark shadow over the entire garrison and walked toward the open damaged area. I could see Luna climbing over the already broken castle wall and walking towards the inner castle with great strides. Haichen's sword energy was moving in sync with her steps, scattering the demons who could not escape into 6 pieces. Purple blood and flesh were randomly staining the floor and the air, but not a single drop was on her black jockey coat. There is no way to know how someone like you can be human. I don't understand why these guys who were living well on their own in the basement come up and set up the place with royalties. Looks like he knows how to fight, right? There aren't many people in this world who can so casually smite me. Zicolo Raimier is the head of the Raimier family of the true demon world, and the king who rules over the Salt Zone. For some reason I felt like he had more weight than the guys who had been installing generals and things like that. He was the devil. He is the first rider of the Luna Runkendal sword family. Generals Vilagul and Seekin, who had just broken through the Chanchan, took up their positions below Zicolo. The demons were trembling at Luna's power, but Luna just smiled, as if a good idea came to her as soon as she saw the generals. Oh! You two would be good experience. What? If you want to end your life by being torn apart meaninglessly like an insignificant insect, come at me, but if you still want to fight and die in the end, pass by me and go to the back. There is someone who will welcome you. Vilagul and Seekin did not understand what he was saying. However, it was clear that he had been insulted, but he was unable to respond as Zicolo remained silent. Couldn't even dare. The current Luna was giving off a completely different sense of intimidation than when dealing with Fleck Kaluga, who was literally emitting electric power. Bilagal Seekin. Go deal with him. Zicolo knew that dealing with the Oxbow Lord was very important. Even if he was defeated by Luna, now dealing with the Sogung Lord would be a great benefit to the entire True Demon realm. By the way, if Manbing was caught in the process, the Jinma realm's invasion of royalties could take a huge leap forward at once. With 2 great generals, it is definitely possible to capture the current Sagungju. Baekyoung probably doesn't know that either. I looked down on him a lot to think he was planning to kill me and help Lord Sogung. Luna looked into it clearly. Now that the structure of the match has been decided, there's no need to talk much anymore, right? Come Demon King Zicolo. As Zicolo leapt down the fortress, Vilagul and Seekin followed suit. Luna did not attack the generals as promised when they passed by her, very nervous. To be exact, it would be correct to say that I didn't even care. Her consciousness and fighting spirit were directed solely toward Zicolo. Although he mockingly asked if he knew how to fight, to Luna, Zicolo was someone who deserved to be considered a worthy enemy. The devil of the Salt Zone. True to his status, Zicolo had the power to control fire. The moment Zicolo jumped down, the entire fortress was suddenly engulfed in flames, melting the remaining energy of the ashes. Luna was the first to launch a meteor shower against him. As the flames on the ground collided with the sword energy of the meteor shower falling from the sky, the battlefield instantly turned into a demonic scene. He came to the battlefield carrying a heavy burden of duty as a Runkendal and the Bamul Alliance and the protection of the world. The moment the axe sword and the great sword were mixed, Luna felt joy. In the first surprise attack, it occurred to him that he could raise the morale of the family and the alliance by killing the Demon King Zicolo and destroying one axis of the demon world. It was also the joy of growth. Experience. What Luna said to Cirrus just before the fight did not apply only to Cirrus. Luna too had not yet exploded and fully blossomed with the experience she had gained in the Black Sea. She knew that fact better than anyone else, and fuse like Zicolo were needed to completely open up that storehouse of growth. Exciting. Every time I swung the sword, I felt like something was writhing like crazy in my heart and blood vessels. Luna was already a complete martial artist in her childhood. Therefore, from a young age, she felt stagnant even though she was clearly becoming stronger. At least he achieved clear growth throughout the Black Sea, but he didn't have time to enjoy it because he had to survive from monsters and devils every day. But these days things are changing day by day, just like when I first learned the sword as a cadet. A half-body who has crossed the earth and ascended to heaven. The words people used to describe my father. Is this what it feels like? It started to ascend to the sky. It finally started to go beyond the ground. It's still the beginning, but if things continue like this, you will definitely be in the sky before long. That's how Luna perceived herself now. While she was engrossed in growth, even when Zicolo's sword passed in front of her eyes and scratched her cheek, she did not feel threatened at all. It's just the evil and weak struggling. Tukok dash. Crantle's blade struck Zicolo's shoulder. There was a dull sound, as if it had been struck with a blunt weapon, not a sword. This is why Zicolo's body is so strong. His body was protected by fire and demonic energy, and there were not many people in the true demon world who could properly hurt him. On the other hand, among Runkendel's blessed bodies, Luna, the strongest body among strong bodies, was constantly getting scratches all over her body. If each and every one of them had been a little deeper, the wounds would have been fatal. But as time goes by, as the minutes go by, the seconds go by, and even smaller units of time pass by, the number of times Zicolo's sword touched Luna decreased, and the sound of the axe sword Crantle striking Zicolo became increasingly sharper. The chilling sound of a sword, not a blunt weapon, cutting through flesh and bone began to be heard. Zicolo could not keep up with the speed at which Luna's sword became sharper. Moby Dick was definitely at full strength from the beginning. It definitely took a lot of time to damage my body with that power. But now, does this mean that he is growing? It was an area that Zicolo could not understand. This is a state that can never be known unless one has climbed the castle or, like Luna, is heading towards the castle. Soon Zicolo no longer had time to think about such things. This was because Luna's sword was becoming more sophisticated than just sharp. Since fire and magic could no longer serve as a shield, Zicolo felt like he was standing in front of Luna with his bare defenseless body. The great sword he was holding felt like a tree branch. On the other hand, the opponent was still Luna Runkendel Moby Dick, and there seemed to be nothing in the world that ugly axe sword could not tear apart. Is there anything else I can show you? Zicolo was clearly in front of him just a moment ago, but when he suddenly heard Luna's voice coming from behind, Zicolo swallowed in vain and turned around. Luna was blowing away half of Zicolo's side face with a look of pure curiosity. The blown face recovered immediately but could not be regenerated forever. If it's not there, I guess I'll have to end it now. But don't be too discouraged because I die. You were strong enough, Zicolo Ramir. While Luna was dealing with Zicolo, Cirrus was glaring at the two generals and was breathing heavily. Due to the joint efforts of the two generals, Cirrus was on the defensive from the start of the battle. Is Runkendel's first rider trying to grow me or kill me? I'm not sure. Is this really true? Seeing the generals spouting demonic energy again, Cirrus spat out blood.